Good morning, one and all. We'll be starting our sessions at 11 o'clock in 2 minutes.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, Amma. Is it audible?
Yes, sir, audible, sir.
Shall I start?
Sir, please, sir.
So, good morning to everyone.
Good morning, sir. We will
Maas-
introduce you and complete the formalities and invite you, sir. Kindly wait for some time.
Okay, no problem, sir. No problem. I'll wait for some time, sir.
Yes, we will take 5 minutes and then we'll invite you.
Okay. Okay. బాబు క్లాస్ రూమ్ ఉందమ్మా పక్కనే కూర్చో ఉందా చైర్ ఉంది అక్కడ పక్కన ఉంది సార్ పక్కన ఒక చైర్ వేసి
Good morning, one and all. We welcome you to the international webinar series on holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development. As part of this, we are organizing various conferences, seminars, workshops, symposiums for the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav period for the entire celebrations. So today we are organizing this international conference on women, mothers, breastfeeding, parenting, nutrition, health, education, environment, and sustainable development 2022. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development 2022. So as part of this series, we are organizing every day 6 to 8 p.m. international webinar, and on Sundays, every Sunday, international conference based on the commemoration of international events by United Nations and respective nations. So in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing. And today we have few other collaborators, especially Government College for Men, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, India, along with the Institute of Human Sciences for Holistic Health and various other organizations. Together, we are organizing this conference. So before we start our proceedings, and we will take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's conference. Today conference, International Conference on Women, Mothers, Breastfeeding, Parenting, Nutrition, Health, Education, Environment and Sustainable Development 2022 commemorates International Breastfeeding Week from 1st to 7th August 2022 as being commemorated by World Health Organization. And also we are also commemorating International Assistance Dogs for the week for the entire period of first week. So a significant interest lies in the breastfeeding because they are the very essential practices which not only protect the child but also mother. So, but due to present lifestyle and habits, the breastfeeding rates are coming down. So this puts us a lot of awareness among ourselves and responsibility on ourselves to create more awareness on breastfeeding practices. So with this short introduction to the international conference, we have today panel speakers and distinguished guests and presenters for the day, starting from Dr. G. Ravindranath, Dr. Payal Biswasu, Ms. Payal Patwari, Dr. Madhusudan K.S., Dr. Abhishek Rajesh Kumar Mehta, Mr. Praveen Kumar Singh, Mr. Nagaraj H., Sri Ravichandran Ji, Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakar, Professor Aparna Vajpayee, Sri Matt Perliston, and myself, Dr. Ravindra R.M., moderator and coordinator for this international conference. And other speakers who are not listed here will also be joining at a later time. So with this, we will be starting session. Before that, I want to give you a few instructions. Kindly keep yourself muted. Only when we request organizers request you to unmute yourself, you can unmute yourself. For the convenience of everyone, we are removing the permission of unmuting and starting video. So whenever there is a question and answer, we will be unmuting you. We will give you the permission to unmute yourself so that you can ask any queries or clarifications. While the sessions are going on, if you still have any queries or observations or comments or feedbacks on the session, you can always leave them in the chat box. So, and also the attendance for the conference is being tracked by the Zoom platform itself. So we request everyone, all the participants to rename yourself, the participant name to the name as it is required on the certificates. And feedback forms will be shared in the form of Zoom polls for every session. So all the participants are requested to fill the feedback form after each session. While question and answer session is going on, we'll be sharing the feedback poll in the form of polls in Zoom platform. There will be no link, external link that can be shared. So kindly fill up the feedback form. In case if you are unable to view or access the polls due to any technical reasons, you are requested to share your feedback by mentioning as session 1, 2 or whichever session is there in the chat box. So it is feedback is mandatory. So kindly leave feedback on each session through feedback form in polls or through chat box. So with this introduction, we will move on to our first session for the day. Today we have invited speaker and guest for the day, keynote speaker. He is from one of the collaborating organization, Dr. G. Ravindranath Ji, Principal, Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, India. We welcome you, sir, to the international conference. And we invite you to take over for your message on education. Savitri ma'am, before taking over to sir, would you like to introduce sir, principal sir? Briefly?
Yes, sir. I'll introduce him, sir.
Yeah, please introduce and hand over to principal sir. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our principal, G. Ravindranath sir. He is presently working as lecturer, principal, Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa. Sir pursued his PhD and completed MPhil as well as PGDCA, and he joined in his service in the year 1988, and he has 25 years of experience and 9 years of experience, particularly as a principal. And sir received AP State Best Teacher Award in the year 2009, and he acted as NCC Program Officer and Open University Coordinator and convener to so many committees in our college and previous colleges also. And he has totally dedicated person. He worked out for the benefit of the students day and night. Sir, he come at 9 o'clock and completely he stayed up to 8 o'clock, and completely he is dedicated to the development of institutions, sir. One of the best principal in our service, that is Dr. G. Ravindranath sir. Sir, I request you please share your experiences and you please deliver a talk on education, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Savitri ma'am, for the wonderful introduction. We invite you, sir, Dr. Ravindranath Ji, to take over for your session, sir. Over to you, sir.
Sir, 1 second, sir. I'll call him, sir. Yes.
Okay.
good morning to everyone. Okay, good morning to everyone. I am Dr. G. Ravindranath, Principal Government Degree College for Men Autonomous. I am very happy to participate in the webinar. And I would like to speak on education. Out of long experience as a teacher, I feel that education should be for reformation, in the sense that I should change the attitude of thinking in every aspect of the system. Of course, old system of education, the teacher and taught had lovable attachment, but in the present day education, it is closely disappearing. However, I can't say there is no education, but there is education with ethical values. I means that to say children who receives education, their main aim is earning of money. In fact, it is necessary, but as a result, they are unable to show the basic values of love and affection towards the society and the parents. The outbreak of science and technology has created a fine expansion in the society. At the same time, it has created a gulf between the teacher and the student. Now it is need for teacher to develop technology in his way of teaching, because it is only the solution to meet the global challenges. As well, it is helpful to acquire great knowledge. Not only that, in the present day education is not enabling the students to think and act ethics and modifications. That is why in higher education, human values, the life skills is introduced. It is a great wonder in our Indian culture. Once you need not to learn human values perfectly, as they are declining day by day, it is need for the honor of promote to kind of values. Added to this, the food that we take is not so pure. Nutrition cannot be possible to expect in food items. Even elders and youngsters eat junk food and their health is totally getting damaged. As well, their mindset have also changed. Once the parents hopes the children take care of them at the time of old age, but it is doubtful. Why you have understand there is a much growth of old age homes for elderly parents and children are somewhere. In foreign countries, in the family system, there is a nucleus. The effect will be disappointed and sorrow. Hence, what I feel education should bring a spiritual outlook to think of everything. One poet said, knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers. You know, wisdom means difference between good and bad. So one has to win alternatively to have such kind of education. Automatically, the education will need to develop nutrition, parental affection, and driving pollution in the present day society. Once the person is educated, means there is no room for corruption of mind. The mind will become transparent and the society will be marching towards development. For example, in Europe and America, you can observe that people have the feeling of belongings. I mean that they say it is many countries, our courtesy, but in India, I do not know the concept of belongings slowly vanishing. So it is right time to inculcate the kind of education. We should bring a considerable change in the little brains. Finally, I conclude with this heartfelt opinion, and I am thankful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share my experiences with much happiness. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindranath ji. It was very short, but a very pertinent message that has been given. Nowadays, this value education or ethics education is what very much required, as you have rightly pointed out, sir. Because nowadays people are getting educated, earning degrees, but they are lacking ethics, morals, and the values are missing. As you rightly said, as a very senior educator and also faculty, so the present generations and the academicians, teachers, faculty should focus on value education, and ethics and morals should be imparted as part of education. Thank you, sir, once again for the wonderful message and also collaborating with this conference. And we look forward and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more collaborations in futures. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, sir, for giving the opportunity. Thank you very much.
So, participants, if you would like to share your comments or observations, feel free to share. Or if you have, if you would like to know anything, if you would like to ask any queries or any questions to sir, you can. He is very senior and experienced person. We are very fortunate to have sir here on this platform. If you have any queries, you can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself and ask your query, or you can share your query or observation comments in chat box. If there are no further queries, thank you, sir, once again for joining us on this wonderful platform, and we will look forward for more sessions in future, sir. Thank you for your valuable time.
So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining with us in this international seminar, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
So we will move on to our first session for the conference after keynote message from Dr. Ravindranath Garu. He has set the direction for the conference by saying that we need to have ethical, moral, and value education that needs to be imparted in the society, and we will ensure that this conference provides much of knowledge, wisdom, and morals, ethics through this dissemination. So let's move on to our first session. We have with us our next speaker would be Rotarian Dr. Payal Biswasu, co-founder, director, IHSHH, lactation consultant and childbirth educator, and also she is chairperson for HMB and RPBC chairperson for MNC and health, mother and child health. And she is also co-founder, as already mentioned, and director for Institute of Human Sciences for Holistic Health. And she is also working rigorously on breastfeeding and lactation awareness. So we welcome you, ma'am, once again to our International University, and we invite you to take over for your session.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good morning to everyone, and it's a pleasure to come here and share my expertise, and thank you for organizing it. So today, on the occasion of World Breastfeeding Week, from August 1st to 7th, we all celebrate World Breastfeeding Week, and it started in 1992. And previously it was only 70 countries which used to participate. Now we have 172 countries all over the world who celebrate this World Breastfeeding Week in order to educate, promote, and support breastfeeding. So this year the theme is explore the challenge and support needed for breastfeeding during pregnancy and before birth. So, and before birth, I mean the antenatal period, in fact, before conception, and then during labor and delivery, and after 6 weeks after birth. Ongoing care and special circumstances and emergencies, like we have now, or special circumstances in Ukraine and Russia. So, we need to protect the mother and child. And the most important role, which is played by two categories of actor, that is the healthcare and the community, in stepping up for breastfeeding through education and support. So before I talk about the breastfeeding, let me share some statistics where we are standing, in India is standing in terms of breastfeeding. So previously, before pandemic, it was 53.7%. And after pandemic, it has reduced to 51.1% according to World Breastfeeding Trends Initiative. So instead of going up, we are going down in terms of breastfeeding. And if you look at from the global perspective, only 38% of the infants aged between 0 to 6 months are exclusively breastfed. So what are the reasons why we are, instead of progressing, we are just, going back, when we know that, breastfeeding is natural, normal, and it is so important. So there are multiple factors associated with breastfeeding, right from the interpersonal behavior of the mother, because they have lack of knowledge most of the time. They don't get adequate support from the family and close family members and friends. And after pandemic, literally it has become very difficult, maybe only the mother and the father taking care of the newborn baby, and without any support from the mother or mother-in-law. Maybe they are staying in a different place and unable to travel during pregnancy and post-delivery. Then our policies, like not adequate maternity and paternity leave, that also plays an important role. Though the mother wants to feed the baby, but they think that they need to go back to work. So, and plus the taboos associated with the breastfeeding, many a times it happens in many communities, the first milk, that is a colostrum, that yellow color milk, is thrown away thinking that it's dirty. And we all know how important the colostrum is. And plus the community, sometimes it happens that this community, like mother is being shamed for feeding in public. So when we see from the different barriers, and now let us talk about what are the benefits. So right from this colostrum, the first milk which the mother will get in drops, so that contains immunity boosting factors, which helps in protecting the baby. And if you see from the premature babies or very low birth weight babies, this breast milk prevents enterocolitis, which is the most risk factor, and prevents death of the baby. And apart from that, breast milk is easy to digest. It helps in preventing diarrhea, then ear infection, eczema, and also it helps in jaw formation, brain development, retinal development. It creates a bonding between mother and the baby, making the baby relaxed and the mother relaxed, and also and also preventing postpartum depression, preventing breast cancer, endometrial cancer. And there is a research that which proves that we can prevent 20,000 deaths of mothers from breast cancer by only one action, that is breastfeeding. And also we can prevent under 5 deaths, 8,20,000 babies we can, children we can save if we just practice breastfeeding. And apart from that, breast milk is absolutely economic. There is no cost involved, and even it's this ecological as well, because there is no transportation, no landfill, no air pollution and water pollution associated with breastfeeding. And if we see from how much we can save, India can literally save babies from pneumonia, from diarrhea, around 37 millions of babies. And if we see from the money perspective, we can save around $4 billion if we can support breastfeeding from and also from the family perspective we can save money. So there is an estimation from the Lancet breastfeeding series that we can save more than $300,000 billion annually if we promote, protect and support breastfeeding. And breastfeeding also women empowerment. When a mother feeds her baby, she feels empowered. She has the power to control the birth spacing if the mother is feeding regularly, because we all know that breastfeeding also plays an important role in preventing pregnancy. If the mother is feeding adequately more than 12 to 14 times in a day, both daytime and nighttime feeding. And next, when we comes to the key to successful breastfeeding, there are two techniques. One is positioning and one is latching. So most of the time we have seen that how the mother is feeding a baby. Mother will be slouching and holding the baby in a very uncomfortable position. And then that point of time, mother won't be comfortable, plus baby also won't be comfortable. So we always tell that mother that you should be well supported. Your back should be well supported, legs should be well supported, and hands should be well supported. Or else the mother will land up with severe back pain, shoulder pain, and this leg pain. And then they won't be comfortable. They won't be comfortable in feeding the baby. Plus, baby won't get milk because baby will be holding only the nipple and suckling on the nipple, and the mother will land up with nipple pain, cracked nipple, engorgement, and baby will start losing more and more weight. So when we say about the positioning and latching, we always tell the mother to take well support, back support, and put the baby in such a way that baby is also well supported. And when it comes to latching, we always encourage the mother to give the entire nipple and areola into the baby's mouth for effective milk transfer, so that mother is comfortable, baby is comfortable. And always the baby's mouth should be wide open, taking the maximum of the lower portion of the areola and the nipple. And the baby's chin should be deeply embedded inside the breast, so that baby will be closer to the mother. Baby's tummy will be touching the mother's tummy. That is the that is the best way of correct latching and positioning. And we also need the family members, the father, the mother-in-laws, to support the mother with feeding. So what we want from them is, the first thing is encouraging the mother, not telling the mother whenever the baby cries that you don't have milk, or maybe they should not tell the mother like the baby is crying, you are not giving milk, or maybe your baby's tummy is not getting filled up, your milk is less. These are very demotivating words for the mother. Mother really starts feeling guilty, and she starts feeling that okay, I am not a good mother, maybe I am starving my baby. So the first thing what we want from the family members and the husband is to support by telling the mother that she is doing amazing, she is giving her 100%. Second thing what we want from the mother, from the father, is to take care of the baby. If mother needs to feed the baby, and father can take it like few words from the mother, like burping the baby, putting the baby to sleep, so that mother can get adequate rest. And next important thing is the food for the mother needs to keep herself hydrated. In many communities we have seen that mother is not given water, adequate water or fluids, and they have been given only that's bread or bun. So bread and bun is made up of maida, and that can lead to constipation. So when we say the diet part of the mother should be having well balanced diet, good amount of protein, good amount of fiber, good amount of carbohydrates, and other vitamins and minerals in the form of plenty different colors of vegetables, green leafy vegetables, and fruits, and dry fruits, and plus water. And they need to have good amount of milk, and curd or buttermilk also they can take. But they should not restrict themselves with only strictly 1 glass of water per day, or maybe strictly with only maida items. So and apart from that, mother needs to keep herself very calm, and that is the duty of the family members, friends, and everyone, that we should protect the mother, we should help the mother, we should support the mother. And so what we can do from the healthcare perspective: first thing is education during antenatal period, during before conception, that what she needs to do, what the diet she needs to follow to before conceiving. During pregnancy, what are the things they need to do, do's and don'ts, what are the food she needs to have, what are the foods she needs to avoid, what are the things she needs to do, how she needs to keep herself active throughout pregnancy in order to prevent all this physical discomfort like back pain or other pain. And next, during delivery and after delivery, what she needs to do, that immediately feeding within 1 hour, the mother needs to feed her baby, keeping the baby skin to skin contact. Yes, skin to skin contact is another important aspect. Even father and the mother can keep the baby skin to skin contact. And we have seen that when a baby is being when the mother or father keeps the baby skin to skin contact, it helps in relaxation, it helps in normalizing baby's BP, sugar, and body temperature, and all the other parameters. Plus, we have seen that breastfeeding becomes more easy and comfortable for the mother. So next thing is during pregnancy, we always encourage the mother and the father to apply for maternity and paternity leave. Plus, if they don't have, and plus what we request the mother to give them, provide them a room when they will come back after delivering her baby, maybe after 6 months or 7 months. So breastfeeding room, if the organization can provide, there the mother can express her milk and take it back home, and whoever is taking care of the baby during the mother's absence can feed that milk. So next, what we say is keeping the baby and the mother together. So we don't need any fancy cot, we don't need anything. We want the mother and the baby together. Baby can sleep next to the mother. So whenever the baby demands, like whenever the baby every 1.5 to 2 hours, whenever the baby suckles the thumb, whenever the baby is opening the mouth and licking the lips, that time mother can feed the baby without scheduling. So normally we recommend that 10 to 12 times in a day she needs to feed her baby. And after that she needs to burp the baby, and she needs to keep the baby under her blanket so that baby and mother both can sleep and well. And next next what we suggest is everyone, it's not the duty of the mother to breastfeed, it's the duty of each one of us. So everyone needs to play an important role in order to promote breastfeeding. So what we suggest is there is an urgent need for education to increase the capacity of all the actors like healthcare professionals, educationists, environmentalists, then religious preachers, teachers, then students, then young activists, everyone, the employer, employees, colleague, everyone should form a warm chain of support for breastfeeding. So then only we can increase the breastfeeding rate of our country from 51% to above. And this is how we have to support the breastfeeding mother. And I always say that we need 4 C's, that is a communication between all the actors, and the coordination, cooperation, and collaboration. So with this, I just want to send a message from the Lancet, that success in breastfeeding is not the sole responsibility of the women. The promotion of breastfeeding is collective societal responsibility. So thank you so much. I'm really delighted to say this thing. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Ravindra.
Thank you, Dr. Payal. It was very insightful. And yeah, definitely the rates are increasing when compared to history or recent past. So we need to increase, because the entire life of the infant, uh, the baby, depends on the breastfeeding. That will act as a vaccine for all the uh, diseases and all the disorders that can or the infant can be vulnerable. So that is a one-shot medicine, or we can say a boon given by God or by the mother to the child, which should never be missed. And every mother should ensure that his or her, her child is breastfed. So very well addressed. Participants, if you have any queries, feel free to share, or you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand. This entire week, we were organizing sessions on breastfeeding, starting from Monday till Sunday. So hope you might be having a lot of queries, though I'm not a specialist in that. So I was continuously taking. So maybe today we have an expert on that, so you can clarify your doubts if any. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Payal. You done very good job, because you are telling every time. No, we are getting. I don't have doubts, but lot of information I am taking. Because I also worked in corporation hospital, government hospital, where there 50 deliveries are done in corporation hospital near. I worked there as a counselor for pregnant ladies, how they are going through psychology stress. So I know little, but each time you tell is like is gaining knowledge for me. So you've done great job. All the best. Hope to see you in more sessions in our webinar. God bless you. Take care. All the best for your life also.
Thank you so much, Mary ma'am and Dr. Ravindra. It's always a pleasure. I really feel, honored to be here and share all my work with you all. And you all are doing an amazing job, encouraging all the participants to and sharing knowledge. It's a platform of sharing knowledge. So I'm pretty sure that hundreds and hundreds of people are getting benefited. And thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pal, for the wonderful session, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and we look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. So, dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. Is raised in the form of polls. Then we will move on to our next session. Feedback form. for session 1 has been raised in the form of polls. Dear participants, quickly fill the feedback form raised in the form of polls. If you are unable to see, you can share your feedback in chat box by selecting the host. Next speaker is Pallavi Patwari. Be ready with your presentation. While you are filling up the feedback form, we'll watch the video on breastfeeding and various awareness campaigns run by the network, a prominent network in India. Continue to fill the feedback form quickly.
uninfluenced by marketing forces and commercial gain.
Be aware of the dangers of formula feeding before choosing to give formula for your babies, as well as be aware of the advantages of breastfeeding.
Voices of change.
BPNI not just kept the issue of breastfeeding alive, but it also made dents in a paralytic government.
Voices like the Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India.
It's a credible voice in the field of breastfeeding and IYCF in our country.
BPNI has a very strict ethical policy of not receiving money from any commercial side. Where there is a conflict of interest, we don't take money. We are very selective in actually taking money. So government organizations we normally trust, and that's where our source of funding lies.
BPNI, the Light of Hope, was born in 1991 as an organized front for advocacy on breastfeeding.
It's both exciting and challenging. The journey has been so far in terms of developing the organization, developing the issue itself, reaching to a level that people understand.
With a vision to establish optimal infant and young child feeding in all societal communities, BPNI has dedicated itself to empower parents and women to exclusively breastfeed their children for the first 6 months of age and continue breastfeeding for 2 years and beyond, along with adequate and appropriate complementary feeding starting at 6 months.
There are basically three paradigms in which BPNI works. One is protection of breastfeeding, then promotion of breastfeeding, and then support of breastfeeding. In protection, we are a gazetted NGO for seeing the implementation of the IMS Act. We have to look into the violations of this Act and report it to the court of law.
Today, BPNI stands as a force that works through advocacy, social mobilization, information sharing, education, research, training, and monitoring the company compliance with the IMS Act.
We got a law that bans the promotion of baby foods commercially. That is probably something which we will leave behind actually for generations to come.
We do not see breastfeeding in isolation and rather work on various cross-cutting issues like gender, human rights, and climate change as well.
The Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India, that started with 4 members in 1991, now has more than 3,600 members in almost all the states of India.
It's quite rare in India to have doctors organize themselves to speak on public health issues or to be involved in social action. And I think BPNI is one of those unique fora where most of their participants are in fact either doctors, nurses, health professionals in some manner. So to be able to mobilize that particular group of people and to be able to engage with them, to expand their thinking beyond clinical medicine, I think that is one very important contribution that BPNI has made.
Health and nutrition is also an area where BPNI has made its presence felt.
I think that there has been a really significant contribution which has been made by BPNI in shaping the national agenda for nutrition in the country, including through support to designing the agenda for the PM's Council on India's Nutrition Challenges and universalization of maternity benefits for the draft National Food Security Bill.
Indian government is part of the global strategy to develop, implement, monitor and evaluate breastfeeding policies. As specified in its goals, BPNI is instrumental in the monitoring, promotion and execution of these policies. BPNI continues to help push forward the government's agenda for women and child protection.
Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India has really emerged as an international organization now. It's so popular that we have started working in all areas with BPNI, like a lot of symposium, training programs we have started. The last and most important work which we have done with BPNI is the World Breastfeeding Trend Initiative research.
Year after year, BPNI has led the initiative in the country to launch action during the World Breastfeeding Week and followed it up.
We do all kind of activities during the World Breastfeeding Week, social mobilization activities in which the message of optimal infant young child feeding is spread to the community.
BPNI is now called to support governments in planning their action plans to support breastfeeding mothers.
BPNI has very strategically focused on the fact that one of the most important ways of tackling malnutrition is the most simple way that nature has decreed. The problem is so intractable, the problem of malnutrition, that it takes that kind of persistence and that kind of consistent effort to be able to bring it as a major policy decision which will impact by the instrument of the 12th plan, which will impact millions of children in this country.
BPNI offers solutions through its excellent training programs on capacity building in IYCF based on the guidelines provided by WHO and UNICEF.
There is something unique in this training. We use the principles, so it's like 20% by traditional teaching, the way we teach, another 40% we do teach by doing role plays, then clinical practice, and then it's ultimately let the participants who are being trained, let them do also a hands-on experience. That's how we inculcate all the principles basically in the training.
Its trainers and counselors work to effectively increase the breastfeeding rate. Through training of health workers and community volunteers, through its wide information network, research and publications, campaigns and schemes, BPNI has made waves in a very encouraging way.
Being very closely associated with BPNI, very closely working with them both in developing the training modules and also doing some research, because they're assisting us, providing some money for doing research.
In the international arena, BPNI serves the Regional Coordinating Office of International Baby Food Action Network IBFAN for Asia, which is a network of groups working to promote optimal infant and young child nutrition in over 25 countries. BPNI is also the regional focal point South Asia for World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action WABA. The way forward is full of hope.
BPNI has been on the right track and it should just continue.
The future is bright.
We are near the goal, very near the goal. Continue your efforts and I'm sure we will achieve the goal which is set not by Government of India but internationally.
The road is quite long, but they are on the right path.
The marketing forces are strong, but voices of reason and care will succeed as they have all these years.
We, being a watchdog organization, keep a check on these baby food industries as per the IMS Act and would continue doing so.
It's like an organization which doesn't believe in building empires. It's building a movement. If people want it, it will continue.
BPNI is on its way to bringing good health to your children.
Thank you for watching this video. This video gives us a wide network across the nation supported by outreach, awareness, training programs. So if anyone would like to get yourself trained, you can reach any one of these regional centers or in states, so that you can create more awareness. We can create human resource and capacity building through training awareness programs. And you can also contact our resource person, Dr. Payal Biswas. She will also be able to assist, and she is also doing a lot of training programs. So where she can help you to conduct or organize more such programs in her vicinity. And even she organizes training programs also So you can contact, I mean, as per your jurisdiction in the area, you can get yourself trained, and it is very pertinent to the context of today's world that the breastfeeding is increasing, rate is increasing, especially with the pandemic. The rate has gone down, and also we need to increase the rate, because you know the mortality rate is also increasing. So we need to protect our future generation. The babies, you know, a lot of babies are dying because of lack of nutrition and due to a lot of infections. So we need to take care of babies and ensure it. As an family member, we have to ensure that our family and our neighborhood, our relatives are ensuring, we are ensuring that we need to create awareness, and we need to take charge of, for this campaign or awareness, so that no child is left without breastfeeding. So with this thought, we will move on forward. We have our next presenter. Pallavi Patwari.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we have made you co-host. You can start your presentation. While you pull up your presentation, let me introduce you. So Ms. Pallavi Patwari, she is a research scholar from PP Savani University. She has done her master's in clinical psychology from Mumbai University. She is also a career coach and family therapist. And she will be presenting on the relationship between attachment style and emotional eating. Over to you, Ms. Pallavi.
Good morning to each and everyone present here. Is my slides visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. And sir, I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So good morning to each one of you here. First of all, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be presenting here in front of such esteemed speakers. So before wasting time, I'll just like to begin ahead. So there was a research conducted by me, which was about a study to find out the relationship between attachment style, neuroticism, and emotional eating among young adults. So now we might have heard the term attachment style and neuroticism very often. However, emotional eating is a very new concept, which I did not find a lot of data about. Hence, I decided to go on with this topic. So in this study, I was trying to find out the relationship between the three. So as we know that attachment style is the relationship between a child and the primary caregiver that they have during the initial periods of their life, and how they internalize that, and that becomes how they see other things in their life. Okay, and neuroticism, very rightly, is about the negative affect that one has. That could be in terms of anxiety, in terms of stress, in terms of negative stability or anything. Now coming to emotional eating. Emotional eating is basically something which is a little difficult to point out to, because it is when one overeats or undereats when they're under emotional pressure. Okay, so sometimes people find comfort in food, and hence, you know, when they're stressed, they overeat tubs of ice creams or something. And sometimes when they're very stressed, they cannot put anything into their stomach and they throw it all out. So hence I thought of finding this relationship, and so the hypothesis of my study was that there'll be a significant positive relationship between attachment style and neuroticism. There'll be a significant positive relationship between attachment style and eating, emotional eating, and there will be a significant positive relationship between neuroticism and eating. For the same purpose, I took participants from the age group of 18 to 24 years, where the mean age of them was 21 years. Now, these participants were from India, specifically residing from Mumbai and Gujarat. All right. And the participants comprise of 25 males and 75 females, which makes a total sample of 100 individuals. a quantitative correlation study was employed. Now, the sampling technique that was used for this was a random convenience sampling was used, because most of the participants were postgraduate college students. However, which turned out later to be snowball sampling technique. Now, there were 3 instrumentations that were used for noting down the response of the participants. The first was adult attachment scale, which was given by Collins and Red in 1990. To measure the neuroticism, we used Big 5 inventory, which was given by Ramstead and John in 2007. We used the BFI-10, which is the shortened version. And to measure the emotional eating, we found out a scale called Eating Attitude Scale. This is also a concise scale, which original version has 40 items, but this has 26 items, and the reliability and validity are equally good for this scale. Okay, so moving ahead, we took care of certain inclusion and exclusion criteria in order to make sure that our study or our research does not have any other extraneous variables. So the age group was strictly maintained. It was checked that the participants had familiarity with the English language, since all the questionnaires were self-reporting scales which they had to fill on their own. And they were all full-time graduates and postgraduates from arts, science, and commerce field. And they were all residing in Mumbai and Surat. However, migrants were also included. And in exclusion criteria, we made sure that the participants who had any diagnosed physical, mental health disorder or any eating disorder were not considered for the study. So originally the sample was that we generated was 120, but because of these factors, we had to remove 20, and hence we came down to 100 sample. And also people who were not familiar with English language or with how to use Google form had to be excluded. Now, after conducting this study or the research, the results that was found was that the relationship between attachment style and neuroticism did not come out to be significant. The relationship between attachment style and emotional eating was also not significant. However, the relationship between neuroticism and emotional eating was significant with an R value of 0.213, which was at a 0.05 level, which showed that there was significant positive relationship. Now, if we try to understand what does this result means, it means that because when our neuroticism increases, that is our negative feeling or our stress levels or our anxiety levels increases, so does our emotional eating increases and vice versa. So neuroticism also is linked to night eating behaviors, unhealthy eating behaviors, slow eating behaviors, emotional under eating behaviors, emotional overeating, and many other different eating behaviors that have already been studied through different researches done in the past. Hence, we saw that high level of neuroticism was associated with eating pathology according to existing researches. Now, there were certain limitations of the study. First was because the sample size of 100 was very small and the population was only from Mumbai and Surat. Hence, there was issue in generalizing the results of the study to a broader population. Also, the study was conducted in a sample of graduate and non-graduate and postgraduate students. Hence, it was very difficult in order to generalize it to adult population or to go into clinical samples where people had diagnosed conditions. There was another problem that could have come because we used Google Forms in order to get the responses. There could have been cases where, because they were all self-report scales, so there could have been chances of high social desirability, because when people fill in the form on their own, when there's no supervision, there is chance where they could be exaggerating the symptoms or undermining the symptoms. And there was another limitation that could have been there was the extraneous variables like socioeconomic status or ethnic diversity were not taken into consideration, which could be affecting their eating behaviors or their neuroticism or their attachment style. So thank you. This was it from me. I request you all to ask me any questions, if any.
Yeah, very insightful presentation.
Thank
So,
you, sir.
was it part of your thesis work, PhD thesis work, or this was an independent study?
No, sir, this is an independent study. My PhD thesis work is an entirely different topic.
Okay, nice. Did wonderful job. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Anyone else, any questions?
Yeah, participants, if you have any queries, feel free to ask, or you can raise your hand.
This is Dr. Madhusudan.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Can you show your research design?
Yes, sir. So, sir, research design, you're asking in.
Yeah. What is your population?
The population with college students, like graduate and postgraduate students.
Okay. Your sample is 100.
Yes, sample size is 100.
So, graduate and graduate students from Mumbai and Gujarat.
Mumbai and Surat specifically.
Surat. But you have to narrow down the population. For example, graduates are like arts college graduates are there, engineering college graduates are there. So your population should be narrowed down. For example, you cannot generalize the result. Now, where you will generalize? To engineering college you will generalize, or to arts college you will generalize. So you have to define your population. Understood? Right. Then from that you have to get the sample size. If you want to go for sample size calculation, there are calculators like Rahusoft calculators are there. So adequate sample size is 300 to 400. So 100 is very less sample. With that you cannot draw a conclusion. That was one mistake. Then another one thing is, like you are saying random sampling you have taken, then you went for snowball. So random sampling is probability sampling. From that you cannot switch on to non-probability. So either you take random sample or go for non-probability. Non-probability is not what we don't suggest that non-probability. You stick to probability sampling in future. So these two things which I found out. So positively you take and correct it in future. Okay.
Yes, sir, definitely. The limitations part I mentioned that the sample was very small, but yes, this probability sampling I'll definitely take care of.
Then that population also you take care, because when we say about the results, so the results should be generalized to some population.
Yes, sir.
So that population cannot be infinite.
Definitely, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Madhu. And anyone else have any queries? You can share your thoughts. That's why I was asking Pallavi whether it was part of PhD thesis or it was an independent, because we have to be very careful, especially when we are selecting.
How can I identify emotional eating? Madam,
yes,
how can I identify the normal eating and emotional eating?
So, ma'am, like I mentioned, it is very difficult to diagnose emotional eating, but there are scales in which there's a section. So the EAT scale that I mentioned, there's a section in which it asks you how much do you eat, when exactly do you overeat. So then there are also BMI calculations involved in this. There's also weight calculations involved. So there are a lot of things which brings into a possible prognosis of emotional eating. There's no fixed diagnosis of emotional eating as such.
Is it that BMI variations affect that eating behavior of a person?
Sir, there have been relationships that have been seen that BMI does affect. For example, if we see a lot of obese people, okay, and when we try to go into the psychoanalysis, so we try to find that the attachment styles or the neuroticism are leading to when they lose control over how much they eat or what kind of things they eat. Because usually when emotional eating we talk about, people don't eat healthy things when they are under stress. They tend to eat junk or calorie intake more. So yes, they've been seen that BMI is involved.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, you've done very good presentation. What I found now, when we are sad, we eat less. And some people tell me that I have done abnormal psychology in my undergraduation. They tell when they get angry, sometimes they eat very well. So these two things I've generally heard people when I was taking the study in psychology. But you have done justice to the topic. Hope the study goes further. This one. All the best, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
God bless you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Any other participants? If you have any queries, feel free to share. Okay, if there are no further queries, then we can move on. Congratulations, Pallavi. I know you are under a very efficient professor, so you will shine bright like a star. And
Thank you so much, sir.
We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. So kindly fill up the feedback form for this session. Feedback form has been launched in the form of Zoom polls. So quickly fill up the feedback form. We will have 2-3 minutes for that. Then we will move on to next session. In the meanwhile, while you are filling up the feedback form, let's watch another short video.
Infant Milk Substitutes or IMS. The IMS Act. Let us first understand what are infant milk substitutes. Infant milk substitutes are also called IMS. IMS are baby foods presented as a partial or total replacement for breast milk. They include all commercial baby foods for infants up to 2 years old. In this tutorial, we will refer to IMS as commercial baby foods or baby foods. Why do people use commercial baby foods? There are 5 major reasons for the popular use of commercial baby foods. The first reason is the myth that compares commercial baby foods to breast milk. It is believed that they are as good as breast milk. They can substitute breastfeeding completely. Some uninformed people may believe them to be better than breast milk. This myth is popular because their harms are not known or seen easily. People are not guided about their harmful effects properly. Also, the marketing techniques portray them to be equivalent to breast milk. Even many doctors or healthcare workers are not aware of their harmful effects. They do not know the losses caused by not breastfeeding. Hence, commercial baby foods are not considered dangerous by most people. There is a general social acceptance of commercial baby foods. This applies to feeding bottles and artificial nipples as well. No commercial baby food can be equivalent to breastfeeding. They may imitate the common constituents of breast milk. Common constituents include proteins, calories, or fats. However, they cannot have the numerous constituents of breast milk. Also, breast milk varies for each mother and her baby. Commercial baby foods do not have this quality. They are the same for all mothers and babies. They also do not have the psycho-emotional benefits of breastfeeding. They are very well known to cause undernutrition or obesity. They also cause infectious and non-infectious diseases. These diseases include cardiovascular problems and allergies. Their worst effect is that they make breastfeeding seem unimportant for babies. They stop people from seeing that breastfeeding is free and the best. The second reason for using baby foods is that they seem like an easy shortcut. Breastfeeding is a skill. It takes time and effort to learn or assist the proper breastfeeding technique. There could be problems while learning how to breastfeed. Mother needs the family's support to breastfeed at home. She also needs society's support to breastfeed outside home or at work. Therefore, commercial baby foods are considered as convenient alternatives. Let's discuss the third reason for the use of commercial baby foods now. Not well-informed healthcare workers use baby foods as an easy solution. They may not know how to help mothers to breastfeed properly. So, in a problematic situation, they recommend commercial baby foods by default. The fourth reason for using baby foods is their heavy promotion by manufacturers. Scientific words and rewards are used to convince people to buy baby foods. They are used to convince healthcare workers to prescribe baby foods easily. The fifth reason for using baby foods is the emotional weakness of new mothers. Their worries increase during their own problems. They also increase during disasters such as floods or the COVID-19 crisis. They lose confidence and feel that breast milk won't be enough for their baby. They start believing the wrong advice on the usefulness of baby foods. Then they start using commercial baby foods. Now, let's discuss the history of commercial baby foods promotion briefly. Since its invention, the promotion has made breastfeeding look unimportant. Their companies directly target pregnant or lactating women and health workers. They try to promote baby foods through nutrition or breastfeeding workshops. They do free product distribution during emergencies like floods or earthquakes. They also try to promote baby foods at grocery stores and medical stores. Commercial baby foods are prominently displayed in the stores. They use incentives to lure people to buy and use commercial baby foods. Health activists realized how harmful these strategies are for babies. Infancy is a vulnerable period of life. Inappropriate feeding practices like improper use of baby foods are very risky. So, the regulation of commercial baby foods promotion requires special laws. Therefore, the International Code of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes was created. It was adopted by the World Health Assembly in 1981. This urged all countries to make laws regulating the marketing of baby foods. India passed the Infant Milk Substitutes, Feeding Bottles and Infant Foods Regulation of Production, Supply and Distribution Act 1992 and Amendment Act 2003. It is also called the IMS Act. There are many laws passed by all the countries enacting the code. Among all the laws, the IMS Act is one of the most stringent laws. The provisions of the IMS Act are very clearly put up by BPNI. BPNI is the Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India. Now, let's discuss the 10 violations of the IMS Act. The IMS Act is considered violated if a food is promoted by any means, specifically for children up to 2 years of age. The name of the food doesn't matter. If the products under the scope of the IMS Act are advertised. This includes infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, and infant food. Any ad in any form or any medium violates the IMS Act. It includes TV, newspapers, magazines, journals, radio, SMS advertisements. It also includes social media, billboards, banners, and other advertisements. If the product or its samples are distributed to any person directly. This includes pregnant women or lactating women. If any kind of incentive is offered to use or sell the product. Incentives could be discounts or free gifts, etc. If educational material related to the promotion of IMS is distributed. If the labels of these products carry specific pictures for increasing sales. These pictures could be of mothers, babies, cartoons, graphics, etc. If a hospital, nursing home, chemist shop promotes IMS in any way. This includes displaying placards or posters of IMS companies. If money or gifts are offered to health workers or their family to promote IMS. If an IMS company or its distributor provides direct or indirect contributions. It includes funding for seminars, meetings, conferences, or educational courses. It also includes sponsorships, research grants, or fellowships. Sponsorship of health workers or their associations is also not allowed. If the volume of sales of IMS is the basis for fixing the sales commission. By doing so, the IMS company or its product distributor violates the IMS Act. Please report these violations immediately. To do so, you can use the BPNI Stanpan Suraksha mobile application. This application is very user-friendly. It involves only 2 simple steps to report a violation. When you detect any violation, open the application. Click the tab in the menu Report Promotion of Baby Foods or Feeding Bottles. The reporting page will open. Provide necessary information in the designated columns. Attach any photograph or document if you have. Submit it. Remember, IMS companies may state the benefits of breastfeeding in their ads. However, any such ad still makes a mother doubt her plan to breastfeed. Their ads are designed to sell baby foods to as many mothers as possible. The sooner a mother stops breastfeeding, the more formula is purchased. This is why IMS companies try to make breastfeeding seem unimportant. Breastfeeding is essential for a baby at least until 2 years of age. The correct breastfeeding technique is important for breastfeeding adequately. It is discussed in other tutorials in the same series. This brings us to the end of this tutorial. Thank you for joining.
So we should not get away with the advertisements or the promotions created by these infant food companies, or organizations. Any mother, we have to be very careful that no mother wish her child to be no mother wants her child to be deficient in any of the domains. So every mother should ensure that her child is breastfed until 2 years, so that she can provide the best abilities, potentials to the child, which can protect the child for the entire life. So if a mother is stopping herself to stop the child, to breastfeed the child, then the mother is taking a decision to, and in fact, she is taking the risk of potentialities of the child to achieve its highest potential. So with this clear message, every mother should understand, every family should understand that we should continue to promote breastfeeding, and mothers should at any cost should continue breastfeeding, because for the entire life of the child or the infant, breastfeeding is the best God-given gift that can be given. A mother at this stage or at this age of infancy below 2 years, the best thing a mother can contribute to the child for the entire lifetime is the breast milk, and it's available free, abundantly, and which is most appropriate to the infant. So let's all create awareness and campaigns on this breastfeeding. The industry always wants to make profits. So let's not fall into that. And it is our health. Already we lost a lot of health. Now cancer, our nation, or for that matter, for that fact, world is becoming capital of cancer, capital of diabetes, capital of blood pressure, whatnot. If we still continue to just go away with these promotions and all things, so we will end up with having all kinds of diseases and disorders. So it's, at least protect our children. Buying formula milk is also very costly. People do not get proper food, balanced food, at least for 1-2 times also. And how one can afford. So in various aspects also, I will be discussing about this breastfeeding and also sustainable development in the coming hours today. And we have also Virendra Kumar Thakurji. He will be discussing in detail about this acts, legal rules and regulations in the coming sessions. So hope everyone has filled the feedback form, and we will move on to our next session, next speaker. We have Dr. Madhusudan KS. He is an assistant professor, Department of Management, Bharat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. He would be presenting on emotional intelligence. Yeah, Dr. Madhusudan, you can unmute yourself. You can start video and your presentation.
My PPTs are visible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. So today I'm going to take emotional intelligence. So means before going to before we learn what is emotional intelligence, first we see what is emotions. Means any kind of feeling, like we have some kind of feelings, how we have to manage that intelligently. So what is the purpose of doing that? So that we can face the situations which arises or demand which arises in our surroundings effectively, so that we can lead without any stress or tension. So how does we can do this is by the following steps. First, we have to understand about our feelings, what all feelings we have. Then we have to analyze feelings of others. So how we can do that? By 3 steps. So first we have to see and we have to create a self-awareness about ourselves. Then we have to go for self-management. Then third step is where we go and see empathy. That means we have empathy towards other. First 2 is means working on ourselves, and third is working on other people. So we will see one by one how this will be effective. When we learn these 3 concepts, we will be able to know how we can have emotional intelligence in our day-to-day life. So for example, this is the concept, general concept of emotional intelligence. So what I have told, the same thing, like we have to manage ourselves and our emotions, and we have to manage, means we have to see others' emotions, and we have to be empathic towards them, and we have to sustain in the surroundings in effective way. So what the scholars who are saying that nearly 80 to 90% of the competencies of the leader who are successful have good emotional intelligence. So what are the advantage of having emotional intelligence? You can become a leader, and you can have good communication. And if you have a good communication, you can collaborate. If you can collaborate properly, you can achieve your targets effectively at effective time, and you will have less conflicts, and even you have less what we can say, that time management. You can have proper time management. So what are the characteristics? If we see the people who have emotional intelligence, they are change agents. For example, they will be changing with time. Now we don't have for example, emotional intelligence can create an organization also. Like for example, BPL and HMT today they are not existing because their employees were not able to change. They were not change agents. So that also affects, means what kind of emotional intelligence our employees are also carrying. So for example, then what they have self-awareness. So first we have to means we should have our awareness, then we have to manage ourselves. So that is also one part. First we have to create our awareness, so that we will see how we'll create. So that is also one of the characteristics of the people who are having emotional intelligence. Then they are empathetic, means they have empathy towards others. So that also we'll see how we can have empathy towards others. And they have a balanced thing, means they will not favor one person or one concept or on something. They will be neutral. And they will be means generous or gracious, means they will be humble. They will not exaggerate any situation, or they will not be offended by some comments which is not relevant to them. So like this all the characteristics. So now we will see how we can able to create, means this all the skills which we can create. For example, IQ all we cannot create, we have to learn. So this all we can, means by training and development, we can create this kind of intelligence. So how we can do is, first we have to go for self-awareness. For example, self-awareness, I hope many of learned professors who are there, they will be knowing about the SWOT analysis. Means we used to do the SWOT analysis for an organization so that we can have a competitive advantage. Even for an individual, means when we say individual, he is also competing every day, means with his colleague. Maybe the competition should be healthy. So for the healthy competition also, what kind of, where we stand, we should know, means self-awareness should be there. For that, we have to create a means SWOT analysis. So for example, this is Peter's personal analysis. So according to him, he is a creative person. He does good multitasking. He can resist the pressure. For example, if somebody says him to work for 9 hours also, he can work. 10 hours also he can work. He has a good communication skills. So this all the strength and weakness are what we have. This all the external things, opportunities and threats. So what are the weakness Peter has? For example, he is not able to make decisions. He avoids making decisions. Even presentation, he is not confident. He is having nervousness when he does presentation. So this all the weakness which he has. And he has, he is not able to manage the time properly. So that all his personal things. Now, based upon this, what all the opportunities we can align. For example, now the opportunities what he is seeing is the current project, the team is not doing good. So he has the skill that he can do. And for example, his colleague is going for maternity leave. So that is also his opportunity. So this all the kind of opportunity like that he can, one can see, what all the external opportunity we are getting. And at the same time, there may be threats. Like he is saying that his strength is he can work for longer hours, or he can resist the pressure, means he is not opposing for working longer hours. So what happens when he is working for longer hours? He will have, his work will be overloaded. And even the current situation which we have, for example, pandemic. So that is also a threat, working physically if he wants to go. And even his colleagues who are there, his weaknesses, he is not able to present properly. So what is his threat? Other people's like John, who is working with him, he is able to present in an effective way. So either he can leverage his strengths, or he can work on his weakness and he can convert his threats into weakness. So first we have to know what is our, where we stand. We have to create a self-awareness, so that like this we have to make our assessment. So this is the first step which we go for when we go for emotional intelligence. So I hope everyone clear with this. So next is, when we are done with self-awareness, self-awareness is okay. For example, we have this all, and we have worked, Peter or XYZ has worked on his weakness. Like he is having good presentation skills now, he can present, and it is an opportunity. Others are also having good presentation. he has improved better than them. So he is seeking another opportunity. But what happens? The self-awareness is not only sufficient. We have to go for self-management. So self-management, why it is important? Because self-awareness is just we are knowing what we can do. Whether we are doing properly, on time, correctly, that is self-management. So there is a difference between efficiency and effectiveness. For example, efficiency is self-awareness, what I can do. Effectiveness is, for example, 10 matchbox a person, 2 persons are producing. How many matchbox without any defect a person is producing? That is effectiveness. So when we go for self-management, we will be effective. So what are the things we have to do? First, we have to see, means we have to clarify. There are 10 tasks. Means he told no, he will take pressure and he will do many jobs. He is even good at multitasking. So in the multitasking also, what is very important? For example, tomorrow I have to give some reports to MD. So that report I have to first do. I am capable of doing 100 reports. But which 10 reports I have to do tomorrow or today? That I have to go for a clarification of my work. Then I have to manage, means what is important, I have to clarify. Then I have to manage my time priorities. For example, tomorrow I have to deliver 10 reports. In that, which I have to deliver at 10 o'clock, which I have to deliver at 11 o'clock, that I have to prioritize. Then I have to minimize the disruption. For example, any disturbance is there, like I don't have any infrastructure of online working or something. So that I have to overcome. Means I cannot say that, means I don't have internet facility or infrastructure for working online, so I will not do the work. So what is the use of then having self-awareness? So we have to manage self-management should be there. Then our activity we have to maintain. For example, today I am doing, tomorrow also I am doing. So it should be a continuous process. Like if somebody knows about total quality management, we used to say continuous improvement. So self-management is also maintaining our activity continuously. And we should have self-control. For example, somebody is saying, we have done a fantastic job. Our boss is saying some mistakes. We have to accept those mistakes. Then we have to see whether the mistakes are genuine or not. So we should not blast at him. We have done everything. We know, means I have done like A-class work. It will not have any mistakes. Human beings are born to make mistakes. But from that mistake, we should learn and we have to improve. So that this is the way how we can manage ourselves. We can manage. So first step is self-awareness. We have created a self-awareness. Then we have managed ourselves. With this, it is not sufficient. Then we have to go for empathy towards others, because we are living in a society. For example, now how will you go for self-control? When you go for empathy, this self-control you no need to execute, because they will understand your position and they will not abuse or means they will bully you. So what is empathy now? For example, sympathy and empathy is similar, but there is a gap which we have to understand. Then only we can properly follow empathy towards others. So sympathy is like, for example, a beggar is there and we are feeling okay, so poor person, and we are giving some money to him. But what is empathy is that we are getting down into his place, or we are thinking, we are putting ourselves into his shoes and doing something that his life will be better. For example, we are creating an employment, or we are giving him some skill training, so that it is not that one day we are helping him and we are going out. We are making his life worth living. So that is empathy. So we, as an emotional intelligent person, we should be having self-awareness. Then we have to manage ourselves. Then we should be empathic towards others. It is not only with beggar or someone who is not having some resources. Even with our colleagues, he is a fresher. He may not be knowing the practical aspects of work. So we have to be empathic and we have to teach him. Even for our teachers also, we should be empathic towards. We should have empathy towards our students. For example, we are saying him to do some homework or some assignments. He is not doing. There may be 100 reasons. Maybe there may be some genuine issues. If he is sleeping and coming, we can scold him. But for example, if he has some genuine issue or genuine disease, or his relatives had some issues, or his father or mother had some issues, due to that he is not doing, or whether he is playing, that we have to differentiate. Then only we can create a better society, and the people around us also admire us and they value our inputs, and we will be able to create a brand. Self-branding is also one of the concepts by which by emotional intelligence we can create. So what is the importance of, why we have to go for EI or emotional intelligence? So we can, as I told, no, we can reduce the conflict, or we can take control of the conflict. If the conflict is going on, we can know, if we have self-awareness, self-management, and we are empathetic towards other person, we will not be biased based upon caste or religion or our personal favors. So we can take control of the conflict, and we can resolve the conflicts effectively, and we can create a positive work environment. It will not be like we are favoring to one person or another person. Positive work environment will be there where everyone can contribute as a team. And we can develop a common vision. When we have this kind of thing, we can commonly work towards organization's goal, and we can align the individual subordinates' goals also towards organizational goals. And it helps to perform change management. Like I told, like HMT and BPL were not able to change. That we can induce. And even it helps us to take control of stress. Now, we have self-awareness, and we have self-management, and we are empathetic towards other. So by doing this, stress will not come, even if comes from people who don't know us, or who are not aware about us. We can control our stress, and because we are aware about ourselves, we know what we can do. If somebody is saying you are not fit for that, we know ourselves. So at that time we will not be stressed. Okay, let him tell this. When our opportunity will come, we will show him that we are worth. So we can reduce the stress, and it helps to reduce the bullying also. Somebody is saying based upon criticizing you. When you know yourself, you will not do. For example, that Peter was not doing good presentations, so he will not be able to come for such seminars and cannot give speeches. But what he can do, he can publish papers in Scopus or Web of Science. So one stage one person is doing, there will be other place where other person can show his talent. So it is not that one place one person is not able to do, he is waste or something. So like that we can avoid, that Peter can show his publications. If for example he is a colleague to me, if I am saying that I have presented 2-3 papers in webinars or something, he can publish and show that, because he is talented there. Then we can improve personal social effectiveness. Like in the society also, when we are emotionally stable and we have emotional intelligence, so we like I told, efficiency. Emotionally we are efficient. When we are efficient, we can improve, we can be effective. For example, some people are doing some mistakes, our subordinate is doing. So we constructively, we can say them, these are your mistakes, and you can correct that. It is not like if we don't have emotional intelligence, or we are not empathic towards him, we will just scold him. By scolding him, we will not be achieving anything. First time we can scold, but if he is not doing that when we are saying it, first time we can leave and we can be empathic. 2-3 times he is repeating, then we can scold him. So at the first time only, if we are doing that, then the social effectiveness will not come. Everybody will not, they will, when we are scolding, they will listen. At the back, they will say, this person is like that only, he will say, we'll scold and go, then whatever we are doing, that we will do. Chalta hai like that. So that will not be there when we are empathetic, when we want to change something. And it reduces the personal distractions. Like for example, based upon religion or based upon caste, some fights are going on. That also we can reduce. Or personal bias, something he is from this state or we are from this state. Like that, all we can reduce when we are emotionally intelligent. And this all the importance professionally. What all the importance of emotional intelligence? Like I told, when we are self-aware, we are managing self, and we are empathetic. So what happens? We will have better communication skills. Communication is one of the basic skills in the organization which everyone should have for working in a team and to have a good team dynamics. This one skill will lead to all other skills. For example, with communication, we can go for collaboration. We can go when we are going for collaboration, we can go for teamwork. When we are going for teamwork, it is easy for everyone to adapt to the changing condition. And we can have inculcate means when we go for emotional intelligence, we can build the leadership. And who is a leader, he is also can execute his leadership quality when he is emotionally intelligent. And we can motivate others, like our subordinates, when he means being empathic, being knowing ourselves and managing ourselves. First, we have to be role model. For example, now we are saying him to come at 9 o'clock. We should come at 9 o'clock. So like that, we can motivate. Means when we are emotionally intelligent, we will be self-aware and we will manage self. So what happens? He automatically will be motivated and build strong relationship. What will, for example, we have good communication. We have a good team which is adaptable to everything, and we are having a good leadership, and we are also building a good leadership, future leader, and we are motivating them. What will happen? This all will bring a good relationship. We will have a good relation. And when we are having a good relation, there is no chance of conflict. Even the conflict comes, we can strongly control those conflicts. Means it will not be, the conflict may not be lead to any resignation or demotion. That will not happen. Or withheld of your promotion or something salary. So that will not happen. And common vision among team members. So even, for example, like within 1 year, we have to achieve 1 lakh of sale or 2 lakh of sale. So that common vision will be there. Otherwise, people will only come and they will work for their salary. So in the organization, when we are managing a team, the team should not work for salary. Team should work for the job satisfaction. So that will come when we go for an emotional, we have emotional intelligence and we execute that kind of culture in the environment. And this helps in in that personal management also we've seen, I think, change management. So change management is very important. For example, in one of the movies also, one movie they used to say, change is only the thing which cannot be changed. So we have to change everything. For example, Nokia was sometimes market leader. They were not able to change. They were not able to innovate. So they are out of the market. Like BPL was out of the market. HMT is out of the market. So those who are out of the market, they are all those organizations or individuals who are not able to change in themselves. Even, for example, we are also a product in the market. We have to sell every time. For example, if we want to marry, we have to sell ourselves. If we want to get a job, we have to sell ourselves. If we want to get promotion, we have to sell. So sale is not something that means very bad thing. Sale is like means what we want, how we can get that ethically. So that is what self-branding or that thing happens. So when we go for emotional intelligence, that all we can achieve. So I mean, the main thing is we have to be adaptable to changing environment so that we can sustain and we can grow in that environment. So this is the one of the activity which I have planned. I hope all of the participants will be having pen and paper. So just I will give 10 minutes. So this all the questions. The 1 mark will be the highest and 5 mark will be the lowest. This is for self-control. What kind of self-control you are having within you. So just we are assessing that. So 10 questions are there. First slide is having 6 questions. Remaining 4 questions are there in the next slide. So you can see the first 6 questions. Based upon your perception, your self-control, you can rate yourself from 1 to 5 on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is the highest. Okay. Participants can take 10 minutes of their time, and that means they can rate them for first 6 questions. Then I will change other slide where 4 other questions are posted. Then we will see the results. Are everyone understanding till this? Hope everyone is there with the presentation. participants are able to, means everyone is able to get what?
Yeah.
So just I will be giving some 5 to 10 minutes. You can just see for 2-3 minutes this slide and you can rate yourself. If participants have rated this slide, let me know. I will change the next slide. I will go to the next slide. One is the highest and 5 is the lowest.
Hi, sir. I finished, sir.
Okay. Anybody who have not done?
I think we can move on.
Okay. So this is the next 4 questions. Done? If all of you done, we can see the scores. You just after ranking, you calculate the total scores of the individual participant, means your scores. And it should range from 10 to 50. Means at least 1 mark you have to give for each question. Can we see the scores, means calculation?
Sir, I finished. It's 22, sir.
Okay. Just wait a minute. Other participants have done? Madam has done. Others?
Participants can share your score.
Just one second. No, just yes, sir. If they have done,
we'll
it's
move
okay.
on quickly because we are also running out of time.
Okay, sir.
30 minutes only.
Okay, sir. 1 second. So, for example, this is I have told no to score. Means if you have score from 18 to 10, it is very low. 26 to 19, low. 34 to 27, moderate. 42 to 35, it is high. 43 to 50, it is very high. So who is having 50 above 40, 43? Anyone? No one has 43 to 50 score. Madam had 22, I think. No, so madam, it's means low. It's also low. Anyone who is having 34 to 27? No one has. 42 to 35? 18 to 10? Okay, so what is the scores of other participants? Can anybody tell?
I have 43.
Okay, so that is high. Okay, good. Then others? Other participants are there or not there? Okay, so this is the score. Based upon this score, you can see means whether there you are standing in your personal control. If you have 10 to 18, that is very low. 19 to 26 is also low. 27 to 34, it's moderate. Okay. 35 to 42, it's high. After 30, who is having more than 35? they have a good self-control. Those who are below 35, then these are the tips. Means these are the tips which you can follow for improvement. So just you can read those tips and you can follow. With this, we will end the session. Those who are having low scores less than 30, they can see these tips. After this, if it has been seen, then we will go to the question and solve the tips. Then we will go to the question and answer. If any questions are there, means we can answer. If any participants having any.
If you have any queries, observations, comments, feel free to share. You can unmute yourself, or you can share in chat box, or you can raise your hand. We can unmute. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, sir.
Hi, yes, madam.
You have done very good presentation. This activity I have done in many psychology tests when I did the undergraduation, sir.
Yes. So I just I wanted to have a practical approach of this emotional intelligence, because we study theory, then we are not knowing where we are standing or something. So like that, to give a practical approach, I bought this.
It's a very important topic in abnormal psychology, sir. This emotional intelligence.
Yes. Everyone should be having this, so that society can be, we can have a good society. Or
if we have good emotions in only we can do our work also properly, sir. If you are literally disturbed, your work also gets disturbed.
Yes.
Mentally not okay means then your work, how much effort you put also, it goes for waste.
We can do our work also, we can get other works also done good, means better.
More than other works, first for our work only, we have to keep our mind and heart happy. Then only we can do. Simple housework also, you need good mind. Otherwise, you will go. I will do haphazard work. Very good presentation, sir.
Yes.
All the best, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, how can improve the students' emotional values?
Ma'am, you have to go for SWOT, means you give an assignment to them to go for a SWOT analysis, for their individual SWOT analysis, by which we can know where their strength lies and what all their weakness. And based upon their weakness, you can give them some remedies, how they can improve their weakness. So that first they will have a self-awareness, by which we can improve their current what they have. Then they can go for a self-management. And after that, if you want to train them on empathy also, you can train them on empathy towards others.
Okay, thank you.
Feedback form for session has been raised. Quickly fill up the feedback form. So, thank you, Dr. Madhusudan, for your insightful presentation. Yeah, we also understand the importance of emotional intelligence as very well portrayed, and that's why we have an expert from USA. Every week we have Matt Perliston. He's almost teaching the social emotional intelligence and social emotional learning, from US and across the world. So we are in collaboration with them, and every week we have different aspects of emotional intelligence teaching.
Okay.
So you can also join them. Wonderful sessions. He's a very wonderful trainer.
Sir, I have one request. I have some urgent work, so I cannot continue after this. I can leave, no, sir? After this.
Yeah, you can leave as per your.
Okay. I will join if possible. I will join with that session. for timely I am leaving the session.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful session, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and look forward for more sessions in future.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. We'll have 2-3 minutes for the feedback form. Whoever is not able to see the feedback form or unable to fill the feedback form, you can leave your feedback in chat box. You can write session number and you can give your feedback, but make sure you are providing feedback. So in the meanwhile, while you are filling the feedback form, let's watch a short video and then move on to our next session. Next session would be by Dr. Abhishek. Abhishek, are you there? Yeah, there, raise your hand. Okay, then we'll move on to next speaker, Praveen Kumar. So after, in the meanwhile, all the participants quickly fill up the feedback form. Next speaker would be Praveen Kumar. After this video, we will move on to our next session.
Have you recently found out the good news? Are you going through different sources, trying to decide the best possible ways to raise your baby? Have you thought about how to feed your child? This is the time to decide, because now you get to decide with iDecide. With only a one-time registration fee of Rs 199, iDecide becomes your all-in-one partner through pregnancy, helping you access all the information that you can trust and understand everything about feeding your child. iDecide makes sure that you get all the information you need to decide what is the best feeding option for your newborn baby. And just not this, iDecide helps you communicate the decision to your doctor and hospital team in case you need expert consultation to decide. You can get it from lactation experts on iDecide so that they are able to support you. When it comes to the most important person in your life, you can proudly say, iDecide.
We'll move on to our next session. We have with us Mr. Praveen Kumar Singh, Senior Executive HR, Internal Auditor, Admin and Training. He is presently working with Metro and Metro, Agra. He has pursued MSW with IR, PM and Human Resource Management as specializations. So we welcome you, Mr. Praveen, for your session on importance and roles of social work. Over to you. You can unmute yourself. You can start your video and presentation. Mr. Praveen? Praveen, can you hear me? Then we will continue with the next session. Mr. Praveen?
Yeah.
So will you be able to continue?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have introduced you. You can start your session.
This is Praveen Kumar Singh. I am HR in Metro Metro. So, and I have completed my and
there is some background voices, Praveen.
Yeah. Now I am in office.
Okay, can you move on to some other place where or some other room, something like that?
What is the time? Now I am in office. My office is open now. So I'm dealing with personal problems. So you can postpone my decision.
At what time you will be joining?
You can change my decision next Sunday.
Okay, Praveen, when you are ready, you message me in the chat box. We will take it up. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then we will move on to the next speaker. Virendra Kumar ji.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Sir, can you take up the session now?
Yes, sir, sure. Why not? Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, because we have 2-3 speakers. They will be joining in some
Okay,
time,
okay, sir.
so we
Okay,
can
sure.
complete our session.
Sure,
So
sure.
I will make you co-host.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we have with us Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji, Assistant Professor. He is also an advocate, LLB, Assistant Professor in Computer Science Engineering, Govit Pallab Panta Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. He is also an RTA resource person and also diversified into various disciplines like management, computer science, cyber security, and a lot of disciplines. So we welcome you, sir, for your session on infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, and Infant Foods Act 1992. Over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my screen. My video is visible.
Yes, sir.
I hope my screen is also being shared. Can you see it, sir?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Thank you, sir. So today we shall see a very important legal provision that is related to infant milk foods, feeding bottles, and infant foods Regulation of Production, Supply, and Distribution Act 1992. It's a really very small act. Mainly, it regulates the advertisements or the promotion of infant milk foods, feeding bottles, and infant foods with an aim that if the regulation is done, then the natural, say, breastfeeding will be encouraged, and therefore the what we call as artificial milk foods, feeding bottles, and infant foods. So although they cannot be completely banned, they are many times necessary, but the advertisement needs to be regulated, and therefore this important act was passed in 1992, and subsequently it was also amended in 2003. So let us see the important provisions of this. It's an act to provide for the regulation of production, supply, and distribution. Now the three things are regulated here. Production, supply, and distribution of infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, and infant foods with a view to the protection and promotion of breastfeeding and ensuring the proper use of infant foods and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. So be it enacted by Parliament in the 43rd year of the Republic of India as follows. The Act has only 26 sections and these are very small sections. This Act may be called the Infant Food Milk Substitutes, Feeding Bottles, and Infant Foods Regulation of Production, Supply, and Distribution Act 1992. It extends to the whole of India. It shall come into force on such date as the central government may by notification in the official gazette appoint. So it came into force on 1st August 1993. Now let us see the definitions. First definition is that of an advertisement. It was changed in 2003. So advertisement includes any notice, circular, label, wrapper, or any other document or visible representation or announcement made by means of any light, sound, smoke, or gas, or by means of electronic transmission, or by audio or visual transmission. So it includes all types of media, including the electronic media. Container means a box, bottle, casket, tin, can, barrel, case, tube, receptacle, sack, wrapper, or other thing in which any infant milk substitute, feeding bottle, or infant food is placed or packed for sale or distribution. The third one is feeding bottle. It means any bottle or receptacle used for the purpose of feeding infant milk substitutes and includes and a teat and a valve attached to or capable of being attached to such bottle or receptacle. So that is the feeding bottle or the milk feeding bottle. That is defined separate from the container. The healthcare system is an institution or organization engaged either directly or indirectly in health care for mothers, infants, or pregnant women, and includes a health worker in private practice Now the definition has been amended to also include a pharmacy, drugstore, and any association of health workers. Earlier, this pharmacy and drugstores were not included in the definition, but now they also have been added to the definition of healthcare system. Then we have health worker. So health worker means a person engaged in healthcare for mothers, infants, or pregnant women. Then infant food means any food by whatever name called being marketed or otherwise represented as a complement to mother's milk to meet the growing nutritional needs of the infant after the age of 6 months and up to the age of 2 years. That means the infant food is from 6 months to 2 years is defined as infant food year. This had regulated the infant food also. Health worker is a person engaged in healthcare for mothers, infants, or pregnant women. Then we have infant milk substitute. It means any food being marketed or otherwise represented as a partial or total replacement for mother's milk for infant up to the age of 2 years. Label means a display of written, marked, stamped, printed, or graphic matter affixed to or appearing upon any container. So that is called a label. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this Act. So rule making powers are given to a state government. Promotion means to employ directly or indirectly any method of encouraging any person to purchase or use infant milk substitute, feeding bottle, or infant food. Promotion here means promotion as used in marketing management or advertisement. So that is the meaning of promotion of sales. Now, any reference in this Act to any other enactment or any provision thereof shall, in relation to an area in which such enactment or such provision is not in force, be construed as a reference to the corresponding law or the relevant provision of the corresponding law, if any, in force in that area. So this is for general interpretation. Now, Section 3 is very important. It declares that there are certain prohibitions in relation to infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, and infant foods. So no person shall advertise or take part in the publication of any advertisement or the distribution, sale, or supply of infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, or infant foods, or give an impression or create a belief in any manner that feeding of infant milk substitutes and infant foods are equivalent to or better than mother's milk, or take part in the promotion of infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, or infant foods. So there is ban on these advertisements. Some prohibitions are there. Then prohibition of incentives for use or sale of infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods. So this applies to all the celebrities, all the persons who are modeling or taking part in advertisements. So these they can't advertisement or market this infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, or infant food. Section 4 is related to supply or distribute. No person shall supply or distribute samples of infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods or gifts of utensils or other articles. That is, free samples or incentives can't be given for promotion, or contact any pregnant woman or the mother of an infant, or offer inducement of any other kind for the purpose of promoting the use or sale of infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods. Then the fifth section is donations of infant milk substitutes or feeding or equipment or materials relating thereto. So even these donations are banned because they can't be misused for the purpose of marketing. So subject to provisions of subsection 4 of section 8, no person shall donate or distribute infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods to any other person except to an orphanage, any informational or educational equipment or material relating to infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant food, provided that nothing in this clause shall apply to the donation or distribution subject to such conditions and restrictions as may be prescribed of such equipment or material through the healthcare system. So first exception is related to orphanage and second is related to through the healthcare system. Healthcare system, as we have seen earlier in the definition, that includes the people who are engaged in healthcare for mothers, infants, or pregnant women. So that is the system means an institution or organization engaged either directly or indirectly in healthcare for mothers, infants, or pregnant women, and includes health workers in private practice, and it also includes pharmacy, drugstore, and any association of workers. So only through recognized system, this donation can be made. Then information on containers and labels of infant milk substitutes or infant foods. So without prejudice to the provisions of the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954 and the rules made thereunder, no person shall produce, supply or distribute any infant milk substitute or infant food unless every container thereof or any label of it thereto indicates in a clear, conspicuous and in an easily readable and understandable manner the words important notice in capital letters in such language as may be prescribed and indicating thereunder the following particulars in the same language, namely. Now, this information related to breastfeeding must necessarily be included on all the packagings. First is a statement that mother's milk is best for your baby in capital letters. So on all infant foods, this mother's milk is best for your baby must be published. Secondly, a statement that infant milk substitute or infant food should be used only on the advice of a health worker as to the need for its use and the proper method of its use. Thirdly, a warning that infant milk substitute or infant food is not the sole source of nourishment of an infant. Fourth is the instructions for its appropriate preparation and warning against the health hazards of its inappropriate preparation. Then the ingredients used, that is what are the contents of it. Then the composition or analysis of it. The storage conditions required, that is refrigeration or temperature if any needed, or exposure from sunlight if it needs to be avoided. The batch number, date of its manufacture and the date before which it is to be consumed, taking into account the climatic and storage conditions of the country and such other particulars as may be prescribed. So these information must be there on all the containers and labels. Now, no container or label referred to in subsection 1 relating to infant milk substitute or infant food shall have pictures of an infant of a woman, infant or a woman or both. Now, these pictures are prohibited. So you cannot show any baby or a woman, a mother or both, or have pictures or other graphic material or pages designed to increase the sellability of infant milk substitute or infant food. Use on it the word humanized or maternalized or any other similar word, because human milk is the best source. Bear on it such other particulars as may be prescribed. So this information must be there on all the packagings. Then educational and other materials relating to feeding of infants to contain certain particulars. So every educational or other material, including advertisements or material relating to promotion of infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles and infant food, whether audio or visual, dealing with prenatal and postnatal care, or with the feeding of an infant intended to reach pregnant women or mothers of infants, shall include clear information relating to the benefits and superiority of breastfeeding, the preparation for and continuance of breastfeeding, the harmful effects on breastfeeding due to the partial adoption of bottle feeding. So this information must be needed, a type of warning we can say, so that the breastfeeding substitutes should contain all these information. The difficulties in reverting to breastfeeding of infants after a period of feeding by infant milk substitute, the financial and social implications in making use of infant milk substitutes and feeding bottles, and the health hazards of improper use of infant milk substitutes and feeding bottles, and the date of printing and publication of such material, and the name of the printer and publisher, and such other matters as may be prescribed. So this information must be used on all the educational and other materials relating to feeding of infants. No material referred to in subsection 1 shall be utilized to promote the use of sale of infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods. So such type of educational material shall not be used for promotion of such sale of such material, that is infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods. Now the healthcare system. So no person shall use any healthcare system for the display of placards or posters relating to or for the distribution of materials for the purpose of promoting the use or sale of infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods, provided that the provisions of this subsection shall not apply to the donation or distribution of informational or educational equipment or material made in accordance with the proviso to clause B of section 5, and the dissemination of information to a health worker about the scientific and factual matters relating to the use of infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods along with the information specified in subsection 1 of section 7. So I already seen about section 5 and 7. So it must be regulated. That is the donation or distribution as well as dissemination of information. No person who produces, supplies, distributes or sells infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods shall make any payment to any person who works in the healthcare system for the purpose of promoting the use or sale of such substitutes or bottles or foods. So there shall not be any type of inducement given to healthcare system workers. No person other than a health worker shall demonstrate feeding with infant milk substitutes or infant foods to a mother of an infant or to any member of her family, and such health worker shall also clearly explain to such mother or such other member the hazards of improper use of infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods. No person other than an institution or organization engaged in healthcare for mothers, infants, or pregnant women shall distribute infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles to a mother who cannot resort to breastfeeding and who cannot afford to purchase infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles. And an orphanage may purchase infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles at a price lower than their sale price for the purpose of utilizing them in the said orphanage. So for the purposes of this subsection, such purchases shall not amount to an inducement for promoting the use or sale of infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles. So only in orphanages these things can be donated or used. Then inducement to health worker or for promoting use of infant milk substitutes. So even that is banned. No type of inducement can be given to healthcare workers. No person who produces, supplies, distributes or sells infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods shall offer or give directly or indirectly any financial inducement or gifts to a health worker or to any member of his family for the purpose of promoting the use of such substitutes or bottles or food. And no producer, supplier or distributor referred to in subsection 1 shall offer or give any contribution or pecuniary benefit to a health worker or any association of health workers, including funding of seminar, meeting, conference, educational course, contest, fellowship, research work, or sponsorship. So all these things have been banned, all different types of inducement. They cannot be given. The special provision relating to employees of persons who produces, supplies, distributes, or sells infant milk substitutes, etc. So no person who produces, supplies, distributes, or sells infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods shall fix the remuneration of any of his employees or give any commission to such employees on the basis of the volume of sale of such substitutes or bottles or foods made by such employees. That means even the promotional, say, incentives have been banned in such companies. The employee of such person shall not perform any function which relates to educating a pregnant woman or mother of an infant on prenatal or postnatal care of the infant. That means these people can't be engaged in such work because so that they do not advertise their products. The standards of infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles or infant foods. So no person shall sell or otherwise distribute any infant milk substitute or infant food unless it conforms to the standards specified for the substitute or food under the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954 and the rules made thereunder, and the container thereof has the relevant standard marks specified by the Bureau of Indian Standards established under Section 3 of the BIS Act 1986 to indicate that the infant milk substitute or infant food conforms to such standards. So any infant milk substitute, feeding bottle or infant food must be ISI marked. So without that, those can't be sold. Provided that where no standards have been specified for any infant milk substitute or infant food under the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954, no person shall sell or otherwise distribute such substitute or food unless he has obtained the approval of the central government in relation to such substitute or food and the label affixed to the container thereof under the rules made under that act. And no person shall sell or otherwise distribute and any feeding bottle unless it conforms to the standards marked specified by the Bureau of Indian Standards referred to in subsection 1 for feeding bottles, and such mark is affixed on its container. So all of these must be ISI mark. The powers of entry and search. So any food inspector appointed under section 9 of the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, so they will exercise power under this act also. Hereafter referred to as the food inspector or any officer not below the rank of class 1 officer authorized in this behalf by the state government, hereinafter referred to as the authorized officer, may, if he has any reason to believe that any provision of section 6 or section 11 has been or is being contravened, enter and search at any reasonable time and in factory, building, business premises, or any other place where any trade or commerce in infant milk substitutes or feeding bottles or infant foods is carried on, or such substitutes or bottles or foods are produced, supplied, or distributed, and the provisions of the CRPC relating to searches and seizures shall so far as may be applied to every search or seizure made under this Act. In Section 13 is power to seize infant milk substitutes, etc., or containers thereof. If any food inspector or authorized officer has reasonably believed that in respect of any infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof, the provisions of this Act have been or are being contravened, he may seize such substitute or bottle or food or container. And no such substitute or food or bottle or container shall be retained by any food inspector or authorized officer for a period exceeding 90 days from the date of the seizure, unless the approval of the district judge within the local limits of whose jurisdiction such seizure has been made has been obtained for such retention. The maximum duration for retention is 3 months, 90 days. Then confiscation. So any infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof, in respect of which any provision of this Act has been or is being contravened, shall be liable to confiscation, provided that where it is established to the satisfaction of the court at judging the confiscation that the person in whose possession, power, or control any such substitute or bottle or food or container is found is not responsible for the contravention of the provisions of this Act, the court may, instead of making an order for the confiscation of such substitute or bottle or food or container, make such other order authorized by this Act against the person guilty of the breach of the provisions of this Act as it may think fit. Confiscation or other order may be made. Then 15 is power to give option to pay cost in lieu of confiscation. So whenever any confiscation is authorized by this Act, the court at judging it may, subject to such conditions as may be specified in the order at judging the confiscation, give to the owner thereof an option to pay in lieu of confiscation such cost not exceeding the value of the infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof, in respect of which the confiscation is authorized as the court thinks fit. That means it cannot be by way of penalty, but only amounting to the cost of such item confiscated. On payment of the cost ordered by the court, the seized infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container shall be returned to the person from whom it was seized, on the condition that such person shall, before making any distribution, sale or supply of such substitute or bottle or food or container, give effect to the provisions of this Act. So this is related to say Section 5, Section 5(7) compliance shall be ensured. The confiscation not to interfere with other punishment. So this could be additional punishment. So no confiscation made or cost order to be paid under this Act shall prevent the infliction of any punishment to which the person affected thereby is liable under the provisions of this Act or under any other law, and that won't amount to double jeopardy under Article 20, Clause 2 of the Constitution. Any confiscation may be adjudged or cost may be ordered to be paid without any limit by the principal civil code of original jurisdiction within the local limits of which jurisdiction such confiscation has been made, or costs have been ordered to be paid as the case may be, and subject to such limits as may be specified by the central government in this behalf by such other code not below a civil code having pecuniary jurisdiction exceeding 5,000 rupees, as the central government may by notification in the official gazette authorized in this behalf. So there are no special courts. The routine ordinary civil courts shall adjudicate these matters related to violation of this Act. Giving up opportunity to the owner of the seized infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof. So according to the principles of natural justice, opportunity of hearing shall be given. So no order adjudicating confiscation or directing payment of cost shall be made unless the owner of the infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof has been given a notice in writing informing him of the grounds on which it is proposed to confiscate such substitute or bottle or food or container, and giving him a reasonable opportunity of making a representation in writing within such reasonable time as may be specified in the notice against the confiscation, and if he so desires, of being heard in the matter. Provided that where no such notice is given within a period of 90 days from the date of the seizure of the infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof, such substitute or bottle or food or container shall be returned after the expiry of that period to the person from whose possession it was seized. So as otherwise provided in subsection 1, the provisions of CPC shall so far as may be applied to every proceeding referred to in subsection 1. So this shall be the civil proceeding. They won't amount to criminal proceeding. Then there is appeal provision for appeal. So any person aggrieved by any decision of the court adjudicating a confiscation or ordering the payment of cost may prefer an appeal to the court to which an appeal lies from the division of such court, and the appellate court may, after giving the appellant an opportunity of being heard, pass such order as it thinks fit, confirming, modifying, or revising the decision or order appealed against, or may send back the case with such directions as it may think fit for a fresh decision or adjudication, as the case may be, after taking additional evidence if necessary. So if the decision is taken by the, say, civil court junior division or senior division, so the appeal against that would lie to the district judge, that is the topmost judge of the district. So the district judge would decide the appeal against the judge of senior division or junior division. Provided that an order enhancing any fine in lieu of confiscation or for confiscating goods of greater value shall not be made under this section, unless the appellant has had an opportunity of making a representation and if he so desires, of being heard in his defense. Now, if the appellate court needs to enhance the penalty, then it will have to again give another notice to the person for enhancing the for giving an opportunity of hearing against the enhanced penalty. No further say appeal shall lie against the order of the court made under subsection 2. So against the order of the district judge, no further appeal shall lie. Of course, the writ jurisdiction is there, so writ can be filed in High Court or Supreme Court if necessary. Then the penalty. So any person who contravenes the provisions of sections 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 or subsection 2 of section 11 and the rules made there under section 26 of the Act shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years or with fine which may extend to 5,000 rupees or with both. The maximum 3-year penalty and 5,000 fine. Any person who contravenes the provisions of section 6 or subsection 1 of section 111 and the rules made there under section 26 of the Act shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 6 months, but which may extend to 3 years, and with fine which shall not be less than 2,000 rupees. So, for section 6 as well as for say violation of rules, the punishment is 6 months to 3 years. Provided that the court may, for any adequate and special reasons to be mentioned in the judgment, impose a sentence of imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 3 months, but which may extend to 2 years, or with fine which shall not be less than 1,000 rupees. So for reasons to be recorded in writing, punishment could be say 3 months to 2 years imprisonment and fine to 1,000 rupees. Now the cognizance. So save as otherwise provided in section 173 of the CRPC, no court shall take cognizance of any offence punishable under this Act except under a complaint in writing made by a person authorized in this behalf under subsection 1 of section 20 of the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954, that is food inspector or any other authorized person. An officer not below the rank of a classroom officer authorized in this behalf by general or special order by the government, or a representative of such voluntary organization engaged in the field of child welfare and development and child nutrition as the government may, by notification in the official gazette, authorize in this behalf. So only these people can make the complaints under this. Where a complaint has been made by a representative of the voluntary organization authorized under clause C of subsection 1 and the court has issued a summons, or as the case may be a warrant under subsection 1 of section 204 of CRPC, the assistant public prosecutor for that court shall take charge of the case and conduct the prosecution. So it will not be an FIR case, but it will be a complaint case, and the procedure of 200-202-204 shall be followed by the magistrate. Then the offences by companies. Where an offence under this Act has been committed by a company, every person who at the time the offence was committed was in charge of and was responsible to the company for the conduct of the business of the company, as well as the company shall be deemed to be guilty of the offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly, provided that nothing contained in this subsection shall render any such person liable to any punishment if he proves that the offence was committed without his knowledge or that he had exercised or due diligence to prevent the commission of such offence. So merely having name on the board of directors won't make the person liable. It should be with his knowledge, then only criminal liability can be fixed. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, where any offence under this Act has been committed by a company, and it is proved that the offence has been committed with the consent or connivance of, or is attributable to any neglect on the part of any director, manager, secretary, or other officer of the company, such director, manager, secretary, or other officer shall also be deemed to be guilty of that offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. For the purposes of this section, company means any body corporate and includes a firm or other association of individuals. So it includes partnership firm also, and director in relation to a firm is partner in the firm. Offense is to be cognizable and bailable, notwithstanding anything contained in the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973, an offense punishable under this act shall be bailable and cognizable. So cognizable means arrest can be done without warrant of the magistrate, and maximum punishment is 3 years, and they shall be bailable. Bail can be obtained under 436. Protection of action taken in good faith. So no suit, prosecution, or the legal proceeding shall lie against the central government or any state government or any officer of the central government or a representative of such voluntary organization which is notified under clause C of subsection 1 of section 21 for anything which is in good faith done or intended to be done under this act. So there is protection given in this section. And then we have last two sections. Application of Act 37 of 1954 not barred. So provisions of this act or the rules made thereunder shall be in addition to and not in derogation of the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954 or the rules made thereunder. That means the provisions related to food adulteration shall be applicable to the say infant food feeding bottles also. And power to make rules. So central government may, by notification in the official gazette, make rules to carry out the provisions of this act, in particular and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power. Such rules may provide for all or any of the following matters, in the conditions and restrictions subject to which educational equipment and other material may be donated or distributed under provision to clause 5 of clause B of section 5. The language in which notice and other particulars shall be indicated under subsection 1 of section 6. Particulars which are to be indicated under clause 1 of subsection 1 of section 6. The particulars under which a container or label shall not bear under clause D of section 2 of section 6. The matter should be included in the information which reaches pregnant women or mothers of infants under clause G of subsection 1 of section 7, and any other matter which is required to be or may be prescribed. So this is the last section. And every rule made under this act shall be laid as soon as may be after it is made before each House of Parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days, which may be comprised in one session or in 2 or more successive sessions. And if before the expiry of the session immediately following the session or the successive sessions aforesaid, both houses agree in making any modification in the rule, or both houses agree that the rule shall not be made, the rule shall thereafter have effect only in such modified form or be of no effect as the case may be, so aware that any such modification or annulment shall be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that rule. So this is relating to rule making power. So that completes this presentation. Any questions related to this act? Any questions? I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra, and she Holistic Health Foundation India, and she Center for Arts, Science and Well-being for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation on infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, and infant foods Act 1992. I'll be happy to answer any questions related to this.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful
Thank you,
presentation, sir. And participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly unmute yourself or share your observation, comments, and the feedback in the chat box. So if there are no queries, then we'll move on to our next session. Thank you, Ravindra Kumarji, once again
Thank you, sir.
for joining us, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you. Thanks to the audience also.
So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. before moving up to next session, I will be sharing feedback form. Quickly fill up the feedback form and then we will move on to our next session. So the next session would be by Shweta Bajaj. So be ready. After a short video, we will take up the session. So participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. In the meanwhile, we'll continue to watch a short video.
Good evening, sir. Slides are visible, sir.
Yeah, we will wait for 2-3 minutes so that everyone fills the feedback form and then we will continue. You can keep the slide. Participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. You're looking so tired today.
हेलो सर।
हेलो।
हाँ सर, फीडबैक फॉर्म में डिस्प्ले नहीं दिख रहा सर।
नहीं, वो पोल्स में आपको एक विंडो पॉपअप हुआ होगा, फीडबैक फॉर्म फॉर सेशन 4 बोल के, नहीं आया क्या?
नहीं आया सर, अभी नाम भर पाया, इसके बाद ही वो चला गया।
अच्छा, 1 मिनट।
ओके सर।
Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. Shweta, let the form be on for some time. You can minimize. If you accidentally close, now it will. Participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. So now it's 1:57. We'll be starting our session exactly at 2. We have 3 minutes. Quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form.
सर वो फिर चला गया।
ऐसा हो रहा है। ठीक है, सभी अपने चैट बॉक्स में डालिएगा आपका फीडबैक फॉर्म।
ओके सर।
अभी फिर से ट्राई कीजिएगा।
यस सर, यस सर, आ गया आ गया।
हाँ। Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. We will be saving some time. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. We'll be moving to next session.
एक्सक्यूज मी सर।
हाँ सर, बोलिए।
सर कुछ भाषा की प्रॉब्लम हो रही है सर। हिंदी में नहीं है सर, कुछ थोड़ा बहुत।
हाँ, जनरली तो ये हर जगह से जुड़े होते हैं ना, तो इंग्लिश कॉमन लैंग्वेज है।
जी जी जी। नहीं, समझ में तो आ रही पर कुछ चीजें छूट जाती हैं।
अगर आपको ऐसा कुछ तकलीफ है जो आपको समझ में नहीं है, जब हम पूछते हैं ना, तब आप पूछिए। एक ब्रीफ में 1-2 मिनट में बताने का कोशिश करेंगे।
जी जी, ओके ओके सर।
Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. Our next speaker would be Shweta Bajaj, Miss Shweta Bajaj. She would be delivering on menopause. She is an NLP coach and also nutritionist. We welcome you, Shweta Bajaj. You can start your audio and video.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity to talk on this platform. It's a very prestigious platform where you are organizing daily workshops, and today's topic is very important. You know, need of the hour for every woman, every child. Like, we have to take care of our health. So today's I choose a topic named menopause. Some people know about this term and some people do not know about this term. Maybe it's new for them, but we have to be aware about it, because what happen is after the age limit of, you can say after age of 40, 45, what happen is the woman facing some symptoms, women facing some challenges, some changes in body, and what happened that also affect workplace, home environment as well. So the eco-friendly, the menopause eco-friendly term, I just want to take your notice on to that. We have to be very aware about that. So I'm just going to share my screen. Give me a minute. And I request everyone to, if your interaction is always welcome. Yes. So as you can see on the screen, the topic today I choose is a menopause. So as Ravindra sir introduced me, my name is Shweta and I am certified nutritionist, fitness trainer, counselor, NLP expert, and also digital skills coach by profession. And currently I am serving, just a second, introduction. So if we talk about the menopause, it is a term. Okay, in the some educated societies, educated areas, it is very common. Everyone know what is this term. But in the lower areas where no one knows, and basically if every woman can have some mood swings, have some hot flushes, then also no one notice. Actually, women also not notice about this, and they generally, like day-to-day work, they are so busy. So what happen is basically in women between 12 to 18 weeks gestation period, some changes happens in body. So what happen is some symptoms which I can say the woman can see is hot flushes, like night sweats, or sleeping problems. Some women faces sleeping problems, or some flow of periods change to sometimes it is according to the body. Sometimes it's very high or sometimes it's stopped, and mood changes. This is a major. Every woman face the mood changes, weight gain, low energy levels, sometimes calcium concern. The joint pain happen, joint aches happen, and headaches happen. So these are all symptoms which sometimes tell us like we have to take a pause. Yes, we have to take a pause. Menopause means like we have to take a pause, and women have to take care of themselves. There are loads of symptoms which you are able to see, and for many women, menopause transition symptoms begin with the pre-menopause, and to start in the mid to late 40s. Like in 40s, basically the women face it. And what is this? Like, why this happen? Because of the changes in the vagina, and the changes happen in the hormones level, and there is a cure, which is the menopause is a wake-up call to a new phase of your life. A wake-up call most people cannot handle, but what's the choice? You sure can't go back to sleep, so get up and decide what you are doing today and on into the years ahead. Why this is a cure? Because why I shared this in my slide is because if you know this term now, if you know your family have the women, who is more than the age 30 plus, 40 plus, 50 plus, ladies are there, they must be aware that the changes happens in their body. And if the changes happen in their body, they must take care. Because the ladies, what happen is they take care of everyone else beside themselves. So we have to be take care of ourselves. And the diagram on the screen is, you can see the 30, 40, 50, 60. This is the age limits. And what happen is the ovary reverse happen. And during the 38 years, when the age is like that, so depletion happen and rate increases dramatically. And due to that, as you can see, the perimenopause, okay, and the progesterone, the level, as you can see, that decreases, how it happens. So it is very important to know the age limit, because the 42 to 58 years, according to that, the woman faces these changes, okay, in their body. So in somewhere, people are aware, like some hot flushes, as I mentioned, the symptoms are very visible, and some ladies also take care of their lifestyle routine. But with 1% of women experiencing menopause at an age younger than 40, they also face sometimes, but they are not aware. So this presentation is basically to be prepared, to be aware, to spread awareness about this topic as well. So as you can see, what happen is lots of people have their routine so busy. They have their work, they have their home as well. So women have to manage both, right? So everywhere now, so we have to take up we have to just go up, we have to go the extra mile. For that we have require energy. For that we require some energy, but the energy loss, the sleepiness, so laziness, dizziness, this happen due to what the causes. I am explaining it in very layman languages so that everyone can understand. Due to the genetic changes and the environment factors, which also influence the age of menopause. So this evidence, now you can see the final menstrual period. This is the chart which you can see. This is the chart which explain how it happens, how the hormone level up and down happen, and symptoms are very common. And the main symptoms which I normally see in my clients are like they have some hot flushes, and they sometimes weight gain happen, headaches happen, and so we have to be take care about these things. Now you can see here the transition period. There is a menopause transition period where there is a before and after. Okay, now before and after phase, every lady must take care. If anyone have some joint pain and the age is limit is the 40 plus, then you must take care about your calcium levels. If anyone have some pain, body aches happen or headaches happen, brain fogs happen, then must be vitamin D deficiency, iron deficiency. So in this period, these deficiencies normally we have seen. So we have to be take care of these deficiencies as well. As you can see here, the endocrine FSH, AMH. So these levels you can see, these are the hormones name. So I am not going into scientific level here, but yes, what happen is basically the up and downs happen. Due to that changes, the body respond. How body respond is, the ovary system, the changes happen. The body is very you can say very nazuk, like we have to be take care of very care body require. And at that period, if you're not taking care of your body, then body reverse back. Okay, lots of lifestyle disorders may happen. So that is the cause why some ladies have weight gain. You can see like lots of ladies who have 40 plus years, they have weight gain because they sometimes the response is because they do not taking care of their health. Now the entire endocrine system in women changes with advancing age. So the decline in growth hormone is accelerated during the ovarian failure happen, and that's why what happen is the some clinical changes happen in the body. So here recommendation is every ladies must have some tests. There are some tests, must take care of that test on regular basis. You can see monthly basis we have to take care of some tests which we have to so that we know, like our thyroid level is okay, our iron level is okay, vitamin D level is okay, so that energy level is also high, so that the productivity maintenance is also high. Have you seen the people who are in their 50s, 40s, but some people are very active. They are very active, running and doing jogging, but some people are on the bed, or some people are very lazy, some laziness always there. It is not only for women, it is also for men. Men also face some changes, the joint pain happen, so the deficiency level is always there. So now if I talk about the woman perspective, so as you can see on the screen, there are some changes which happen is enhanced insulin action, osteoporosis which happen means the joint pain happen, immune competency, immune system basically get very, very low, and we have to take care of that. And during this menopause is a point in time, 12 months after your last menstrual period, following the menopause, you enter into post-menopause stage, in the third phase of the menopause transition. So you may still experience symptoms commonly for a further to 5 to 7 years, though many experience symptoms for a longer than that. So what happen is, if you can see, the normal estrogen in the blood provides feedback to the brain, okay, that ovaries are working well. But when this phase happening, then the ovaries do not really produce estrogen, so the pituitary gland produces more FSH to compensate. So that's what happen is, so the body feels so low, so tired, and so anxiety happens, sometimes fatigue happen, and hair loss happen, hair changes happen, and muscle aches happen. So loads of symptoms which people are basically going to see. And as you can see, so these are some of the scientific terms which is written, like the uterus decreases in size and the changes begins in the cycle period, and like this you can see on the screen the younger and the older ones. Now what the main focus which is required is, whenever a person showing you the symptoms of insomnia, fatigue, memory loss, depression, if you put keys somewhere and you forget to remember that keys, if you put some things somewhere and you forget, like where I have put, okay, so what happened there must be something required. Your diet is not correct, maybe some lifestyle changes is not correct, maybe. So the hormone in particularly women, what happened during menopause, these decline happen, okay, and osteoporosis is likely to happen more when the joints are not working properly. And this is everyone's business. Sometimes what everyone think, like, okay, it is only for ladies, why men should care about, why men should know. But if you have ladies in your home, if you have ladies at your workplace, then they are facing some changes in 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and they require a friendly environment. Because they have, sometimes they are so tired, depression, anxiety, this worsen their lifestyle, okay. So anxiety happen. So women have told, like anxious, they become anxious when they meet friends and stand up, give presentation. Their nature is something different, their emotion level is something different, as we have discussed earlier in our talk, like emotional intelligence, right? We are aware, like we have to be very emotions, we have to take care of our emotions, we have to very intelligent about emotions, everything we know. But that is of oneself, we can take care of ourselves. But what about others? If you see other people facing the depression, other people anxiety, how we know like other people is facing? They are showing the symptoms. They are showing some changes in their postures, in their behavior, in their face gestures. Brain fog happens sometimes, and aches, pains happen, sleep disorder. If if any one of your home facing the changes, sensation, appearance changes happen. Hair loss happen. So these are all the symptoms. Like somewhere, something require your attention. So are you giving attention? So you can see a picture here on the left side. The hot flushes. What happen is sweat happen. The hot flash is usually characterized by intense warmth happen and begins in the head, neck, and throats, like entire body. So these kinds of symptom basically it is a symptom which shown, and it is up to, you can say, 5 minutes to 30 minutes it's last. And we have to take care of that thing, because what happen is hot flashes, if any lady is facing due to the estrogen deficiency, so they occur in 65% to 70% of women who undergo spontaneous menopause or surgical. Means some have very normal, because if lifestyle is very good, if you are doing very good exercise, if you have very good lifestyle, food, nutrition is very proper balance, you are taking some supplements to enrich your lifestyle. Because what happen is when your age increase, your absorption power decrease. Okay, and when your age increase, your absorption power of nutrients somehow decrease, because your body other healing process are happening in your body as well. So this is the things which women basically generally faces. So more than 80% of women who experiences hot flashes will experience them more longer than 1 year. If that is the symptom, that is the clear understanding that the changes are happening in the body, and we have to take care of that. Okay, this is basically the indication. Why I am not reading the slides here, why I am telling in the normal language, so that everyone know like why this term is not popping up in everyone's brain, because it is a normal, but this is a taboo. It is become like a taboo, like okay, someone think listen, then okay, listen, understand, and okay, but why and okay, we have to take care of that, right? And the main thing which happen is nowadays some women face depression. It is very common in them. What happen is some families have some concerns, like they have some you can say fights between husband and wife, or between there is no good relationship. Some people, some environment problems happen in some families. That environment affects the body. Absolutely, environment affects the body. Environment is very, very essential. So keep your aura, your environment very positive. That is very important. And that's how what happened nowadays. Sleep disturbance. Some people face, some women says like, I am facing sleep disturbance, I have some work, but insomnia happen. So yes, the body is facing the changes, but sometimes environment is also not proper. Sometimes they are not taking care of their, if any woman is not taking care, as a family member, you can take care. Why not? You are aware like these kinds of things happen, so why not we have to take care of our family members, right? So that is very important. So I hope you agree with me, like if you are taking care of yourself, that is very easy, but taking care of others, that is very important. When you know how to take care of others, that is a skill. Okay, so treatment, there are different treatments which doctors recommend, and which we have to be different therapies which you have to undergone. So I do not go into that, but yes, the main things which I want to share here is sometimes the taste, smell can change with the menopause, and falling estrogen affects saliva. Okay, which can reduce or change our sensation of taste. So aging can make this sensation less intense. Okay, so we have to take care of that part, and changes to taste and smell are estimated to occur in 40 to 50% of adults. So there are, how can change to taste and smell be treated? How we can treat them. So good dental hygiene and drink plenty of fluids, eat lots of vegetables, fruits, and have certain foods, supplements, good supplements in your diet plan. And I will share, there is a HRT in for the slide, that is hormonal, therapy, which you can undergo, but there are some side effects of that. Now, osteoporosis. As you can see on the screen on the left side, there is a normal and osteoporosis. What happen is, when we age, our calcium level, our the liquid in the, I can say in layman terms, the if you say this is a joint and this joint is covered with a liquid, okay, which make it very flexible to move, but the liquid basically remove, then the joint is not flexible, right? So what happen is, the cracks, you can say the in layman language, I can say the pores. So osteoporosis, it's very common during the age of 55 to 70 years. So approximately 30% of postmenopausal women have osteoporosis. So the calcium deficiency, so the ladies have to take care of calcium deficiency and have to take care of their thyroid hormone in check. So, and because sometimes they have some thyroidism, hyperthyroidism, and most common have these bones and arms pain, the aches happen. And if we do not take proper care of this can become worse. And when we age more, when the age happen more, then there will be more disturbances which have to face. So why not take care of, now only we have to take care. As you can see on the screen, a woman, a straight posture, and there is a hunchback, right? Why this happen, a hunchback? Because the spine and the posture we do not keep correct, that is the reason. And also the osteoporosis is the reason, where the bone loss happen. But you have seen some old age people have remained same like that, do not have hunchback. They have the same very good posture, very good health, very healthy lifestyle. It depends on their lifestyle, their dietary habits. So if you want to take care of your life like this, the straight, a very good healthy lifestyle, you have to take care of some things. Avoid caffeine, avoid and do some activities like weight bearing activities. And WHO has defined osteoporosis, like as you can see on the screen. So women with existing fractures, some ladies who have some fractures, means they have some bone, the joint aches or some bone fractures happen, then there may be chances that as the age increase, there is a loss of the bone density. And if the loss of the bone density fracture, then there are the chances that the joint not work properly, or like they have some pains in their joints. So the knees, basically the joint pain happen. So for that, the reason is because they are not very active. And some here I want to point out one point. Some ladies think like when we do some our home duties, like our home responsibilities, like swiping, like doing some pocha, we say in Hindi, like we take care of our health. If we move here and there, our walking done. But it is not the case, okay? The proper lifestyle require a separate hour, a separate time for your workout. And our community, like we also provide workout sessions for free. Why? Because we want everyone to be fit. So that is very important, so that you become fit, right? And they require a separate time of 30 minutes or 40 minutes. That time is very important. Now some have excuse, like we have very age, I am a 35 year, I am 40 plus years, how I can do Zumba, how I can do this exercise is not possible. I understand, I totally understand the age limit require a certain, take care, but you can take care of your health by doing some workout which you are comfortable with. That is very easy. I hope you agree with me. If the trainer is guiding you, if you are under guiding, guidance of a trainer of any exercise, then if trainer is guiding you, you can do that much which is comfortable to you, but do. That is very important, to just come up and do some exercise, do some lifestyle changes. This is the awareness which we have to bring, because we have you can say the thing like we are aged and we cannot do this exercise. I understand, but we have to take care of our health. That is very important. Not only young or very active, old age people are also very active, and who understand this fact, it's very, very important, and they live a life happy, healthy, happier many years. So as I mentioned, HRT, hormone replace therapy, it has benefits which for the woman, like for osteoporosis and different, things if have any fracture, so that improvements happen in reduction in hot flash frequency. And they, as you can see, calcium and vitamin D levels are very, very important, which I always recommend to my clients to have vitamin D level in check. That is very important. If you have any symptoms like anxiety, depression, some cases I got where depression, anxiety, hot flashes, and some relief happened due to the vitamin D. Vitamin D, sometimes yes, morning sunrise, that is also very efficient, but calcium level, some supplementations are very, very important, but make sure you take natural supplement with organic, you have to know, search more about it. I can guide about it. Like, and here, one more thing, like some changes which we have to make, every lady must make, weight bearing exercises. Some people think like how I can do weight bearing exercises, it is only for men. No, actually nowadays men also not do, I don't know why, but yes, weight bearing exercise is not always bearing the weights, it also a body weight exercises. So that is also important to do, to make healthy lifestyle on check. Now, some of you are thinking why I'm not talking about the osteoporosis in detail, in science, in the detail, how the chemicals happen, how these reactions happen. I think you are thinking. But the main thing is, if any general audience is listening this on YouTube or anywhere, like here, or if you are listening, so you must understand what we can do now. That is very important. So my focus is always is how can to guide to how to change, what change we can bring in lives of ourselves and others. So attention is required, because to achieving, you can see here on the alternative complementary approach to prevention is to focus on intervention beginning in childhood and adolescence, with attention to achieving maximal peak bone mass and minimizing pre-menopause and post-menopause bone loss. What happened is bone loss happen during these phases, and so for that, from starting we can take care. At this time, you are at which age, whatever age you are, whatever area, what environment you are, whatever you are facing, or whatever symptom you are facing, that symptoms in further it can be prevented. Now, women will now spend more than 1/3 of their lives beyond menopause. The women risk of heart disease is far lower than men risk until after menopause. Now, some people also, some ladies I can say, also face breast cancer. Cancer also happen if they do not take care of their health during this menopause cycle change which happen. So if you can see why it is important, to take care of it, why if to avoid these kinds of things in future. So we have to take care of that. So for that, you have to take care of any advice of health practitioner or any doctor, so that right guidance you can take. So cardiovascular protection is required for both, for every human being, for men or women. So the women's CVD is largely a disease for post-menopause. So that is important. So for that, I request everyone to spread awareness to everyone to take care of their health and lifestyle. Now, secondary prevention, these are some of the primary prevention, which is by the Heart Association recommendations. As I mentioned, there are some breast cancer concerns, which some researches and some cases I also researched, so I have seen that the risk is there, and for that we can take care of our life. If anyone have, some ladies have pain in their some ladies have in their pain in their upper area. So what happen is some changes happen in the body, and that biologic changes, that genetic changes which are happening in the body due to the hormonal changes, that is what we have to take care of that. And woman lifetime, if I say, lots of things happen, lots of phases are also there. If from starting the child, I can say the child, then adult, then some have marriage, so marriage, after marriage some changes happen, and then menopause, and after giving birth also, like a child, then changes happen. So lots of changes during the whole lifetime, and they are taking care of others most of the time. So we have to be aware here, like some risk factors. When a woman not take care of them at the older age, the risk factors become more, because at that time your body is not able to heal more. So that's why it's always recommended, at which age you are, just take care of your lifestyle. So this analysis comes to conclusion, like we have to take care of our health. So here I just want to share some healthy tips. You can contact me, as like here I have given my site. Okay. So menopause refers to the end of menstrual cycles, the decline of the production of reproductive hormones in women. As I mentioned, the changes happen, and these kinds of changes like hot flashes, chills, vaginal like anxiety, bone loss, these all changes happen in the body. Now what? Now what to do? If you are facing, you are seeing your family members are facing, what to do? We can have some healthy supplements or healthy lifestyle. Include exercise in your lifestyle. Any age you are. Some people give lots of excuses. So, but at any age you are, if you are very, very old, and if your hands movements happen, if your joint movements happen, if you are comfortable, that much comfortable level of exercise you can do. Even walking, for 10,000 steps, you can do only 1,000 steps or 2,000 steps. So start is very important. Second, your food nutrition level is very important. Vitamin D, zinc, and calcium, these three I basically recommend. I'm not going into deep. These three, if you take care, that is very important. And after that, yes, absolutely, fruits, vegetables. Include more raw things in your diet, less cooked things in your diet. What happen is, if you have a raw, researches are there, if you have fruits, okay, and vegetables in your diet, then the absorption level of nutrients are high, and your body are very, very active. Sometimes it is kind of detox, but you have to here have some guidance of the health practitioner. Some body type difference happen. And what happen is cooked food. If you have some fried foods, tawa fruits, parathas, and these kinds of foods, chai in the morning, if you drink after waking up, just you drink the morning tea, then that is a very, very harmful, I can say, because the body and the stomach have acid level at the peak, and you are putting more acid at that, what happened. So it is a very common thing. We have to do some changes in our habits, very little atomic changes, very small changes which can help you. You can see on the screen there are some of the healthy natural supplements which I have mentioned here, and for more details you can also always contact me. Now, omega-3 supplements, this is the very important. Healthy fats, include healthy fats in your diet. And there is research, the consumption of soy can help in reducing hot flashes, but it depends on the body to body type, because if you have thyroid or any other concern, you have to check. Okay. And there is depression. If depression, there is this is a different maca which I have which research traditionally it is happened, which help in infertility and hormone imbalances. Ginseng. Ginseng is a very traditional Chinese medicine, very effective. I have seen many people getting very benefit about it, by this, improving mood by ginseng. Flax seeds. I hope everyone know flax seeds. Flax seeds are a very high, rich content seeds, which are very helpful in during the menopause, but in limit, not high. Everything. Now, next is red clover, black cohosh, and these are some of the things. These you can also find as herbs, as dried herbs, but online basically it's available. But if it is not available in the herbs form, then you can have in the supplement form. That you have to be organic, non-GMO. So some things you have to take care in your life. You have to add on, so that the changes which you are facing must, the changes happen. Okay, you cannot stop that changes which happen in any woman body, whether it's any phase, any lifestyle. But what we can change is our lifestyle, which can help us to avoid symptoms, which can help us to make our body adaptive to that symptoms, which can help us to make lifestyle very healthy. So I have a question from you all. Have you seen any lady who takes care of everyone but do not take care of herself? A woman. Sometimes the woman is your mother. Sometimes the woman is your sister. Any role, you must have, take care of them. Just have a chat with them. Sometimes they do not share their problems with you. They are not sharing any problem with you. They are not sharing they have joint pain. They are not sharing they have headache. They just take a pill and have relief. But the pill never give relief for long term. Pill give relief for short term always. Because what happen is when we take any pills or medicines, it relief and it give the signals to the nerves, and some chemical changes happen. But the lifestyle changes, the requirements which require in our life, that is very important. So I hope you all agree, and now awareness must be there. So at workplaces, if you see any lady sitting like like this, means something happening. Go and talk, like being a human being. We nowadays, the people are so busy in their lifestyle, they don't even care what other person is feeling, and sometimes other person showing the indication signs. So we have to be very aware about that. In today's slides, I not go in deep of the menopause, but I have give the overview of the menopause. Like, if today's topic is very interesting, I really very thankful to Ravindra sir for bringing up such a very insightful, very knowledgeable themes which are required in society to be aware. So every home must be aware about these webinars, because if everyone is aware and this awareness knowledge is there, then practically we can implement, because after knowledge we can become the embodiment. So that is the important. So thank you so much for your time. It is a short and quick so if you have any questions, I am open for the questions, and I am sharing if it is available. Yeah, so I am sharing my site, like if my contact details, if anyone looking forward to contact, this is my mail. If you can just click on this link and you can get the you can get my contact number. So thank you so much everyone. and this is my mail ID. And I am really very, last, I want one thing from you all. I hope you promise me. Sorry for that. Just a second. This is my mail ID. So yes. Lastly, I want a promise from you all. Here, all people who are watching this, be aware of these journal terms. Sometimes you see this menopause or these kinds of ladies which changes, like nutrition changes, some changes happens, right? But you have to take a pause and talk to them. Okay, check out what happened. Why I mostly here discuss about the symptoms, because in layman your life, you are not able to see what happened in the body, but you are able to see what is outside. You are able to see that the woman is facing headaches, but you are not able to see the inside hormonal changes, right? So the headaches, if the woman is facing, then there must be some changes happen. So you have to take care of that. So thank you so much, Ravindra sir, for bringing up so insightful themes. I'm so grateful. So anyone have any questions, any doubts, can ask me. I'm open for the Q&A. Are you there, Ravindra sir?
It was a very insightful session. In fact, we need more such sessions, on diversified topics, because sustainable development itself is so much vast and an umbrella term, and in that, health is just a bit of ocean. In that also we have a vast ocean where we have very diverse topics to be dealt with, especially when dealing with topics related to women's health. That itself makes very complex. A lot of taboo, stigma attached to that, and for everyone, it's like, what's new in that? It's quite common, but still there is a lot that is not talked about. There is not that is asked about. Even we don't go to medical professionals or health professionals and seek guidance also many times. So this will aggravate the symptoms as well as diseases, and often, unless and until it becomes, too uncomfortable or something like that. So we are not approaching. So more such awareness is required on such topics, especially. So a very good attempt by you in presenting such topic. It was very insightful. And participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly share them. Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi Shweta. Actually, I felt some doctor speaking like that is so professional.
Thank you.
Because I have heard all these topics from my best friend, Dr. Dipti from Bangalore, St. John's Hospital. She speaks like this only. That thought was going with me when you were speaking. So accurate. I can't tell your nutritionist, some medical person speaking. How we hear talks in St. John's Medical College like that, I felt. It's very informative, very informative. Every woman should know this. So after menopause, only a lot of problems starts, because I also worked in the pregnancy study in 2008 to 2010. I was counseling what all the psychologists stress pregnant ladies goes. It's the top one government hospital where in a day 50 deliveries happen. It's called Corporation Hospital. So I felt like a doctor speaking on this session. So very informative. I learned a lot of things. I have no questions to you, but I gained a lot of knowledge. I don't know, you speak a lot of topics I've seen, but this is something related to medical. It's very informative, and a lot of takeaway I have taken. I feel my sister is speaking so well.
Thank you so much for appreciating. It's very important. Like we all ladies have to be aware about it, because if one lady is aware, right, then one lady have many friends. So one lady can talk to many other ladies and guide other ladies as well. Common guidance required. Yes, medical health or any practitioner intervention required, that is different. But common guidance anyone can give. Not only ladies. This is also for men as well. Sometimes men also take care of other people. That is very important. That's
all
what
the best for your life and all the best for your next day. Hope to see you many times here, because today's session is mind blowing for me, because I have heard a lot of sessions from doctors. I felt like that because I was working in medical hospital and all in St. John's, Bangalore. So I felt like some doctors speaking on the session. So it's very medical oriented you spoke.
Thank you so much. Yes, one another hand raised.
Yeah. You can unmute yourself if any of the participants have any queries, clarification, observation, or feedback. We saw some hand raised and put down.
Yes, participants, I just share one Google link as well. You can share your feedbacks there as well. And really, it is very important to take care of your health. And what I can say here is, some ladies are, avoid to go at, taking care of, taking advice of any professional. They just avoid to take care of advice of professional. But it is very important to have some certain tests on a consistent basis, like on monthly basis. And I have seen Binita ji raise hand. Binita ji, you have any question? Binita ji, you have any question?
She shared a comment in the chat box, well discussed.
Thank you, ma'am. And here, I am really very, thankful to Ravindra sir, where these awareness topics, which are very, very essential, and we have to take care of, how to go on through that. So you can also send your feedbacks on the link. Like, I'm really very grateful to all of you. Listen.
Thank you, Shweta, for the
Thank you, sir.
wonderful session. So we'll move on to our next session. If you still have any queries, you can continue to put in chat box. So we will, whenever we get some time, we will take it up. And feedback form is being raised. So quickly fill up the feedback form and we can move on to our next session. So while you are filling up the feedback form, let's watch a short video. Quickly fill up the feedback form to keep engaged. I'm just playing a relevant topic videos so that others who have filled can enjoy, and you can also enjoy while filling it up. So quickly, everyone fill up the video. Feedback form. If you are unable to see the feedback form, you can leave your feedback in the chat box also, selecting the host. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. this week is also celebrated as International Assistance Dog Week. You know, it was created to recognize all the devoted, hard-working assistance dogs helping individuals mitigate their disability-related limitations. You know, these dogs are especially trained, especially the German Shepherd and Golden Retriever, Labrador Retriever, are specially trained as service dogs, which help the blind and deaf people in their process of livelihood, and also to take care of themselves in their daily course. So this is a very pertinent and prominent event that is being celebrated across the world, and we have commemorated also on 4th special event on that day, and we'll also look into the various aspects of this International Assistance Dog Week, which was created to recognize all the devoted, hard-working assistance dogs, helping individuals mitigating their disability-related limitations, and also transform the lives of their human partners with debilitating physical and mental disabilities by serving as their companion, helper, aid, best friend, and close member of their family. And we need to create and raise awareness and educate the public about how these specially trained animals are aiding so many people in our communities, and honor the puppy raisers and trainers of assistance dogs, and recognize the heroic deeds performed by these assisting dogs in our communities. So generally, this celebration takes place each year starting from first Sunday of August, and in 2022, the International Assistance Dog Week will be from 7th to 13th. So from today onwards till next Sunday, we'll be organizing this week series of events, and next Sunday we will also have a couple of dog trainers, and we will bring so that we'll have a good discussion and knowledge about these aspects. So quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can invite our next speaker. And also in the meanwhile, I'm sharing a video, just watch it, which is related to assistance dogs. Is raised in the form of polls. If you are unable to see the feedback form, kindly select the host and leave your feedback form mentioning the session number. Yeah, with this short video, we can see how these assistance dogs or service dogs can play a crucial role in the life of blind and deaf patients. Especially abled population. They do wonderful service in the community, and there are a lot of laws and regulations with respect to selection, training, and also adoption of such dogs, which are really helpful. So, quickly fill up the feedback form. We'll be starting our next session. We have with us Professor Aparna Vajpayee, Professor and Associate Dean, School of Liberal Arts and Management, PP Savani University, Gujarat. We welcome you, ma'am, to the international conference, and we invite you to take over for your session on malleability of information and human cognition. You can start your video and audio. You have 30 minutes, ma'am, for your presentation. The PPT is visible, ma'am. You can continue.
I'm able to show the PPTs. Am I able?
Yeah, your video is visible, your audio is perfect, and your PPT is also visible. Please continue.
Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra, giving me this opportunity to make presentation. It's really great to continue presentations from the theme of various arenas of our life and giving a platform to interact with numerous scholars. Thank you so much, sir. For my today's topic, I'm going to talk about the malleability of information and human cognition. So first, concerned to the background, often we get many news, and when the researchers have started trying to know the impact of those news in human mind, then it have been found that most of the times we don't identify the news and we get encountered with many fake news, and how it is affecting the human cognition is all studied in this paper with the help of secondary research in this area. So social media, as you know, for news consumption is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it's low cost, easy and accessible. But on the other hand, we also get encountered with many fake news. Unconsciously or unconsciously, we consume many information which are affecting our human cognition in such a manner that often the misinformation leaders and low quality news with intentionally false information or misinformation affects our thought processes. The extensive spread of fake news has the great potential for the negative impact on individual and society. Therefore, in the present paper, I have made an effort to identify the psychological consequences of fake news on human mind and behavior. When I started looking into the secondary data, I have framed certain questions with which I started exploring the data in this area. The first question was that under what conditions are people particularly susceptible to the negative impact of misinformation? Can people be warned about misinformation and unsuccessfully resist its damaging influence? Are some types of people particularly are more susceptible to misinformation? When misinformation has been embarrassed by individuals, what happens to their original memory? That it get affected or not? What is the nature of misinformation memories? How far can you go with people in terms of misinformation you can plant in memory? And with this, I have gone with various researchers, and the researchers in this area mainly started from 1990, and a number of techniques have been planned with the whole events, or what have been called as rich false memories. So how rich false memories affect the human brain is being studied. And another study has used the scenario made up of relative subjects and planted false memories of being lost for an extended time in a shopping mall at the age of 6 and rescued from an elderly person. And this fake memories was recalled by the people in the research more consciously with big number as compared to other news. In other studies where the researcher have used a method of implanting the false memory, and they have shown that a child, as a subject, had an accident at a family wedding. And because family wedding and child's accident, these are two contrast emotional, having contrast emotional impact, one very happy episode of life, another very negative emotions. So that have been shown, and the recall of that information also being in a high percentage in that research. Another theme which was shown that had been a victim of a vicious animal attack. The study was done by Portal et al. In 1999, and they found that he or she had nearly drowned and had to be rescued by a lifeguard. And that story was also being recalled by the people more as compared to other informations shown to them. So these are few studies which have done in the past, and they have tried to know what kind of information with false information attract more and how it is affecting the human cognition. And then they have raised other questions, that how many times we are really testing the information, whether information is correct or not. So it has been found with the researchers that 60% times we simply trust the news, even we don't think that news can be wrong. So this is how we get encountered with the fake news. Then 23% times we have some doubt, but we don't check the doubt that information can be wrong. Only there are 10% people who go for cross-check, and only 7% of the population cross-check the news with all efforts to find out a fact whether the news is correct and or incorrect. So mostly we live with the misinformation or fake information, or I can say, if you see in this graph, you may see that 83% population live with the fake information. They even don't think to cross-check. Then what kind of information get stored in brain for more effective manner? And this have been checked with the recall of information. So false information, real information, and false information with combinations have been checked. In this graph, you can see the recall patterns. False information, if it is emotionally loaded, and semantic memory, memories are of two types, long-term memory is of two types, semantic and episodic. So if semantic memory is there, then information of false memory is very high if it is also loaded with the emotions. So often the fake news which are made to spread to affect human mind are having large emotional content. And if large emotional content is there, then this information stay in brain for long time. In the same way as we know with the facts of memory, that episodic memory is also recalled or recollected in brain for a longer period of time. So false information with emotional loaded information and with episodic in nature. Episodic means in the form of some story, in the form of some episodes. Then it gets stored in brain for a long time and people believe and live with the information as it is real. And in comparison to that, if we go to study the real information, because real information is often less loaded with emotions and episodes, then the recall of real information from human mind is comparatively low. Then real information, if it is more loaded with emotions then and episode, then recall is little high. But false information, if it is highly loaded with emotional and episodic information with it, the recall of that item was found highest in comparison. So we can easily impart false information in human mind and can affect the cognitive processes. If we go to analyze the neurological causes of false memory, it have been found that any information which comes to our brain, and if it is highly loaded with the emotions, especially with negative emotions, then the human brain is collecting that information in thalamus, and that information get passed to amygdala. And if amygdala is get aroused with that information due to negative emotions, then that amygdala often hijack the information, or I may use the term amygdala hijack, where we go less with the logics of information because the amygdala hijack the brain with the emotions and episodes of the information, and our logical thinking stopped working, because of which our logical thinking get blocked and we live with the more with that hijacks of informations which is emotionally loaded, and thus human being often lives with the fake information more as compared to the false semantic information. And the neurological analysis with the help of fMRI have also shown that in the brain, there are areas of false memories. So neurologically, it is also supported. And we could see in this picture, number of fMRI picture of a human brain, where the areas of false memory get evoked at the time of false information. So it is stored and protect in the brain very effectively. Then there are other factors studied in this area that with the help of Myers-Briggs type indicators is one type of test used to assess participants' personality, that what kind of people get more influence with the misinformation or fake information. And in a study, Loftus in 1978 have found that the people's personality, specifically introvert, intuitive participants, they are likely to accept both accurate and inaccurate information than extrovert sensate participant. And therefore, it was speculated that introvert people are more likely to have lower confidence in their memory and are more likely to accept misinformation or fake information. Individual personality characteristics, including empathy, absorptions, and self-monitoring, was also found linked with the greater susceptibility of getting encountered with the false information. And if we recall several episodes of past, it have happened with many of us that we live with the false information. In 1994, there was a Professor Nambi Narayanan. He was falsely implicated in an espionage case, arrested and physically tortured in custody, and the charges against him later on disapproved by CBI. And in April 1996, the Supreme Court of India have ordered Kerala government to stop that investigation. And in 2018, Supreme Court bench have awarded Narayan a compensation of $70,000 US for that. But if you see in this long span of 22 years of life, the fake information made and spread against him has ruined his career. Later on, government have even acknowledged that, and in 1990, he has received a Padma Bhushan, and recently R. Madhavan have directed even a film based on that. So I have just tried to study how a fake or false information or malleability of information with fake evidences affects the human mind. So then there are neurological correlates related to that, and then the nature of information, the way it is being spread with the help of some episodes, some lives and stories, there are more possibility among us to get susceptible with that false information. Then planting misinformation in human mind, how we can plant. The misinformation effect refers to impairment in the memory for the past and arises after exposure of misleading information. The phenomenon has been investigated at least 30 years, and investigators have found that numerous issues related to that. And in these numerous issues, they have also found that if any information which have been spread and later on, if it has been disapproved, even then, there are 60 to 80% people who carry doubt even after the disapproval of information, that information first get encountered in brain was wrong. So they even if they come to know that the information get spread was wrong, it is having impact in their brain, and often they are just confused which one is correct, but they still live with the negative information. So this includes the condition under which people are especially susceptible to the negative impact of misinformation, and conversely, when are they resistance. Warning about the potential and misinformation sometimes works to inhibit its damaging effect. And thus, even if we get the right information, many people think, no, maybe the next news is affected. The first news which they get have more possibility to be true. Thus, it is difficult often for the people to come out from that negative information, and it get implant in the human mind more negatively, and we live with that information for long. Then impairment of memory. Misinformation effect refers to impairment in the memory for the past that arises after exposure to misleading information. So it is also impairing the memory, and the phenomena have been investigated for at least 30 years. And as investigators have addressed a number of issues, they found that the people are especially susceptible to negative impact of misinformation, and conversely, when are they resist. So they keep on resisting with the first information because they don't want, or they don't feel like impairing their memories which they get in the first information. So this is the common tendency of human brain in receiving and interpreting the information they get from the social media. Then human mind and malleability for memory test. What memory tests say about that? One of the most fundamental question one can ask about the memory is question about permanence of long-term memory. If information makes it two-way or long-term memories, does it stay there permanently even when we can't retrieve it or damage? So what is happening if first information is coming in brain and it remain there for a long time, such as in many cases where the court is giving their decisions after certain period of time and human brain lives with that information. So that memory traces remain there in human mind and cognition for longer period of time, and the decay of information often causing the damaging of new information as alternative aspect of information, keeping in brain in correcting the information. So when misinformation is accepted by human cognition, we have a tendency to live with that information for long, and it takes long time to repair that misinformation and convert that into the negative information or false information. So many times the image formation and damaging effect is that we spread the positive and negative images of parties, of people, and by the time the right information is reaching the people, the memory of that negative information mislead their cognition for decision making and other information processing is very strong to stop that negative effect on their cognition. Then the recall of information. If information is malleable with fake information and if information is right, then what? So studies are showing, many studies have been done in that area, that false information, if it is nicely elaborated with emotions, with variety of interesting figures to make it more acceptable, then that information is having more negative and adverse effect, and that misinformation leads to live in the brain for longer period of time as compared to simple, factful, trustworthy information. So the memory of false information is relatively very high as compared to the right information in human brain. Then retroactive interference. Retroactive, there are two kinds of interference have been found. One is retroactive, another is post-active. So retroactive information, any information which is being received in brain and then another information is coming. So the first information is inhibiting the recall of the second information. This is common fact about human brain. And that is why if we receive so many information in same time and we ask the people to recall, the possibility in recall is often there with the primacy and recency effect in memory. What I mean to say that often the first information being conveyed to them and the last information being to convey them is having a serial impact on recalling of information. Thus, the first negative information is stay in brain with the retroactive interference in accepting the second information more effectively, and it remains with the human cognition for more longer period of time, even if it is contaminated with the wrong facts. Then the aspects of episodic memories are there. A memory is of various kinds, such as memory in human brain get collected in the form of semantic information, in the forms of flashbulb memory, or in the forms of autobiographic thoughts, or it can also be collected in the brain with the form of episodes. So if any memory being described and narrated in the forms of episodes, it's also remain in the brain, and the possibility of accepting that information is very high. So the false information in episodic form has more long enduring impact as compared to the latest semantic information. So how the negative information or fake information affect our thought process, and it lives there for long. Then another information related to that I could find out with various researchers, that human brain is not precise recorder of information. The information we receive, if it is having negative emotion impact with the information, then that information is having traumatic effect in brain, or I may say it is causing a kind of trauma in brain, and that traumatic effect often increase the intensity of receiving information in more I can say more exaggeration of information rather than the information just being conveyed to them. So human brain often analyze that information, increase that information if it is negatively impacted in brain. So the possibility of getting encountered with negative information is very high. Other facts which I discovered, we found that often it happens that news being shown to us, the more we get encountered with the fake news, the more likely we are to believe it. And the phenomenon related is with the cognitive overloading of the information. If one information being shown to you 20 times in a day, and often this is a kind of tendency with various news channel and social media, they show that particular information again and again. And then a kind of cognitive overload thing is happening, and our brain gets tired to receive other information, and we live with that information. Thus, malleability of information and human thought process is very high with that, and our right information intake get reduced with that. So if we see news channels for 2 to 3 hours, the more emotionally loaded story typed information affect our brain to be stay there for long as compared to the semantic figure out informations in brain. So this is how these are all the various facts I could try to find out with the help of secondary data, how it affects the memory and how we get encountered with the false negative information, and our human cognition to understand the fact get affected with this. With this, thank you so much. This is all a secondary data analysis related to malleability of information and how our human mind act or react to that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any question related to that? I'm there to answer.
Thank you, ma'am, for the very insightful presentation. Participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly ask. You can share your observations, comments. I have one query, so we will take up yours and then I will share my query. You can feel free to raise your hand or share in chat box or unmute yourself. If there are no queries, it was very well presented, ma'am. In fact, I was also a journalism student. I have bachelor's and master's as subject, so it is also quite interesting to me. Yeah, Deepak, do you have any query? Deepak?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any query? You have unmuted yourself.
No. One, sir. No, sir.
Okay. So, ma'am, as per your research or review of literature, Did you find any difference among men and women in kind of malleability of information, especially with the fake news? A lot of fake news is being spread, rumors are being spread. So can you enlighten us on that?
Researchers are saying if information is more emotionally loaded, and it is found that women are more susceptible to be emotions, specifically negative information. So they keep that information more in their brain as compared to men. Yeah. So they have more large they analyze those information as compared to men in more detail with minute details, and thus possibility of affecting women with negative or false information in the form of information with some negative emotions related to women or children. They are recollecting that information more fastly, and they live with the information for more longer period of time as compared to men.
That's nice to hear. So yeah, as we know that women are more concentrative or more.
Even the descriptions of detail are more with the women as compared to men.
Yes, ma'am.
Minute descriptions or details, if you want to recall with women, the information of is described in a wide manner with small many things related to that as compared to men. So women are not only receiving that information, but they are also describing the information with more details.
Very well explained. Any other queries from participants? Ma'am, any suggestions, ma'am, how to overcome this?
Suggestions are that experts, we should make people understand that whatever information we are getting through the social media, we should often check that information. And without checking that information, we should not blindly accept the information. And these days we can see with the help of WhatsApp and Facebook, it is a kind of effort people make to make a particular group negative against other group like that. So there we need to be very careful accepting that information. At first check the information and then accept. What is the problem with us? That 83% people, even they don't check. What they see, they believe and they live with that. So if we start checking the information, we will get less encountered with the wrong informations or fake informations.
Yes, ma'am, rightly said. Often we do not cross-check the information which we receive. That often leads to believing of misinformation and spreading of rumors also. Very well explained, ma'am.
Yeah, if we can make awareness, that there are many information which is wrong. So please cross-check before accepting that information as a fake or as a fact.
Yes, ma'am. So I think it is very well understood. No queries. So thank you, ma'am, for very much for joining us and sharing this wonderful insight. You know, this is very important, even significant that more than men, women have to be more alert because they are more conscious and they are more aware of their surroundings and happenings. So they can bring more awareness also among everyone by closely, critically observing and analyzing the information.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors and looking forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving us opportunity to use your platform. Thank you so much.
So Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form for this session, and we will be moving on to the next session. Feedback form has been launched. Quickly fill up the feedback form. While you are filling up the feedback form, let's watch another short video. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to next session. Next session would be by Mr. Nagaraj. You know, he is very inspiring person, and we should be very fortunate to have Nagaraj with us. Yeah, Nagaraj ji, kindly wait for a few moments, sure. So sure. That participants fill the feedback form, and I will give you co-host. Sometimes it's accidentally getting closed, so we are waiting. Participants, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to next session. So in the meanwhile, while you are filling up the feedback form, let's watch a short video. This is also related to assistance dogs.
every guide dog helps someone with sight loss live the life they choose. Guide dogs.
Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. We have with us today Mr. Nagaraj. He is a Rotarian and also graduate in Masters in Social Work, and he is presently Deputy Manager in State Bank of India, Bangalore, and he is also heading the position of Assistant Governor in the Rotary Club in Bangalore. And his life is very inspiring, and he is specially able. He is blind, but he has achieved a lot. I mean, he is a great inspiration to all of us. You know, we are always complaining about life and how it is, but in spite of all hardships, our Nagaraj ji has overcome all the efforts even a normal person couldn't do. And his life has been always an inspiration, and he's very much active in social work and social service. He always looks for all the opportunities to serve the humankind. So he's very active even in charity, social service also. Over to you, Nagaraj-ji, for your session on women and children with disabilities.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, please continue.
So, good afternoon, everybody. So, happy Sunday. And first of all, I wish you all a very happy Friendship Day, as it is the first week of August. Every year we celebrate a Friendship Day. That is, I say first, I belongs to you. That is, we all work together to achieve the common goal. And today I'm going to speak about the three important issues. That is, one is about disability, second thing about women, and third about children. And fourthly, I will be clubbing all these things together, and I will be making as an inclusive seminar. And if you have anything also in chat box, you are most welcome to add your points, values, everything. So, today, as we say, we are celebrating 75 years of Independence Day, Independence Year. Since morning, we are hearing lot of lectures, lot of seminars, lot of talks about disability issues, women issues, children issues. Especially today is a breastfeeding day. That is, today is the last day for this program. That is when after the child birth takes place, immediately we should concentrate on breastfeeding. So, most of the times we see lot of milk will fall down. So that is actually becomes a problem. So the child starts crying. Lot of children, getting the bottle milk and other milks, and they will not be able to get the good immunity, good nutrition. So maybe due to that also, sometimes disability may occur, we may assume. When I speak about the issue of disability, when you say disability, it's a functioning of any part of the body, it's a dysfunction, or if you don't have a sight, you have to do the activity in the other part, like through you should hear and you should work, or you should listen and work, you should touch and feel and work. So like that, this type of feeling and touching will have in the imagination in the life. So that is a kind of a disability. So disability has lot of words. In fact, says handicapped. Handicapped means cap in the hand, you say. So that is impaired or challenged or divyangjan. So many words has been corrected by the governments. So many words have been told by the United Nations and all these things. So when you say disabilities, they are having lots of psychosocial, economic, political, physical, mental, all kinds of personal or family problems, even the attitudinal barriers, discriminations, social stigma, superstition, and attitude of the society is very, very different towards the persons with disability. But when you say impairment, so you are impaired physically or mentally, not able to function, but you take a challenge in the life and achieve, as Ravindra sir said, or Mary Florence madam said, we have to lead our life successfully. Whatever, everybody is one way or other a disability. For example, some are economically disabled, that means financially problem. Some are physically disabled, even though their body is okay, they're not going. So nowadays people are working all the time in computers. They are, a headache will come, and their health hazardous will be there. So that is a different kind of disability, one or other. So that is why government has specified in the persons with disabilities, equal opportunities, full protection of rights, and protection of rights, and bringing the disabled persons into the mainstream of the society, has classified 21 types of disability. When you say blind and low vision, orthopedically or locomotor disabilities, or leprosy cured, or speech and hearing problem, mental retardation, mental illness, multiple disability, like that, there are so many types of disabilities we have. So before I go to the what are the facilities are there, what are the opportunities are there, what are the services are there from government for the disabled persons, I want to look on to one issue, that is children with disability. When you say children with disability, children are, we call babies, infants, or whatever. So for that, mother is the first teacher, and teacher, children should get a physical, mental, social, intellectual, emotional, all developments. That is why we have to concentrate more on children's developments, children's welfare, children's life, everything. So rearing and caring of children is very important, and giving love and affection, protection and support, education, health, nutrition, ICDS programs, integrated child development scheme, all these programs. So children and mother both needs to be taken care. So when you say, when I want to link this children with disability, I want to bring to 4 important rights for the persons with children. One is right to survival. When you say right to survival, you need food, clothing, shelter, medicines, nutrition, everything, so that children will live a happy life, sustainable life. Good environment is required, good family is needed, good atmosphere is needed for children for overall development. Then when you look after the second right, that is right to protection. Who should protect? So many children, orphans are there, destitutes are there, disabled children are there. Parents should take care. Those who don't have parents, who will take care? They will be given adoption. They will be given foster homes. They will be given, temporary homes. And, we call it as observation homes, juvenile homes. So many children will go with law, with, conflict. They do robbery, stealing, and other things. For them also, we need to give a protection. When family takes care of a children properly, these children will not do any mistakes. Because of the environment, I do mistakes, correct? Children will do mistakes. And the third right is a developmental rights. That is, I say, physical, mental, social, economic, spiritual, overall development of children is very important. So mind and body should develop in the children. They should take good food. They should do exercises. They should involve with children. They should do all the things. And lastly, right to participation. We should make children to participate in social, economic, and cultural life and sports activities so that children will grow very nicely. So when I speak about disabled children, they are facing a lot of problems, abuses, exploitations. Some children doesn't get education. Some children, after birth, family is not taking care properly. They will be locked in the homes and they will be imprisoned. They will be abused sexually, or so many abusement is there. When you talk about women with disability, we have to speak first about women. It's a double disability. Double problem is there for this woman. One is she is a woman. She has to depend on husband. She has to depend on father. She has to depend on his son for the livelihood. So when you say women needs a lot of education, employment, security, cultural life, and law, legislations are there. So when you say women with disability, lot of women have abused, lot of women got exploited, lot of women has, Domestic Violence Act, you all studied. So 2005 Act, it says you should not do this kind of abuse. Lot of punishment is there. Fine and imprisonment is there. So why this law is there? Because to protect the people. When you say women with disability, many women has no education. Especially men will at least go to higher education. After 10th standard, men will go to colleges, universities, and they will take some jobs. But women, they are finding it very difficult to get jobs. And they are finding it very difficult to get life partners for the marriage. And lot of women struggles in their life. Very few women are economically independent, socially independent, decision makers, are thinking in a positive way. Lot of ignorance is there in the society. So this way, women and children are the integral part of the disabled sector. So when you say there are 4-5 acts have come for the persons with disability, one is Persons with Disability Act 1995, which has 14 chapters and 176 sections, which speaks about prevention, early detection, education, employment, inclusion, social welfare facilities, research and development and all. But after that, there was one more act as passed, that is Lunatic Mental Retardation Multiple Disabilities Act 1999, which has provided some facility for this kind of disabilities. But in 2005, there was one more act as passed, that is Rehabilitation Council of India Act, RCI, which gives some rehabilitation facilities in rural and semi-urban areas and in slums for the disabled persons. And recently, Persons with Disabilities Rights Bill 2016 has come, which is implemented very successfully, which consists of about 17 chapters and about 200 sections, which all speaks about, types of disability, which is about 21 types of disabilities are there. In that, it says women and children with disabilities are more vulnerable, more discriminated, more problematic. For them, we need to give equality, diversity, inclusion, and bringing them to the mainstream by giving all the facilities to them. So when we speak about this act and the government facilities, each department in each state has a different role to play. So in central government or union government, we have a department called Disability Affairs, which comes under the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment. Not only that, other departments have also got the equal responsibility to take care of persons with disability, like Women and Child Department, Science and Technology Department, and Health Department, Education Department, all these Finance Department, Industrial Department, all these departments have the responsibility to take care of persons with disabilities, to give 3% reservation in the jobs which Modi government has made 4% reservation. So a lot of people are getting jobs nowadays, and a lot of people are getting self-employed. That is one thing, is we need to create awareness about all these issues. The problem what is happening here is some people only are achieving, not all the people are achieving. Why? Because society is treating it differently. For example, I'm going to one function. I attend a lot of things, but one problem I face is there is communication gap. They should understand each other. What I would like to share with all of you is, whenever you meet a disabled person, kindly say hello, give shake hand, talk to them, understand their problem, and they will definitely share their views. Definitely we don't want sympathy, we need empathy, we need opportunity, we need inclusive society. That means we are there. I'm a deputy manager in State Bank of India. You are all working like that. I am also working, and I do, every day at least one recovery of NPA, that is non-performing asset. So every day, confidently, by using all the aids and technologies, we can do anything. So that is why education is very, very important. Whenever you see any children with disability, I request all of you to bring them to the education, to send them to the school, either special schools or inclusive schools, any school it may be. Every state is having a department. I say in Karnataka, we have got Department of Women and Child. So under that, we have disability department. So like that, in different states, we have social welfare department. Under that, they are having the disability welfare department. So like that, there are so many things are happening. So, but only problem we have to do is lot of awareness is important. So what I am feeling is government is doing lot of budget to all the sectors. Why government is neglecting us? Why government is not giving budget to us? Why government is not, bothering about us? That is what. That is why what we have to do, first we have to go to the departments, take the jobs. Everybody should get job. Everybody should get education. Everybody should get training. Everybody should improve their standard of life. Everybody should get a family care. If they don't have a proper family care in the hostels or institutions, they should be given a very good care. Definitely they can come up in their life like anything. So then what we are having, the act which is saying we have central advisory board, state advisory board, central and state commissioner, which is working for the implementation of this act. And lot of, 99 departments are there in Karnataka. Out of that, only 33 departments have identified jobs. Why not the 66 departments have not identified jobs? Like that, in so many departments in your states, there are a lot of departments who are not at all bothered. They're not implementing this job reservation, which is very bad. We have to make them compulsory, and we should make all the institutions, especially private sectors, to provide jobs, especially for women. So women are capable of doing much more than the men. So when you say, if you educate one woman, whole society will be educated. Whole nation will be getting educated. Whole world will get educated. So that is why we should make women are the entrepreneurs. Even with disability women also, for that matter, we are not exempted. We are also included everywhere. So not only that, we have, in case if government is not able to provide the jobs, we will put RTI. That is why I say, I thank National Association for the Blind. In case if government is not ready to do, we will put RTI. In case if they don't listen to our RTI, we will go to PIL, that is public interest litigation in the court. Court will give the direction to give the jobs for everybody. For example, I'll tell you, there was a reservation, 4,900 teachers posts were called long back. So then what happened was government did not give the jobs for us. Then we went to the court in public interest litigation, and court directed them at least 49 jobs you have to give to the persons with disability. Then the government realized, then they start filling the post. What they say, you can't do this work. Why that kind of attitude they're having? You can't do. Why you can't do? When you are doing, why I can't do? Everybody can do. Only thing is you have to provide the facility. You have to provide the space. So for example, I'll tell you, when you have one example I'll give you, that is one person in Haryana government, they said, these disabled persons are not working. They are actually sitting in one place only, like that one person commented. Then Haryana Chief Minister, I don't want to mention his name, he said, at least disabled persons will sit in one place. You people are roaming here and there. This is very pathetic situation. At least these people, if we give job, they will remember us. They will be with the taxpayers. So we are all taxpayers now. We are all the contributors. When I'm working in Rotary abilities as a president, past president, now I am the district assistant governor. Whatever roles each person is doing, I am directing all the other normal persons, do this, do that, like that. So it is happening. The time will come. So that is why we have to wait. We have to work hard. We have to have the commitment. That is why we should become leaders. We should have a good communication, especially for women and children. We should make them independent. We should give all the facilities. We should, provide them equal opportunities, make them strong, confident. These 4 sutras you all should remember in your life. That is, everybody has this SWOT analysis you have to do. That is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. That is very important. And the second thing I want to tell all of you, either it is a women or children, everybody. So I also became children, then only I became adult, right? So that is why when in the childhood itself, if you make them as a strong foundation, when he becomes adult, he will become a greater contributing person. So that is why children or women or youth or elders, their health is very, very important. We should, make them not to get any disorders, give them good nutrition, give them good education, give them good sustainability, and give them good atmosphere, and make them strong and confident. And, they will show the path to everybody. So goal achievement is everybody's, way of life. So that is why what we have to do is we should strive hard. So all the time working hard, those who work hard will become great successful persons forever. So this way I want to tell you, so both women development, children development, empowerment of persons with disabilities, you all should remember these years. That is 1098 for children helpline, which caters to the needs of disabilities also. 1091 for the women helpline, which even takes care of women with disabilities, and even disability also. We have got a lot of helplines started by NIMHANS and so many organizations. Even Rotary is also doing a lot of counseling, lot of guidance, support, everything. And we make every promise that every woman will become a strong, motivating, independent person, and they will become the achievers in the life. So this way, I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra sir, Mary Florence, and all the audience over here and the participants over here. Since morning, we are having a wonderful session from Sri Kesri. I'm attending a lot of lectures. Think awareness creation, we are able to achieve, and a lot of researches are happening, a lot of education is happening, a lot of developments are happening. We should thank them for such seminars and conferences which they are doing, so that youngsters will get a jobs very soon with their support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nagaraj ji. As usual, a lot of inspiration from you.
So anybody has any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Yeah, participants, feel free to share your observations, comments, or any queries, clarifications.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Y. Savitri, Assistant Professor, Zoology Department. Sir, you are explained in excellent manner, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. So what is the position of disability status in your place?
Yes, sir, the statement is extraordinary, and that is maybe most of the cases that is correct also. Because the people who are good, they are roaming around the campuses and around the institutions without any work. Nice explanation, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Hi Nagraj, very inspiring speech. Like if they listen to you only, we get lot of inspiration. I'm very happy that you came for this session after a long time, and you gave a wonderful talk. Everything kept so much in memory about ads, everything. You're really done justice, 200%. All the best for your life and your life in Rotary and your future in your bank, everything. God bless you. Take care.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Yeah, any other participants would like to share your views or observations? Feel free.
Even this guide dog technique, what you are providing the video, it's an excellent example for all of us, sir. Really, it's a role model thing.
Yeah, actually, we have to make use of such, as you were talking about AIDS, na? So maybe these can also be very helpful for you and people like you. Maybe we need to do some advocacy in this area also.
And in India, it should come. In India, actually, this kind of technologies should implement, because it is there in America and some countries.
Yeah.
In future, we are expecting even in India also.
Yeah, here also we have, but very limited. But yeah, as you said, maybe more awareness has to be created, and more trainers need to be made available. They have to be trained volunteers who are animal lovers or who are having empathy towards animals can be trained, so that no more and more these service dogs or assistance dogs can be trained, and which can be really helpful in adopting dogs as well as assisting the specially abled persons. Thank you, Nagaraj, for your valuable time. And after a long time, we met again.
So I'm always available, but you should tell me in advance. I'm ready for any topics. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you once again for joining us. And we wish you all the success in your future endeavors. And you should reach more heights in your life. And you should be inspiration for more people. And we will pray for you. Yeah. See you. Take care.
Thank you.
So, after a wonderful session by Nagaraj, you know, he is always an inspiration for us. And whenever I talk, I take his reference. You know, he is a very well, in spite of lot of hardships also, he could achieve so much in life, and he's continuously striving every day, you know, to do something to give back to society. You know, such a great personality, and that kind of attitude towards the society, you know, very less people have that kind of perspective also. So very well taken. So we'll move on to next session. Next we have with us Ravichandran ji. Before that, quickly fill up the feedback form. Feedback form has been raised. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to next session. While you are filling up the feedback form, let's watch another short video.
This is me heading to the first day of guide dog training. A brave new world. A little bit scared and uncertain because even though sometimes I seem to muddle by, at least I know what I'm doing. And it's going to be a big change having a guide dog now. But hopefully a change for the better.
So this is Ufton. From when I arrived this morning, my white cane, which I've been using constantly for anywhere out with the house, was put in a corner and I've not touched it all day. I've had him with me and we're both safe and sound. He's accompanied me to breakfast, dinner and tea. So now we're both, I think, quite shattered. There definitely seems to be a good bond forming between the two of us, as the instructor commented that when we were in the park and he was off the lead, he kept keeping an eye on and following me rather than her, because he's now getting used to the idea that I'm the one that he lives with, and I'm the one that will feed him, which is probably more important. Yesterday in training we had a big adventure because it was going out and into shops, but he cooked great. The only thing is he seemed quite fascinated by, I don't know if it's the smell or the colours of the sofa shop, and when we walked past to get to the pet shop and when we walked back to the car, he was determined that we were going to go in and buy a new sofa. We're beginning to make plans for coming home on Friday, which is only 2 days away, and how to integrate him into the house. I've been amazed by all this, how the integration to home, you think it's just going to be straightforward, but it's like any animal getting used to a new environment. But he's great, sticking to his training, but good fun and blending into the family nicely.
Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. Still, many are yet to fill up the feedback form. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session. And in the meanwhile, let's quickly look at the difference between assistance dogs and other types of dogs. Assistance dogs is a generic term for guide, hearing, or service dog, specifically trained to do more than one task and mitigate the effects of an individual's disability. The presence of a dog for protection, personal defense, or comfort does not qualify that dog as an assistance dog. So guide dogs are the dogs that guides individuals who are blind or visually impaired. The presence of a dog for protection, personal defense, a comfort does not qualify that dog as a guide dog. And hearing dogs are the dogs that alerts individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing to specific sounds. And service dogs are the dogs that work for individuals with disabilities other than blindness or deafness. They are trained to perform a wide variety of tasks, including but not limited to pulling a wheelchair, bracing, retrieving, alerting to a medical crisis, and providing assistance in a medical crisis. Therapy dogs. These dogs are trained to provide affection, comfort, and love to many people in many different settings. Therapy dogs are not covered under the American Disability Act, ADA, and therefore do not have the same public access rights as the assistance dog and its handler. And facility dog, a specially trained dog that is working with a volunteer or a professional who is trained by their program. The work of facility dog can include visitations or professional therapy in one or more locations. Public access is permitted only when the dog and handler, who is trained volunteer or professional, is directly working with a client with a disability. An emotional support dog is a dog that provides only emotional support to an individual with a mental health condition or emotional disorder. An emotional support dog is a companion animal, and that by the presence of dog provides comfort to an individual with a disability. The emotional support dog does not perform tasks to mitigate a person's disability. Emotional support dogs are not covered under the American Disability Act (ADA) and therefore do not have the same public access rights as an assistance dog and its handler. So quickly fill up the feedback form, dear participants. We are moving to next session. Before that, we will watch another short video. Let me pull it up. There is an organization called International Association of Assistance Dog Partners and Assistance Dogs International, and also Working Like Dogs. These three organizations are worldwide renowned assistance dog organizations. They work worldwide, though in some countries they have very limited presence. But in some countries they are really strong, like US, UK, European, and some part of European countries. So let's look at the US counterparts. Let me load one video. Yes. This is about civil rights and responsibilities of disabled persons with service animals in the USA, and the rights and responsibilities of healthcare providers and the relevant federal laws and policies. This was a webcast conducted in July 2013 by International Association of Assistance Dog Partners. We are not going through the entire video, just the introduction part so that we can understand. So let's quickly watch the introduction and then we'll move on to our next session.
Welcome to this event hosted by the International Association of Assistance Dog Partners. My name is Joan Froling, and I am one of the co-founders and currently the chairperson of IAADP. And today's workshop is titled Access to Hospitals and Other Healthcare Facilities for Disabled Persons with Service Animals. Do hospitals and other medical providers have a legal obligation in the United States to accommodate disabled persons with guide, hearing, and service dogs? And if so, to what extent? We are honored to have with us today two very distinguished guest speakers to educate us on this topic. Sally Conway represents the U.S. Department of Justice, and she is the Deputy Chief of the Disability Rights Section. Eileen Hanrahan is a senior official at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and she is an attorney with their Office of Civil Rights. Before I turn this over to our guest speakers, I would like to talk for a bit about myself and IAADP and our goals in having this workshop. On this next slide, you will see a photo of me and my mobility assistance dog, Spirit. He's a big white Samoyed, which is a sled dog breed with a very gentle temperament. And it's thanks to the many tasks that Spirit can perform, like his predecessors, that I've learned that I can live on my own. I can go many places without having to drag a family member along with me. And I've even been able to travel. And I do recognize that some of the independence that we have here in the United States is due to our wonderful laws that give us access rights. These are laws that permit disabled persons to work outside the home with an assistance dog in many places in the public and private sector. Under the law, these dogs are regarded as medical equipment, although we know they are so much more. Unfortunately, although it sure has gotten a lot better in the last 20 years, there are a number of persons out there who are unfamiliar with these laws, and they may think we're trying to bring a pet into their facility. So we still have a lot of educational work to do, and this workshop is part of that effort. So what is IAADP? We're an independent, nonprofit, cross-disability organization run by disabled volunteers. And IAADP represents and advocates for disabled persons who work with guide, hearing, and service dogs. We held our inaugural meeting in 1993 in conjunction with a conference of Assistance Dogs International and also the Delta Society. And our founders viewed IAADP as a self-help organization. We wanted it to empower disabled people with different kinds of assistance dogs to work together on goals to foster the assistance dog movement. And over the years, thousands have done so through our education campaigns, our advocacy work, and our peer support projects. And as some of you know, IAADP promotes high training and behavioral standards for assistance dogs and the responsible use of access rights. On this next slide, you'll see a photo of our networking newsletter, Partners Forum. We launched it in 1994 with the intention of fostering a global information sharing and advocacy network. And it currently links together over 350 assistance dog training organizations worldwide, 3,000 IAADP members with guide, hearing, and service dogs, and others with a personal or professional interest in the assistance dog movement. And the list next to the photo just enumerates some of our activities over the years, and I'll only touch on a few. We have put on a number of conferences. We've held workshops in different countries. We have an educational website that receives over 250,000 visitors every year, and it facilitates our educational outreach and our advocacy campaigns. And the list also mentions CADO. That is the acronym for the Coalition of Assistance Dog Organizations. IAADP was a founding member in 2001. What CADO does is that it enables the umbrella organizations representing nonprofit training programs, such as Assistance Dogs International and the U.S. Council of Dog Guide Schools, and organizations representing disabled persons with guide, hearing, or service dogs to work together whenever an issue comes up, such as new legislation, proposed rulemaking, or something else that could have a serious impact on our community, and it needs a response. And we've learned that by speaking with one voice and showing a united front on a number of issues, it can be very advantageous to our advocacy goals. Our next slide asks how this workshop can assist you. This has been a very murky area of civil rights law. It gets very little publicity compared to fair housing cases and cases involving a denial of access to disabled persons with service animals that want to enter a restaurant, store, or in school districts in the USA. Last year, as editor of Partners Forum, I published a press release from the Office of Civil Rights of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And we learned that a gentleman with a service dog, whom he relied on for balance support, took his father to the hospital for treatment, and the hospital refused him access with his service dog. He subsequently filed a complaint with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the hospital settled out of court as violating Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. I had to ask myself, why Section 504 rather than the American with Disabilities Act? And it does bring up the question of which law should we cite if we have an access problem in a healthcare facility. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot more about this area of civil rights law. And we also hope this workshop will educate employees of hospitals and other healthcare settings on their rights and responsibilities when they encounter a disabled person with an assistance dog in their facility. And on our last slide, it says, if you have a question about an access problem or some other assistance dog related question, and the website information is insufficient, you can contact our Information and Advocacy Center, which over the years has responded to thousands of inquiries from disabled persons and others about access problems and other assistance dog related topics. Our phone number is 1-888-54-IAADP, or maybe to make it easier for some, it is 1-888-544-2237. Or you can email us at partnersupport@iaadp.org. Now I'm going to turn this workshop over to our guest speakers from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the U.S. Department of Justice. And I would just like to take this opportunity to thank them very much for working with the IAADP to bring us all a better understanding of civil rights of disabled persons with assistance dogs in regard to hospitals and healthcare settings.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is
with this, they have this kind of rights, access rights and civil rights, human rights, all, especially people with the disabilities. So maybe we need to also enact or have such kind of laws where, animals can also be used productively, constructively. So, with this, we'll move on to our next session for the day. So we have with us Matt Perleston from USA. Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello.
How is your health? Looks good.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, thank you. Yes, doing well.
So we have with us our friend Matt Perleston, CEO, EQ for Peace Worldwide Inc. USA. And he is teaching emotional intelligence and social emotional learning for over almost 4 decades in the USA and all around the world. And, he's very good friend of all of us. He's dedicated his entire life to emotional intelligence and teaching various aspects of emotional intelligence, and really dedicated his entire life. So we are very fortunate to have us with us, Matt, and also he is also contributing to the global peace. So which are all pertinent to the sustainable development, all goes hand in hand. So very fortunate to have our Matt with us for this session. today on parenting and also emotional intelligence. Over to you, Matt, for your session.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate being here. Appreciate you having me in. And I appreciate that you make emotional intelligence an important subject. It is a very, very, very important subject in my opinion, and a lot of people's opinion. It's growing like crazy. And that's because people are realizing how incredible it can be, what a life changer it can be. And because it's such a huge life changer, it's so important that we as parents teach our kids, or we as adults allow emotional education in schools and at home and even at work. We're trying to get it into all areas of life, and because it's critical. We're finding study after study after study is showing how important it is. And so it's up to us to bring it out and to teach, because nobody knows. They don't know. Kids don't know. We weren't taught this stuff in schools. And when we were younger, our parents didn't teach us because they didn't know. And so now we do know some about emotions and how important they are. It's very important that we bring it out and that we share what we know with others. So that's why I'm here. And thank you for giving me a place to speak and a way to come up with this great information in ways that people can use it. So hopefully. So let's talk about EQ and parenting, EQ for parenting. So a couple of goals that I have for this session: introduce you to the power of EQ from birth, all the way from birth, how important our emotions are, teaching EQ to kids, learning more about that. Becoming a role model. That's very, very important, is that kids watch us. They learn from us. And so we have to get better at it also, us personally. So this is bigger than just, well, let's just tell our kids how to do it. Well, we got to do it also, because they watch us, right? They watch us. They say, I like this saying, what is it? Don't worry that your kids don't listen to you. Worry that your kids are watching you. Worry that your kids are watching you, because they, it's not necessarily what you say, it's what you do that they learn from, that they take it in, and you are become their biggest role model. And that's a very important part of this whole thing. So I'm going to hopefully give you some ways that you can encourage emotional intelligence in your children, and how to create a peaceful, safe environment. That's a huge part of this, is to making it safe for people to feel, as kids, you, each other, your mate, everybody, to making it safe for people to feel. So what is emotional intelligence, and why do we care? Why do we care? Well, it's about being smarter about our thoughts, our feelings, and our emotions. That's all, really. Emotional intelligence is being smart with our heart. And we like to say it too, being smart with our heart. We're real good at our mind part. We're good at our culture. Your culture, our culture is left brain focused, and we are more interested in, seems to be, in what we think and what we know, what we understand, the knowledge that we have, that we do. That's what we teach in school, is mostly left brain information and knowledge, which is good. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. That's good. But what I'm also saying, and what we also need to do, is to add to that our right brain, our emotions, our passion, our creativity, our senses, get them involved, and make it so that so people, and kids especially, can bring out themselves and them as a person, in addition to what they know. It's not just what you know, but who you are and what you feel and how you act and that sort of thing that we're adding to this. And it is critical components to it all. we found study after study after study is showing how important emotional intelligence is in succeeding in life, in our health, which is wild that we are now connecting emotions with the physical ailments, physical problems, that if we don't deal with our emotions properly, that our body starts either tensing up and falling apart, or things start going wrong because we've got our blood is pressure going up. We've got problems with heart, lots and lots of heart problems. And it's kind of like, we talk about being smart with your heart, and that your emotions are in your heart. Well, it turns out that there's a big part of heart problems, physical heart problems, come from emotional heart problems. So they're very much connected, and so it's one of the most important things we can teach. And it used to be kind of a nice to have skill that you understand about your emotions so you can get along with people better, and that's nice. But nowadays, with all the problems that are going on, and with people with the realizing the physical connection between our emotions and our physicalness, that this is critical, kind of life-saving information. It's actually life-saving information. So it could be one of the most important things that you ever teach your kids. Actually, it can be one of the most important things ever. Aristotle said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. That's a little bit severe, but you get the idea that we need to balance them. We need to do both sides, both emotions. And I'm going to jump down to this slide. We are pretty good at our our intellectual side, and the guy on the left is not so good on EQ side. So we're pretty good on this side. We're not so good on this side. So we need to raise this side up, raise up our emotional side so we can balance. And what that looks like is that we try to make decisions. Based on both our thoughts and our feelings, our left brain and our right brain, so that we want to be able to say, does this make sense when I'm making a decision? Does this make sense logically? Does this make sense? And does it feel good and feel right? Both, right? We have to take both of them into account and balance them. That's what seems to be working. Some of the huge benefits of emotional intelligence is one of my favorite slides, is that it's about giving us choices. Emotional intelligence gives us more choices. I'll talk more about that in a minute. A lot of times people with problems, when we have problems, we only see a choice or two, and we end up acting based on what we see as our choices. And we don't understand that with emotional intelligence and with our ability to understand ourselves better, that gives us more choices, and more choices leads to freedom, our freedom to act as we feel is necessary, with freedom to be the best that we can be. If we only have one choice, when we ended up doing that only, and then that's very, very limiting. But a lot of times we can, one of the things, like within counseling, we ask people, what do you see as your choices? And they go, well, this is how I've always done it, or this is how I saw my dad do it, or this is how, if somebody hits me, for example, I got to hit them back. Boom, that's what I do. And you go, well, that's one choice. What else could you do? And so you find out, give people choices and help people believe or understand that they have the ability to go in different directions, and they have ability to act in different ways. And that gives you the ability to be who you are, and to make better choices, and to get better results with your life. So EQ leads to choices. Choices lead to freedom. One of the choices is ability to have personal power in your life, to learn how to love and be intimate. One of our one of the biggest skills with emotional intelligence is our ability to open our heart or close our heart. We can open up and we can close up, and we can manage ourselves, our inner world, and that is a huge critical point of being able to teach kids that they are in charge of themselves and their own selves. It leads to results, it leads to success, it leads to leadership. If you want self-esteem, self-care, independence in children, it gives people a purpose. It gives us ability to be peaceful, and that's kind of the point of our nonprofit that we're trying to get around the world, is that emotional intelligence can lead to peace. We don't know how to create peace in our lives, and so it's teachable skills. These are teachable skills. How to use our heart, how to get along with people, how to have empathy, how to have compassion, how to love. Even love is even considered a teachable skill. It's kind of natural inside of us. Some people love more than others, that naturally, but it can be encouraged, it can be understood, we can be wiser with our love. And same thing with our kids. When we love our kids, there's ways that it can be done well and ways it cannot be done well. So there are teachable skills, and we can improve over time, and that's a very cool thing. That's a very cool thing. So it's also in connecting. We found that one of the longest studies in history, still going on at Harvard University in the United States, is it's called the Gardner study, and they been studying the people for 82 years, longitudinal study, long time, and they're trying to find out what is the keys to success. What is the point? What's the keys to life, actually? What's the most important thing? What's making you happiest? What is making you unhappiest? What is most important? What's working? What's not working? That sort of thing. And they came up with one main component of life to bring out the happiest people, or to it becoming the most important thing in life. And that is, drum roll, please. Relationships. Relationships. We need to connect with people and stay connected with people. We need to love people and feel loved, both. And if we can create long-term close relationships in our lives, that seems to be one of the most important things for longevity, for success, for happiness, for satisfaction in life. And by the way, relationships are up to you. They are up to you. You are, some people may reach out to you and want to connect with you, but more likely you're going to have to reach out to them. And that's one of the things with parenting as well, is that kids need to connect with each other and with other adults and with other people. They can interact, and we as parents need to encourage that. We need to encourage that. So we need to help kids with their friends, which is tricky. What I do, a lot of this is based on what I've been doing for a long time. We have a bunch of kids, and we have grandkids, and I actually have great grandkids now, which is wild. We started early. I married, my wife had some kids when we were married, and they have kids, and so I have had the most wonderful thing in my life. One of the most wonderful things in my life is that I've got a bunch of kids and grandkids and great grandkids. I've got to watch them grow up. I got to help them grow up. I got to teach emotional intelligence to our kids and watch it flow downhill, watch it work. Where like last night, I went to a birthday party. Our daughter turned 31 last night or yesterday, and she has two little girls, a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. and we went to a birthday party. So, and all the people there had kids. And so you can see the difference very clearly between, no offense, but my daughter has grown up with emotional intelligence her whole life. And so she is teaching her kids, and it's so beautiful to watch them. They're so sharp and they're so wonderful and they're loving and they're pretty happy people. They're happy little kids, but they know what's going on. They know themselves well. And they understand that emotions matter in cool ways, in really cool ways. And to watch them, our grandkids, and watch other people's kids and see the difference, it's pretty wild, and makes me very, very proud of my daughter, of how she's raising her kids. It's really cool. So I spent a fair amount of time last night, probably most time last night, at the party with the grandkids, just hanging out with them. And we were bike riding. It was at a camping. They were camping. And so we were going bike riding, and they were playing with different things, playing with each other. They had those glow sticks, and just seeing how they function is really neat. And to watch them grow up. So what we're helping to do, what we can do with emotional intelligence, is we can think better thoughts. We can believe better beliefs, and these are things we can help our kids with. We can feel better feelings, right? How do we do that? How do you do that? If you're unhappy, like when it was time to go to bed, they're going into their tent to go to sleep. They didn't want to. One of them did not want to. She was right in the middle of the party, and she was not ready to go to sleep. And so she cried. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Her mom didn't get mad at her crying. Her mom's more was like, oh, yeah, I know that's sad, huh? That's sad when we got to say goodbye to our friends and say goodbye to grandma and grandpa who are going home. We did not go camping with them. And so she was okay with herself being sad, and she was encouraging or allowing her daughter to be sad and to cry if she needed to be. And her daughter was understanding that, yes, it is sad. Yes, her mom understands her. Her feelings are okay and acknowledged, and she could just cry for a few minutes, and then she stopped crying, and then she hugged us, and then she said goodbye, and she let it go. She was able to let it go. It's really neat, because in my opinion, because her mom didn't say it actually, that it's okay to cry, but she showed and she allowed, and she didn't shame her. She didn't try to shut her up. She didn't try to force her to do anything that she didn't really, emotionally, she didn't want. Excuse me, sorry, I know that's gross, but I just gotten over COVID. So I just tested negative day before yesterday, but I still feel it. Anyway, so she was able to release her feelings faster, easier and faster, because she was acknowledged, because her feelings were okay, and she was not put down or shamed or shut up because of it. Her mom let her be sad for a minute, acknowledged her sadness. She acknowledged her sadness, and then she was able to let it go. And that's how it works. It's not rocket science. It's not particularly complicated. It's tough sometimes, but it is. It gives you your ability to process them through. The bad things happen, and I have feelings that I don't really like, negative feelings, we call them. And if I allow them just for a minute, then most of the time they just pass on through. We just let them go. They just pass on through. So we can feel better feelings. We can make better decisions. We can take better actions. We can get better results in our lives. Be careful, because I feel like I'm selling emotional intelligence, which I am, but I say it over and over again how important it is. Anyway, so safety is a key to that. That's exactly what her mom did by allowing her to feel what she needed to. She made it safe for her, and she gave her a hug, and she, I see that you're sad, kind of thing, and allowing that to happen and allowing her to be safe emotionally. And that lets her have choices. It allows her ability to go from happy to sad and then back to happy again by herself, kind of not alone, but by herself. She did it. I didn't make her do anything. We didn't, force her or try to make her feel bad about what she was feeling. We just let her process it through so that she can feel better. That's emotional safety. It was pretty cool. I was, again, very proud of my daughter for doing that. So some of the things we can do. You are their biggest role model. You're their biggest role model. Kids, like I said, are not necessarily listening to you, but they're watching you. So if her mom doesn't ever feel, then she's not going to be able to either. That was one of the problems for me personally growing up, was that my parents didn't ever tell me not to feel, but they didn't do it. I never saw them do it. I never seen my dad cry. I don't think, I was going to say, I don't know that I've ever seen him still, and he's 86 and I'm 62. And I'm not sure I've ever seen him cry still. And so if we were crying, or if I was, or sad or something, he wouldn't tell me not to feel that, but he never did. And so it was confusing for me to hear it, but not see it. So we can show how to do this. We can set an example for people and become a good role model, but that's on us. That's on us as adults, and that's tougher. It's easy to talk about what you should do and what you can do, kind of thing, but to do it yourself, that's a whole different deal. That's trickier and more important. So good luck with that. What we do is we try to find teachable moments, right? Like, for example, what I was just giving was that she was sad. This is a teachable moment to say, I hear that you're sad. I know something's going on that you don't like. Grandma and grandpa are leaving and it's time for bed, and you're not happy about that. And that's okay. And it becomes a teachable moment to be able to show her that it's okay. That it's okay to be sad. It's a natural state. Once a reaction to an environment, to something that's not going the way you want, you have these feelings, and that's okay. We're also trying to teach emotional responsibility. That's a big part of this whole thing. Emotional responsibility, that they're your thoughts and your feelings. They're yours. Your thoughts, your feelings, your actions. Nobody makes you think anything. Nobody makes you feel anything. You do that yourself. So we have emotional responsibility. We help them see their choices. What can you do? Well, she's upset. So you can just go to bed mad, or you can wait a minute and go give hugs and then go to bed. You can let yourself cry for a minute, and then you'll feel better, that kind of thing. So it allows people choices, and that leads to freedom, like I said, and personal power and peace in our lives. We're teaching her that thoughts come first, that you had a thought about that, you don't want them to leave. That's the thought. Therefore, you feel sad. That's the feeling. And therefore, what are you going to do about it? That's an action. What do you want to do about it? So helping them differentiate those is cool. And being able to process through that. If I don't feel good about something, I can learn about my thoughts that were behind the feeling and be careful of my actions after the feeling or during the feeling, because that's what we get in trouble for mostly, is our actions. So if she had a fit and she's having a temper tantrum, or she started breaking things, or started screaming, that kind of stuff, those are actions, and those are optional. Those you have choice about. You don't get in trouble for feeling angry. You don't get in trouble for feeling sad. You get in trouble for what you do with that. What you do with it, that you might get in trouble for. And so it's the actions and differentiating those. I should have showed this slide first, because it's our thoughts, our feelings become our decisions, and our actions. Those are different. They need to be handled differently. And we need to be aware, especially with kids, is you can feel this way, but you can't act this way, right? You might feel angry or you might feel disappointed, but when you do, and you then have to watch out how you act, that's what you're going to get in trouble for. Feelings are a good thing, not a bad thing. We got to, like I said, her mom was just allowed her to be sad. That was a good example of that, of showing that it's okay. They're a good thing. They're not a bad thing. It's not like you can't do that. You stop crying right this second. We don't need to shut them down. We need to allow them to feel what they feel and let them process it through. And then they have independence. They have emotional independence. They have an understanding of themselves, and they can manage themselves. And that's a very, very big deal. Let them feel, I just mentioned, follow their interests. What I was doing with the 3-year-old, her name's Melody, and she was trying to ride her bike, and she was having trouble with the little tiny pink bike, and she was having trouble because it was in the rocks in the dirt where we were camping, and her back wheel kept spinning, and she was biking like pedaling like crazy, but not going anywhere. Grandpa, I said, okay, so I went with her. So I pushed her out into this road, not into the street, but there was pavement where her back tire would work, right? Would give some traction and she could ride. So I just went with her. Come on, Grandpa. So I went with her. So what I do is mostly follow her around, kind of actually literally follow her around and watch what she's interested in, and watch what matters to her, and watch as she processes through things, good things, bad things. It was nighttime. We had flashlights and stuff, but there was some lights off in the distance, and she got scared of those lights. She didn't know what they were. She thought they were oncoming traffic, and it wasn't, but that's what she thought. And so she got scared. So I helped her go, okay, so what do you think it was? What do you think that is? What do you think those lights are? And she said, it's a car. It's come get me. And I'm like, okay, do you want to go see if it was a car? Do you want to go see? Well, yeah, that would be great. So we went and I helped her face her fears, face what something that she was concerned about. And I'll be with you. So this is big person going with little person, right? So we create some safety for them, and we got a little closer, and she was leading. She was letting us go closer and closer, and then after a while she didn't want to go anymore, and I said, okay, that's fine. She didn't want to face it, get that close to whatever it was. It was just some lights on a fence. Actually, turned out she thought it was oncoming car, but it wasn't. It was just some lights that were stationary, but she didn't know that, and she was allowing herself to go toward her fear. And then she said, okay, that's close enough, and let's go back. And so I followed her. So I'm trying to work with her and let her lead, so she can lead herself, so she can understand herself, and she can get her needs met. So anyway, so I thought that was pretty neat. Asking rather than telling. What are you feeling? What do you think that is? What would you like to do? What do you see as your choices? That kind of thing. We ask rather than telling them, hey, well, just go home. Well, just go the other direction. Giving advice and telling kids is somewhat helpful sometimes. Sometimes it's really helpful if it's if it's a dangerous situation. It can be very helpful. Don't go in the street, right? That's helpful. Don't go in the street, or watch for a car. We were walking through the parking lot the other day, and I said, and her mom or somebody kept saying, watch out for cars. And you go, well, in your parking lot, there's cars everywhere, right? There's cars everywhere. That's not the problem. The problem is moving cars. That's the problem. So watch for moving cars and see what's happening with them. That's the problem. So we can help them be more specific on what they are going to be aware of, and what they need to be afraid of and to watch out for, that kind of thing. But it's a lot of asking, not so much as telling. Letting them lead, I just said, judging the behavior, not the child. That is a huge part of this whole thing, right? A lot of times if kids are act out in a certain way, then the parents go, you're bad, you need to be punish. You're a bad person, and we end up saying and feeling and treating them as if they're a bad person. But the reality is, or emotional intelligence response to that is, don't do that behavior. It's not you. I love you. It's not you that's the problem. It's that behavior. And you can show kids and teach kids that the behavior is not necessarily them. And you can be unhappy as a parent. You can say, I don't want you doing that. I don't want you going out in the street. Don't go out in the street. I don't like when you do that. It makes me afraid that something's going to happen to you. And I don't want you doing that. You are fine. You as a person are fine, but the behavior is not fine. See, and you can teach kids that, and we can react to kids properly that way. Not so harsh, I put down, because I was watching some of the other parents, and yeah, it's one of my pet peeves is like they'd kind of scream at the kids, well, I don't care about that, or don't bug me with that right now, or they're just asking a simple question, and the response is so harsh. It's so harsh, and it just hurts my heart to watch the kids' faces as they shut down, as they're crawl away or slink away from their own parents because their parent was busy or the parent was a little bit stressed or something like that, and snap at the kids. And the kid didn't really do anything wrong. It had nothing to do with the kids, but the parents are snapping at them and being harsh with their language and their energy, especially their energy. And it hurts my heart to watch how that hurts the kids. And they just go on and act like nothing happened, but it's not necessarily so. It affects them. It affects them. Listening with soul. Soul is stop, S-O-U-L, stop, open up, and listen. It's some people call it active listening or caring or giving a darn about what the person's saying. And but it's one of the most important communication skills is you stop what you're doing, open up your heart, and it only takes a second, and then listen to people, and you get some empathy and compassion going, and kids love that, and they respond to it, and they can blossom because of it. It's a beautiful thing. So try to, when someone's talking, or especially kids, and they need to say what they need to say, and if you can stop for a minute and listen to them, make some eye contact, slow down your energy a little bit and listen to what they're saying, it's a beautiful thing, and it allows them to understand themselves better, to learn about expressing themselves, and to be able to manage their inner world. Pretty cool. And so what I do is watch them, listen to them, listen to what they say. How do they connect with the other kids? How do they connect with other adults? How do they manage themselves? And I watch them, and I'm trying to learn about them so that I can be with them better, so that I can help them be themselves better. I think that's one of our main objectives as a parent, is to help the kid find and manage themselves. Not necessarily just what we think they should be, but what they want to be, what's important to them. So watch them and listen to them and learn from those. Encouraging their friendships. That's a big deal. When we went on that little bike ride, there was another kid that was alone. And he had a bike also, and like, hey, let's invite Everett to come with us. Let's invite him to come with us. And so, oh yeah, okay, that'd be great. And so I went with 2 kids, not just one. And so the kids were connecting with each other, and that's a beautiful thing. That I didn't make that happen, but I allowed it to happen by allowing Everett to come with us. And so I thought that was a good move on my part. I was like, hey, that was good. So encouraging their friendships, knowing their friends who matter to them. Like I said, connections are such a huge part of it. And so we, sometimes invite other kids to go with, invite them to share in what's happening, and to encourage their relationships and their connections. Rewarding efforts, not just results, right? Rewarding efforts. when she was on her bike, she came up to a speed bump and she couldn't get over the speed bump, and she was trying so hard, but her back wheel wasn't touching the ground, and so she couldn't. But she's trying so hard. I'm like, oh, good job, good job. Can you do it? Can you do it? And she pushed herself, and she eventually waded over. I'm like, yeah, way to go. It not necessarily the result, even when she was stuck. I'm like, all right, do you want to keep trying, kind of thing. And so I'm helping her work with the effort. She has the ability to that's something that's in her control, we'll put it that way, is the effort, how much effort you put into it, and whether you give up or not, whether you have a fit or not because something didn't go well, or if you go stick with it, keep with it, perseverance and resilience, and to stick with it and to help her feel that that's what's important, whether she succeeds or not. It's the effort that really matters. So let me back up just a little bit and say that what we try to do is check in with the kids. What are you feeling? What are you feeling? And I'll ask her pretty often, what are you feeling? This is helpful. I've got a bunch of these kind of different kind of face deals where they can understand the different feelings. They can be able to pick out what they're feeling at different times. And by doing so, that allows you identification, acceptance, separation, validation that it's okay, all kinds of things all at the same time. Just by this one simple question is not actually, I'm going to change this. It's not how are you feeling? It's not how are you feeling? It's what are you feeling? When you ask people, at least in the United States, a lot of times, most people say, how are you feeling? And if you ask that, most people will answer with what their physical feelings, say, how are you feeling? You go, fine, or I'm not so good. I've got a cough, or I got COVID. That if you say, how are you feeling? You get an answer of physically how you're feeling. The better question is, what are you feeling? You get a much better answer emotionally with what are you feeling? So I just noticed that this slide says how, and I would like it to say what, and I think that's better personally. And through my research, which means I practice it, what gives a much better question. So name it to tame it is great. If we can figure out what we're feeling, a lot of times it feels better all in itself. So just name it to tame it. Another thing that we try to encourage is that there's a whole bunch of different feelings. Is what's the purpose of them? What's the purpose of them? They're saying on here that it's a gift. But what is your body is trying to tell us different things with different emotions. Our body's trying to tell us different things with different emotions. And so what's the purpose? What's the point of each of those? And that helps us to understand what's going on for the kid, and also help get their needs met based on what they might be feeling. It's pretty cool. This is one that's really important to me. That we as parents don't have to treat our kids the way we were treated. A lot of times we were not treated well. Our parents didn't know about emotional intelligence, and they didn't handle it well a lot of times. I believe that most parents want the best for their kids. They love their kids. They want the best for their kids, but they don't know much about emotions, and so we don't handle it well, and we don't treat them properly, in my opinion. No judgment there, right? Actually there is. And so sometimes parents don't do a good job. Some parents are just plain mean and don't handle their kids well at all, but most of them do, or they mean to, but they may not handle it well emotionally. And so this picture showing grandpa's yelling at the dad's yelling at the kid, and when the kid grows up and has his own kids, he's like, wait a minute, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to treat my kids the way I was treated. That's not right. And so that's on you, on us, to do it different, do it better than our parents did. it's simple again, but it ain't easy sometimes. It's really hard because in our head, in our role models, in our reality, this is how you handle it. This is what my dad did. This is how he said it. This is how my mom handled things, right? And that's so I get it as a child and growing up. We get those pictures and sounds and smells and such in our head, and that becomes the choice. If we don't know better, if we don't stop and listen to ourselves and do it better, we end up doing it the way they did it, and that's maybe not a good idea. And that's hard sometimes. I've got to treat my kids different than I was treated, and so that's again, it's tough. It's tough, but it can be done, and it's so important that we do that. It's so important that we are aware of what's going on inside of us, how we talk and how we think, and what our pictures of how our reality is, and make good conscious decisions about how to do it better. It's tough, but it can be done. So some of the things we're trying to teach are emotional awareness, being aware first, identification, what are you feeling? Literacy is being able to describe what you're feeling to, at least to yourself, being able to understand emotional language, like sadness and fear and anger, that sort of thing. Agility is being able to move and be able to manage when things don't go well, and to be able to adjust our feelings when we need to. That's agility. Regulation and control, those are I'll cry for a minute and then stop. I'm not gonna have a fit. I'm not gonna have a temper tantrum. I can feel what I need to for a little bit and then let it go. I can regulate how strongly I emote, and regulate certainly and control my actions based on emotions, all that sort of thing. So very important that regulation and control. Congruency is about being real, about that the inside is, my outside shows what my inside shows. What you see is what you get, kind of thing, where we're saying, try to match what is going on inside of you with what's going on outside of you, right? What other people can see, as opposed to faking it or putting on this mask of, oh, everything's fine when it's not, or things are not fine when they actually are. That can be just as bad. Anyway, it's about our insides matching our outsides, and eventually maybe we can get some emotional mastery. 3 big positive feelings we're looking for: joy, peace, and love. Again, peace is a big part of this. If we can deal with our emotions, we can have more peace and love and joy in our lives. We have to deal with our fear, anger, and sadness. Those are 3 big negatives. If we can get good at our fear, our anger, and our sadness, just those 3, even though there's there's many feelings, there's many feelings. If we can get good at those 3, then we can do all kinds of things. There isn't much that life can throw at us that we can't handle. That's pretty cool, right? Positive mental health is about dealing with the negatives. If we can deal with our fear, anger, and sadness, we can allow those, and we do need to get good at those. We can allow them to take place in our body. We can understand them. We can work with them. We can, as opposed to denying and lying about it and that kind of thing, we can actually work with what's real for us and the negative emotions. And if we deal with the negatives, as we get good at dealing with the negatives, we can come back up and become more positive. So the better we can deal with our negatives, the better we can have more and more positives, right? So this is a cool thing, is what are you going to do about a problem? You got a problem, what are you going to do about that, right? When she was afraid of something, what are you going to do about that? Well, I'm going to go a different direction, or I'm going to go check it out with my adult in hand. We're going to go check it out, or that sort of thing. So what are you going to do about it is a problem. It's an action thing. What are you going to do about a problem? That's an action thing. But a bigger question, or a different question, or a very, very good question is, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with this problem? And that means emotionally, my thoughts and feelings, what am I going to do with it inside of me? That's different than what are you going to do about it, right? So differentiating those is a very important part of this whole thing. Come on. There we go. Okay, 3 steps to it: awareness, acceptance, action. Awareness, up, yep, I'm having this feeling. Accepting, yep, I'm having this feeling, and that's okay. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, if anything? A lot of times with big feelings, it's a good idea to not do anything, to keep your mouth shut. But if you are aware and you accept that and you decide not to do something about it, then you are in charge. That's the beauty of it. You are in charge of your own life, is because you're deciding what you're going to do. This is a cool part, is that this slide shows the results, that what everybody sees is above the surface. You see winning or losing, right? That kind of thing. But underneath the surface, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. And that's what we can help kids with. And that's what we can help us understand in ourselves, is what's happening inside of us in our inner world. Well, how can we manage our inner world so that our outer world, we can create the outer world that we want and need. Pretty cool, right? Peace is the key to happiness. Inner peace is based on us being emotionally intelligent. We're born with everything that we need. We're born with everything we need. It's just, we just need to learn how to use it. We have all of our emotions intact. We just don't know how to use them. And so it's an education thing. It's an education problem. It's a training issue. We call it at my work, when I work for a computer company, and we go, that's a training issue. It's not that it's broken. It's not that it's not software, it's not hardware, it's a training issue. It's based on us being able to educate folks. And that's the thing with emotions too, is that we have thoughts, we have feelings, but we may not know what and how to deal with them. It's an education problem, a training problem. And we can control our inner world, and we can get to peace. We actually can. Some of my little hashtags, I like naming things this way, is nice and short, and I'm not the great intellectually, and so I need things to be real short and sweet. Name it to tame it is helpful, to be able to name an emotion, and then it makes more sense to me. I can do something with it. If I just go, well, I'm in a bad mood, or I'm grumpy, or I'm feeling stressed, well, those are too big. Those are too big. They're too general. Try to identify, try to break it down into what are you actually feeling? How do you name, what's the name of this feeling? And being able to make sense to ourselves is a huge part of this whole thing. Spin it to win it is about if you generalize, or if you have this big, huge issue, right? When she was going to bed, and she was sad about that. She could have said, I never get what I want. You guys are so mean to me, right? These are big generalizations. Or you can spin it a little bit and go, well, right this time, you're not going to get what you want. This time you're not going to get what you want, but next time you probably will. Next time you probably will. So you can adjust it a little bit so that your thinking helps you feel better. You can spin it, change it a little bit. You can make it more specific, and you can do something with it, right? If it's so big that, everybody's mean to me, I never get what I want, big generalizations like that, those are tough. So you adjust them, you adjust your thinking. And then feel it to heal it. It's just allowing yourself to feel stuff. Like when she was sad, she allowed herself to feel sad. And then that wasn't sad anymore. After a while, you're not sad anymore. It just washes through. Yes, I was sad, and I let that happen. I let myself feel it, and boom, I can heal it. And it takes a minute sometimes, but it's kind of magical how well that works. Empathy. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I know you're sad. I hear that you're sad. I'm sorry about that. I know you're not getting what you wanted. I know you're disappointed, that kind of thing. I can have some empathy for you. And that usually starts with empathy for yourself first. If you are harsh, you as a parent or you as an adult are harsh on yourself, you're probably not going to be able to be very empathetic of the kid. So if you can be empathetic of you, like, oh yeah, I do have this feeling. I am sad about certain things. I am mad about certain things. I am afraid of certain things. There's a lot of stuff going on. We were talking last night, the adults were talking last night about how the prices are just skyrocketing in the United States. I'm sure that, I don't know, I assume they are for you guys too. Man, just stuff is double and triple prices that it was a month ago or 2 months ago when our gas prices doubled. And that has made a ripple effect to make all prices go up. Our inflation is just going out of the roof, and it's awful. And it is. But it's tough. So it's tough. So we're scared. And so is that okay? I mean, it's happening. Is the fear part of it? Is our reaction to it okay? Can we have some empathy for ourselves? Because it's hard. It's hard, and it's getting worse, not better. So our gas prices are going down a little bit, but still it's the damage is done, and it's still going. All the prices of everything else as a result of that are wow, so scary to me and a lot of people. They're just, I don't know how I'm going to function anymore. So empathy, listening with soul, like I said, value, curiosity. Oh, that's, wonder what's going on. I wonder how that feels. Not telling them, you're asking, what are you feeling? What's going on inside? What thoughts are you having behind your feelings? And you be curious and wonder what's going on instead of telling and then suspending judgment and telling them, no, that's wrong, or that's a bad thing to think, or you can't do that. Or for a while, when you allow people to feel what they feel, we suspend our judgment of it, and what they're saying is we can accept without we can become aware and accept without gosh, I lost the word, sorry. Anyway, I'll come back to it if I think of it. But we can accept that things are happening without approval. That is acceptance without approval. That's the word. I don't have to like it. But I can accept that, like the price is going up and being scared of that. I can accept that. I don't like it. I don't approve of it, but that is how it is. So I can accept that, as opposed to trying to deny it and act like it's not happening. No, it's happening. It's happening. So we can accept that. Speak carefully, be careful what we're saying with kids, especially around emotions, and to speak carefully. All right, and appreciate uniqueness, which means you may be feeling that, I may not. I may think of it a certain different way than you do. Huh? Interesting, right? Interesting. Not wrong, not bad. Interesting that that you're unique, that you do it different than I do. That's cool, right? We can allow that. Relationships, like I was saying about our ability to open and close our heart, our relationships are super important, that we have a sense of belonging. Rudolf Dreikurs, one of the famous child psychologists, said our mental health, our level of mental health is directly related to our sense of belonging. Okay, our mental health is directly related to our sense of belonging, which means that if you feel like you belong and you fit into somewhere, somebody, some group, some other people that you can connect with, and you feel like you belong, then you're probably going to be in better shape than if you don't feel like you belong anywhere. There's a lot of suicides from what understand is that people felt wrong and different and unique and like they're alien or they're broken or they didn't have anybody to talk to, that kind of thing. And they felt alone. And that's where you don't belong. And if you can help people get the connection and belong with somebody somewhere, then it helps a lot. Empathy, connection with that, open up and listen. I already mentioned that. iMessages, this is a huge part of that thing. Same with dealing with your kids. When you go out in the street, I'm afraid it's not your problem. I mean, it is your problem, but I'm afraid you're going to get hurt. We're going to bed now because I want you to get enough rest so you can have a good time tomorrow. I message, not that you're doing anything wrong, not you're the problem. I want this. I feel this. I want this. I believe this. I expected this. I understand. I don't understand. I appreciate. I would like, kind of thing. And we say, because that's true. When we're talking, iMessages are a big deal because we're saying what's real for us. I don't know what's you. I don't know what's wrong or what you should do or you could or would or should do. I know about me, and so I talk about me. iMessages, listening, touching. A lot of times, when she was scared, her mom came and hugged her. That touch, that loving touch, is a beautiful thing. Really helps with empathy and compassion if you can touch, proper touching, of course, but just gently gets this energy through, gives them the ability to goes through to the physical part. It's kind of magical how that can help. So if we know what we're feeling, we can accept what we're feeling, and then we learn how to express that in positive ways. I know I'm taking too much time, so I'm going to whip through these. Well, we're almost done anyway. I just wanted to show you that we are born with all of our feelings intact. We are born with pretty high emotional intelligence, right? Most kids, if you watch them, and I was talking about the grandkids, I've been watching them since they were born. I was there when they were one of them. I was there when she was born, and she came out pretty calm, pretty happy, pretty peaceful little person. It was pretty wild. She wasn't, she's just, that's our natural state, is to be okay. That's our natural state. And when something doesn't go well, if she get angry or she gets hungry, or her diaper needs to be changed, or she's cold, or something hurts, that kind of thing, well, then she has a natural reaction to it, an emotional reaction to it, to the negatives. And so it expresses those. Babies are good about that, and they express them naturally. And then when they get their needs met, they go back to their natural state, which is calm and peaceful and happy and loving. That's really cool. So if we can, our lesson for that is that if we can deal with our negatives, then we can go back to our natural state, which is positive. So all we have to do, and that's just totally oversimplifying it, all we have to do is learn how to deal with our negatives, and then we can have lots more positives. So this graphic shows that kids start with real high emotional intelligence, and it's kind of downhill from there, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, but it's downhill from there, based on a lot of stuff that happened from the outside, from how our parents were or how other kids treated us or whatever. It's downhill from there, but it doesn't have to be. We can change it. We can change the downward spiral, and we can help kids be emotionally intelligent. So negative emotions expressed as intensely as they are felt in the body will reduce in intensity and are free to change. That's Feel It to Heal It in a nutshell. And that's the workshops we've been teaching for 30-something years. And we help people deal with their negative emotions, and so that they can get back to the positives. Dr. Ravindra likes to go to the SDGs. This is about number 3, is about good health and well-being inside and outside, actually. So this is number 3, and it leads to number 16, which is peace. So we are working with our emotions, we're working with our thoughts for the purpose of creating peace. People don't know how to create peace inside of them or around them. So how are we supposed to create peace in the world? Well, we teach people emotional intelligence so that they can create peace inside and around them. So that's my little quickie on emotional intelligence. I'd highly recommend it, highly encourage it, use it, you first, and emotional responsibility first. And that's about that you're in charge of your thoughts, your feelings, your actions. Nobody can make you feel anything without your permission. So you get to manage your inner world. You get to manage your inner world. But first, you got to take the responsibility for it. So, okay, there we go. Anything, any questions, any comments, any disagreements? Please take it with you.
Thank you, Matt, for the wonderful rocking session as usual. To the
Thanks.
Need of the hour, a lot of tussle between parents and children.
Right.
So it's very useful how to understand each other and how to get along with each other. It was really understanding the emotions and reciprocating them. Really wonderful.
All right.
Yeah,
Great.
participants, feel free to share any comments, observations. You can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself, or you can share in chat box if you have any queries. Yeah, Mary, unmute yourself.
Hi, Matt, sir.
Benita gave me, oh, go ahead.
Hi, Matt, sir.
Hi, Mary.
I'm speaking from Bangalore. Good to see you back.
Hi.
Very fine.
Thank you.
And very incredible sessions, sir. We are learning. I don't have any questions to ask you. Every day I'm learning from you every week about emotional intelligence.
Oh, you're sweet. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Because I also studied psychology in bachelor's. In master's only I studied social work. So I'm very interested in your topic. So incredible and very perfect. You do justice to the topic, sir. All the best, sir. God bless you with good health and well-being, and always you success in your life, sir. Take care, sir. Bye, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mary. You're very sweet. I appreciate that. And I'm glad it helped. I hope it can help. I really do. Good stuff. By the way, Benita wrote to me privately and said she's enjoying the session, and would you please share the PowerPoint? And so I just uploaded it. So I'm going to put in the chat the link to the PowerPoint, my PowerPoint, into on Google Drive. I just put it up on Google Drive. So I'll put it in the chat right now. Anybody else has any other questions, we can go on with that, and while I do that.
Participants, you can feel free while our friend is sharing. Yeah, the PowerPoint. PowerPoint has been shared in the chat box, so feel free to use it and get back to us in case of any further clarification.
Right.
There are a few appreciation messages. Apart from that, I don't see any queries. So it is very well taken.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt, for once again joining us. And,
welcome. Welcome. Thanks for having me. Parenting, like I said, emotional intelligence is so huge, and parenting is one of the most important things that we'll ever do in our life. If you have kids, being a good parent is one of the most important things you'll ever do in your life, in my opinion, because you're creating this other life, and they're gonna then create more lives, and you can make that difference. You can make that better and more powerful and more wonderful for them. Then you can leave a legacy, and you can affect things for years and years to come. So parenting is huge. So I was happy to talk about that. So Well, if that's all, then I'm going to go get some rest. And thank you again for having me. And we will talk to you soon. Okay.
Thank you, Matt, for joining us once again. Take care. Bye. Wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Take care.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. So we'll move on to our next session after this wonderful emotional intelligence insights, especially with regard to parents. We have next with us. In the meanwhile, quickly fill up the feedback form per session. Feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. If you can't see the or access or fill the feedback form, you can leave your comments in the chat box. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session. Next, we have Sri Ravichandran Ji, Principal Consultant, HRM Mapperco from Chennai. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to next session.
Yes, sir. Can you hear my voice, Dr. Ravindra?
Yeah, Ravichandran Ji, good evening.
My voice is clear to you?
Yes, yes.
Right.
Kindly wait for a while so that participants can fill up the feedback form. Then I will make you co-host.
Sure, sure, sure.
Participants' attendance is being automatically tracked by the Zoom platform. So make sure the names, participant names or profile names, which is displayed in the participant list, is as per your certificates, as you require on the certificates. Because what problem we are facing is those, I mean, some of them are not registering but attending, and they are not also filling the feedback form at times. So what is happening is we have the Zoom attendance and we know who are attending only by their name, and we are also cross-checking with the registration data as well as the feedback data. But sometimes, you know, we miss out some the data. The persons are not available in even both the datas. So, you know, we are still issuing certificates, but when there is some kind of verification, we will be not able to help you. So, because we do not have that data, so ensure that you register. Otherwise, also from yesterday, because we are getting regularly similar kind of experiences. So what we thought is we will incorporate registration form into the feedback form. I mean, there are few fields that yeah, Ravichandran, can you mute yourself? Yeah. So what we have thought is to integrate registration form also into the feedback form, so that at least if you don't register also and join directly also, so through feedback form we can also get the registration data, And today we could not implement, but yesterday for daily webinars, we thought we will be implementing that from tomorrow onwards. So from next Sunday onwards, we will be using that method. That's why we have included this name and other, because participants keep joining and leaving. So we don't have data. Simply with the attendance, we cannot issue certificate just by name. So we are using additional data, collecting data, so that in case if there is some technical issue, genuine technical issue, you are out unable to fill the feedback form also. So we can have your data. So immediately once you receive, you ensure that you are registering for that conference or webinar, and also fill the feedback forms. That will be easy for us. We can issue certificates now, but when any verification happens now, so at that time it will be a problem. So for your best interest only, we are telling. So if we follow the instructions, and if we, so it's it will be very helpful for all. So quickly fill up the feedback form. Still half of them have to fill. Ravichandran ji, I am making you co-host, but don't close this, don't end this poll.
Sure.
Be careful, because sometimes we cannot relaunch the poll again, because the data captured will be lost.
Got it.
So let it be in the background. You can minimize that, don't close that. Okay, you can now go ahead with your presentation. So we have with us, as already introduced, Ravichandran ji. He is also faculty and certified mentor for Social Community College. And he is faculty for organization behavior, human resource management, and management PG programs. We invite you to take over for your session on women at workplace, challenges and solutions, HR perspectives. Over to you.
Yes.
You can start your video and also your presentation.
Good evening to all of you. I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra on the going on these sessions for quite long time now, more than months together now. It's a great strength, adding up every new speakers, delegates who are passing across on the various subjects. It's quite appropriate time for all the newcomers, and also I expect more larger number to add over a period of time. I'm very confident in this because our subjects, whatever we have taken for the past months together, it's quite phenomenal, and also going up with context to context shifting is not just easy like Dr. Ravindra is kind of performing on this ground. Yes, I know I'll go to the topic as overall in HR aspects, because every moment is given to me on the HR front, and psychologically how we need to come up with the thoughts process, engage in ourselves to understand, not by simply now a word of communication, it's word of more of pulse of understanding. So that's why all the way I across go with every subject on the basis of the HR pulse, not by just principle of study of understanding. So this is all my notes start with. So I'm running my few slides. which I will complete it by maximum 30 minutes, and please have a look at it. Yes. Our slides are visible, sir? The slides are visible?
All right, Chandran, you have to share it.
Yes, that's what. Because my screen is getting stopped because of this feedback formation behind. 1 minute.
Let's wait.
Yeah, now I'm sharing it. Is it open now?
Now it's visible.
Well, okay. Should I close this feedback form now?
No, you can minimize it. Don't
Yeah,
end the
I minimized it. I could minimize it now. Anyway. Okay. Well, quickly I will run. Not much consuming of time. Okay. I'll go to the largest slide view. Is this viewable, sir? Well,
yeah, now fine.
See, she's a feminist writer, Urvashi Bhuttania. This quote I could really understand and felt very important to pass on to women who is in the participant of today. Please read this. One of the most enduring cliches about India is the country of contradictions. Let's repeat it. One of the most enduring cliches about India is that it's the country of contradictions. Like all cliches, this one too has a grain of truth in it. At the heart of the contradiction stand Indian women. For it's true to say that they are among the most oppressed in the world. And it is equally true to say that they are among the most liberated, the most articulate, and perhaps even the most free. Can these two realities be simultaneously true? This is a very important slide. I'm putting it across in this ground of area because we in India, given the highest liberty for women, we talk about working of women culture. Of today, my topic is work environment. But are we really true or false? Both the way we are true, both the way we could be false. Some kind of reason, some kind of, because India has got a highest diversity on various grounds of reasons, which you could be aware of it. But at last, I want to say the statement, highest diversity. Well, I'll go to next slides. I will share these important over a next slide by slide. But again, anybody in this world talks about the quote. Gandhi ji's quote is very important because starting my topic, anywhere, any way, I try to find out from all the authors, philanthropists, philosophers, the Gandhi, the statement gives on every ground of needs of human living a life. Journey, tragedy, passive, motion, movement, liberty, liberalization, loyalty. The Gandhi statement is nobody can equalize with this word. And no, woman is the companion of a man. I didn't feel that anybody said like this of a kind of word, gifted with equal mental capacity. Okay, well, again, these are the common authors you could see. Like I said in the beginning, Urvashi's name, nobody could have heard about, but her statements were quite strong for Indian women, for especially work environment. Similarly, the commoners like Swami Vivekananda, Gandhi's again, you could have read about it earlier. Again, I'm repeating, there is no chance of the welfare of the world unless the condition of the women is improved. It is not possible, repeating it, it is not possible for a bird to fly on one wing. Like Matt was explaining about how to travel a journey with EQ and IQ is like a double wing. Similarly, we are here a bird with one wing, we cannot take the journey. So this is all about it. Everybody knows, and every son or daughter know about his father importance, mother importance. At last, we somewhat forsake. We somewhat unconsciously becoming tutored ourselves as a man or as a woman. I know. See, very important. See, there is nothing called man or woman. It's a human. That's it. There is no man, woman, rights for them, right for women, rights needed for women, no man, equality, kind, all dialogues. I would rather say it's a human. Both are human. So consciously I want to touch you before what I am talking about the work environment of women. It's an equal, all were passing through. At the same time, women, are we right or wrong? We are just questioning upon. That's why the topic today of work environment. Well, I'll quickly move. Now coming to the India environment of the overall climate, women in India work environment, struggles. Have a look at the screen. Very important. You please read yourself with your whole mind-heartedness. I do not want to read it for you. I know you are well qualified man in front of me, and you could be more qualified than me, I believe so. I want to clarify certain things. Perception. Perception is the area, in a sense, works for gender to gender. I admit to it. Certain time, genders works. Sometimes the confidentiality works. Confidence, belief in confidence. It doesn't mean gender again. It's a human. On the basis of your brought up, you have your own confidence. On the basis of it, your perception also works. So here there is no man or woman, because it's a quite complicating topic. Talk about women environment from HR overview. That's why my initiative, how women should get considered by Balance Act versus men. Pure HR I'm talking, pure human resources I'm talking about in before talking on work environment. Going next, now coming again, where you brought up, it all comes up. Where you brought in by parents, education, employment, given empowerment by your source of parents, faculties, teachers, friends, believers of you. That's it. So there you are bringing up your own confidence. There is no man, human. Again, there is no man, woman here. All the point of view I'm putting across, it's the confidence you need to bring up yourself as a woman, or the men should understand this aspect. This both the way I'm putting it very clearly. Famous faces of Indian women. I don't want to point Indira Gandhi and and Mother Teresa and many more. Chawla, astronaut. Many Indian women and PepsiCo chairman. All are women. They are all very common. Everybody knows. And you also know, because you do everyday browsing on screens about women, philanthropists, writers, Arundhati Roy, many more in social activists, Mehta, Patkar, many more. I don't want to point all of those Indian women are celebrities and they are well-known figures for you to explain in this subject. You yourself could be the right choice of for your own, subject to how you confidently going to take up the topic on women. There it ends and all it starts. Okay, it's a fact of our India. Again, you please have a look at the screen. to make you to just quickly glance it. It's for you to time breathe, take, read. And again, I'm going to share you all by PPT back. These all are the biological relation, our religion, language, all those things. But I want to put it across over here. Very important, how the women population, men population, all across, how vertically we are standing, and again, how we are getting connected. These are very important slides. It's a database, actually. It's nothing more of women, inner sense of my explanation. It's available there. Well, okay.
Ravichandran, are you connected? There might be some technical problem. Let's wait for speaker to connect back. Let's wait for some time so that speaker connects back. Maybe some technical problem. Ravichandran, you can start your audio and video presentation.
But yeah, somewhat got cut on. I'm just getting opened up the file now immediately. Yeah. It's opened up, sir. It's viewable now.
Yeah, you are on the first slide. Move on to the
Yes. Well, again, points mentioning out our HR perspective from historical view, the goddess, the mother, the sister, the wife, that are, these are, the previous existence of the history period. The Tawai, they call cultural art, artists, service, all women. Our traditional life of India population, not today or we are necessary to talk about women workforce, women work environment. All the years ahead behind, women were the quite important participative for every moment of life needs. So there is nothing necessary to talk about today of women, environment, life, tragedies, workplace locations. Everywhere there are women were engaged in one or the other aspects. Okay, India woman in of today of modern world. Today, how the modern world of India with the women participation, these are the rates of state to state, and comparatively, the state like Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, Kerala kind states are highly in highest side of development in women growth, and comparatively other states like UP, Bihar, many more yet to come, and yes, that's all expected to come over a period of time due to various reasons. Those are quite common on educational reasons. But okay, India women in modern times, I told you, higher education. The education is also a pathetic status of India, particularly women, because up to the primary, there were women's strength was more than 85% of school entry up to primary. But 6th standard later, the women education goes rapidly less. That means only 35 to 50% maximum go to the higher studies of 6th standard, not higher study. Start from the primary next to secondary state of study, and higher secondary it goes further down, and UG and PG next level. Women contribution of on education goes less and less. At last, when we reach to the corporate world or anywhere, only 7% started with the maximum of 50% women were in education. Only 7% reached corporate level of employment. Especially 7%, I mean it, is board level. Board level. But it's a various reasons on ground of subjects are poverty, social values, inadequate school facilities, no comforts given for women, teachers, and various subjects concerned to educational growth. These are the key reasons women environment is being not tarnished in the workplace area alone. From the childhood of our time of women in India, there is a wide difference. Gaps are still on and on and on. It is basically comes from the, as I told you in the initial itself, parental development, educational development, next to next like that. Well, employment, coming to the employment ground, as I told you, the growth of women engagements are certainly not reached over a period of time in a better way, especially after COVID. The women employment was rapidly gone down. Nobody could really understand what's all about, but it may grow up later in over a period of time. But the hit was the hit. The hit was still continuing. Women workforce after the COVID rapidly came down. It will take some years. Female unemployment rates are similar to male unemployment rates today. Again, very important point, quite important. It's not simple, no, just to read out lines. Very important. Even unemployed female are in India. Agriculture, cultivator, everywhere there is a contribution of women. Agriculture is the highest actually. Agriculture is the area where the women are highest contributor. It's a quite nature. I will explain you why the nature behind us in the last status of my completing slide. Well, it's all our categorical inputs. I'm showing you in front to make every more women to understand the environment connect on, especially sustaining the female development on various barricades. Cultural restrictions, hierarchical society, caste model, religion-based, Padda system. See, these all are seclusions. We call it by, again, there is a religion, lot of spiritual approaches, makes people to accept their own methodologies. India is a diversity. That's why we are with a large amount of, very large amount of diversified nation it is. So we can't just have a one commute program which makes to accept everybody, because highly diversified various religion practice. And Hindu is the practice, highest woman, a goddess. Go to any village. Every village has got a one small temple, that is called Kulamada, or your home goddess. Most of them are women gods, not men god. Comparatively, women are gods as a village goddess. Each village has got their own, koi, temple. Well, Indian women, economic empowerment, property rights. In India, constitutionally, there are a lot of changes, and they call it by word called the weaker section, and giving a larger priority on all kind of reasons. But emotionally, psychologically, understanding another sense, it's not important to talk about, like, it's very important to go with the at-par line for human. That's it. And only bringing a confidence among the women to take these kind of approach rather than women rights. No. What? My sense of understanding from HR over. Well, okay. Indian women in modern times, political empowerment, every political government reservation policies for women, amendment changes for women's reservations, a lot of democratic practices within various institutions are always on behind. So nothing to worry about. Women work environment is in any sad path. It's almost growing. Gradually, India is not developed nation, it's a developing nation. ING, continuity program going on. So I believe in everything would change in a shorter span of time. Introspection. Women has got a multiple task player. Yes, why not? Men also. But at the same time, women has got multiple tasks, and also she's an exponent, I would rather say. They can even carry multiple tasks. Maybe man may not be, I don't know. But Indian women carries multiple tasks. They are called bread earner today, not bread winner, bread earner. I found out why earner, not winner. Always men comes in the front because various grounds of biological reasons, but becoming a bread earner and very compassionate member of the society. Like, it's a human, that's it, where Okay, the origin of a child is a mother, a woman. She shows a man who's sharing, caring, and loving. It's all about. That is the essence of woman. See, by the way, I would like to say one very important thing, completing it now, next few slides. Where the skill, find out the skill set. Be in HR all the time, find out the skill set, not the one to make him to come to the skill set of what we do expect. Correct? We should see the essence of the inner growth of the particular human, not woman. A male can manage the home good, then he is also competent and he is also essential at that certain particular time. So you look at it, family side, woman is always in a higher priority of managing the home. So that may be the key reason women is given. From the beginning, over a period of time, they have become multitask player. Multitask player because her originality is behind as a DNA mode comes along over a period of years. We outsource some concepts of women involvement and we make babysitter. We make food from bringing home other side, externalize it. But at last, women is a competent one to manage home perennials. That's what I would always say. It's a women perennial or streamline, very important. Good. This is the scale I'm showing you. International study found out knowledge, decision making. Have a look at the screen. Very interesting. Very interesting. Each points are inputs, supporting policy, how the government is supporting, how the outcomes are coming. Every government of today, let's not take a government as a business of a comedy or joke. Government is putting a larger effort today, not like 100 years behind. Every government programs are given. We as an unaware man or human or woman, we don't know what's going behind. We all the time put the blame across. Every government is doing. Even in India, I would always respect the nation of India. Many of the women contribute to many of the government related programs through various NGO to sustain the modality to develop. Always there behind. We need to tap it carefully, properly, with the highest positive energy. Solve my HR overview. I'm telling you. These are common available on any platform. Look at this, how India is done. Well, okay. Coming to the recruitment, gender place, where the needs to be addressed for women, since the topic is women environment, retaining, recruiting, re-entry. Re-entry is the area many of the women after their maternity and almost 25% above or 35% above does not come back. It's all what various reasons of grounds available, no doubt about it. But men continuity and women continuity in her professional career with the respect to her own background of education, knowledge, whatever, women comes behind is always in a futile, lesser. They need to, as a dominant of, we need to each individually look at their own model, not by discrimination of any here. Yes, remuneration is always lesser than men. I know it. As an HR, I know it. It's all necessary benchmark to we come across all. Well, it's again my views collected from various grounds of inputs. All are common available. Our Please have a look at and read it. Okay. India census owned by men 10% managed by the bank account has been raised. Very important point of the bank account holders of women is drastically increased for the past 15 to 25 years. These all are the very important to take these. Just not overshaking, and all the time we talk about from other ground of only shading inputs. 18 to 38% is a phenomenal growth. There are 9 lakhs locally elected women representatives in India, Rajya Sabha. Yes, women continuity in the political ground is not so easy or continuity expected, but still growing are there, and naturally the contribution from them also lesser, and we feel that women environment is not in a right path. Always positively let's take as a human life, and they are also equally connected to one reason and another reason get and bench upon. Well, now I'm completing the slides by hardly 2 slides away. Empowering women at the workplace means that women can have more control over their lives. This means giving them the freedom to make their own programs, gain new skills and gain autonomy. Autonomy, very important. Women empowerment is created when the strength that women brings to the workplace, actually, I believe in it is accepted and effectively consumed. It's all my overview. Work environment, especially sustaining the self-inner energy, they themselves to think always in a positive way. Everywhere there are, even the men has got their own setbacks. Every human has got their own setbacks. Women is not alone. Nobody is left isolated over here. Great. Okay, completing it quickly finishes. Promoting women. Perception. We always think in the wrong way of understanding the genders. As a methodologically call it by science, gender, women and women, men and men, like. So perception is a quite important set area. Need to understand, not by just gender discriminatory words. Everybody has got. It's all reading for you. Well, this is all the goddess. This is all the goddess we are passing across years. No, Shiv, more than as a Yuga, 15,000 years behind. Women were in India, God religion of the way of. Who knows? Everybody knows. I'm just putting this slide to complete it quickly now. Anyway, all we know, again we are talking women are depressed, suppressed. Nothing. It's all way of living. Everybody is suppressed, oppressed. As of I'm completing, sir, cyclical change. Everything has got their own sets of change. Is the life. Nobody can stop it. It is inevitable. It's totally a self-engineering ourselves, because engineering is the science. Don't believe in. Engineering is not a science word. Engineering is yourself. Self-engineering means you are engineering yourself to a new thought, new process flow management. Traditional behind of your mother, grandmother and maternal side, keep aside, change. As Mr. Matt explained one slide I was looking at just last moment. Yeah, a chain reaction. Don't go with the chain reactions. His boss was shouting and he is shouting and reaching home, shouting at wife, spouse, and again shouting to children. It's a very quite complicating exercise. That's why we call it by work-life balance. So self-engineering yourself, go with change, start from within you. The people are not pulled from the front. Nobody is pulled from the front or pushed from the behind. They are all driven from within. Every human is driven within. Well, okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Ravindra, I completed my task, and especially all the participants could have heard about and the way of energy you have taken. I would like to thank you especially, and along with Mary and Mr. Matt and Kakkar sir, all were doing larger contribution to among the team. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Ravindra? Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Thank you, Ravichandran.
The entire view audio was there. I know it takes time. That's why I'm a little annoyed.
So there.
Well, great. Okay. So participant would like to raise any question, psychological sense or whatever. No, please raise a question. Dr. Ravindra there, and anybody into rise up, please raise hand.
Yeah, feel free to share your comments, observations, feedback, clarifications, if any. You can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself.
Mary is there.
Yeah, you
Hi,
can.
sir.
Yeah.
Hello, Mary.
Hi, sir. You've done a wonderful job. Actually, the women empowerment is like very favorite topic because I also have taken women and child social work in my MSW. So you have brought a lot of motivation to women. Being a woman, I feel very honored that you have taken this topic.
Yes. Yes.
Till 2022 also, some more people are not empowered. I see that in my own friend circle. What opportunity I got, my friends did not get.
Those were religiously were happening. Even you do exist or not, those were religiously, they were keep doing it because of their ancestral practice. So they don't get mean that they have to get it sooner or later. But no, common as a single man code, we should thrive upon and bring the things forward. That's all.
Actually, I'm very happy, sir. In my profession, lot of women are there. Most in my social work in NIMANS and women and child, more women are there in the MSW field more than men.
Yes.
So in that way,
NGO always requires women contribution because NGO is the area always important area, and the women, I would rather say, men, women keep aside, but in this context, women matches more than 10 out of 7 to 8.
Yes,
7
sir.
to 8. Women
Yes,
is the
sir.
best for NGO contribute areas, especially towards children, towards senior citizen, various areas, various.
Actually, in NIMANS also, no, sir, more of the consultants and the counseling people are all women most. In the top
Common.
additional
It's quite common.
additional professor that associate only are men. So we get lot of empowered at work, but there are so many people in this I live in the city of Bangalore, so IT capital. But then also now also, what opportunities I got now, I really feel my friends are more clever than me. They didn't get that opportunity. If they got that opportunity, they would have been somewhere above me also.
During my time in Delhi, I visited UNICEF and CRY for my employment purpose. I was talking about more than 22 years ago. I'm repeating it here. Why I'm saying it, very UNICEF and CRY, Child Relief and You, when I was in Delhi, I was looking for some project. I thought of going into UNICEF. More than the figures I've seen, only women. Okay. I'm talking about 22 years behind.
Actually, when I was in Women and Child Development government project, no, I had participated in the Children's Day programs, a big program. It is organized for this juvenile justice children who are orphans and all. We conducted big program in town hall in Bangalore. There, no, this CRY NGO had come.
Yeah, exactly. CRY, okay. Even you go to the Red Cross Society, you will find many women. Okay.
Yeah, and even the Reds NGO, no, sir, the track picking, there are that NGOs full of women only.
Yes, yes. Because it's their sentiments, emotions, all are behind all the time in their life. Women, it doesn't mean that men not, but it is. But go ahead, sir. Next, anybody raising questions, sir? Sir Ravindra, sir? Dr. Ravindra,
all the best, sir.
Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you so much.
No other queries as such as of now. Maybe participants, if you have any queries, feel free. Otherwise, we'll conclude this session. So, thank you, Ravichandran ji, for your insightful session. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thanks very much, sir. Thanks very much. Thank you so much.
So, participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. It has been raised in the form of polls. And while you are filling the feedback form, I will just share concluding the So these are the 17 sustainable goals. Before that, because today is concluding day of World Breastfeeding Week, so let's quickly see how breastfeeding contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals. Before that, just let's watch a video on sustainable So that's in short all the 17 goals. And let's quickly look into how this would be the last session. Let's quickly look into how breastfeeding or breastfeeding is contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. So as seen in the video, these are the goals, Sustainable Development Goals we have to achieve by 2030. So that is a target set, and individual goals are there. Like as you are seeing on the screen, so I will explain. Goals are displayed, and I will be explaining you, or I will be sharing you, in fact, how breastfeeding is contributing to each of the goals. So looking at goal number 1, end poverty in all its forms everywhere. Breastfeeding is a natural and low cost way of feeding babies and children. So it is affordable for everyone and does not burden household budgets compared to artificial feeding. So breastfeeding contributes to the poverty reduction. You know, breast milk is naturally available and abundant with the mothers so that they can provide all the required nutrition for the baby. So there is no additional burden or budget that is required for breastfeeding. But in case of formula milk, we also have been seen in the morning on various sessions. You know, with formula milk, there is a huge burden on the family and due to cross infection and various other impurities or improper formula, because every mother and every child has a different requirements altogether, and these formula milk doesn't provide appropriate hygienic and the required nutrients. So it is again a burden in terms of food, burden in terms of casualties that occur due to this lack of breast milk feeding. So lack of breastfeeding, year long and long life. See this for the entire life, the child will be missing these nutrients and immunity. So in that way, you know, they can get into poverty cycle by frequent illness or diseases, or prone to vulnerability towards illness and diseases. So thus breastfeeding is an effective measure to end poverty and not getting into the trap of poverty by consciously choosing breastfeeding over any other baby foods for the first 2 years, especially for the first 6 months. And the second goal is end hunger and achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. As we have seen, already discussed, shared, exclusive breastfeeding and continued breastfeeding for 2 years and beyond provide high quality nutrients and adequate energy and can help prevent hunger. Undernutrition and obesity also can be prevented. And breastfeeding also means food security for the infants. When we talk about food security, we have we need to provide food for everyone. And as mother take care of baby's food security through breast milk and breastfeeding, so the food security for the infants are secured until baby reach 2 years, so that supplementary food can be given. So from 6 months, supplementary food is introduced. So the food security part is met. So the second goal is also achieved. And coming to third goal, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. So breastfeeding significantly improves the health, development and survival of infants and children. It also contributes to improved health and well-being of mothers, both in short term and long term. Breastfeeding is both beneficial for the woman, for the mother as well as the child, in respect of improved health, nutrition, well-being of both. Short-term benefits are there, and along with long-term benefits that we have already discussed from the speakers since morning. So that's how even that goal is also met. So fourth one, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So breastfeeding and adequate complementary feeding are fundamentals for readiness to learn. Breastfeeding and good quality complementary food significantly contribute to the mental and cognitive development and thus promotes and contributes to the learning. So fourth goal is also can be met and is achieved. So fifth goal, achieve great gender achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. So here, through breastfeeding is a great gender equalizer, because every mother is getting an opportunity as giving every child a fair and best start in their life. Now, there is no discrimination, feeding only male children or feeding female children. So from here only, the gender discrimination can be avoided, can be abolished through fair and best start in their life. So irrespective of the gender of the child, so every child has to be breastfed. So breastfeeding is uniquely a right of women, and they should be supported by the society to breastfeed optimally. And the breastfeeding experience can be satisfying and empowering for the mother, as she is in control of how she feeds her baby and how she takes care of herself. So with this, we can also achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. So that is also achieved, can be achieved. And coming to sixth goal, ensure availability and sustainability management of water and sanitation for all. Formula milk, again, it requires a good quality of water because it's powder. Even if it comes in liquid form, water is required for cleaning, because you cannot use anything. It has to be poured again into the bottle to be fed. Again, that requires sanitizing the bottle and the nipple and all other all other things that are required for the breastfeeding, bottle feeding. So this will again create an issue with water and also sanitation. So breastfeeding on demand provides all the water a baby needs, even in the hot weather or irrespective of any weather or climatic conditions. On the other hand, formula feeding requires access to clean water, hygiene and sanitation. So with this also, by breastfeeding, we can ensure that the baby is having the clean water along with the breast milk. So breast milk contains adequate water requirements, which is hygiene and which is clean and pure, so that baby's requirements are met. So this goal is also ensured. And seventh goal, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Breastfeeding entails less energy and when compared to the formula production industries. To produce milk, or for that matter, formula milk or milk powder, we need lot of resources like land and building and various raw materials and equipments, tools, and human resources. A lot of resources are required to produce this formula milk. But when we look at breastfeeding, mother produces milk, breast milk through breast, which can be fed to the child. So it entails less energy when compared, or in fact no energy, when compared to the formula production industries. Here there is no industry required. Mother naturally produces milk, and it also reduces the need for water, firewood, fossil fuels, and other investments in the home. It doesn't require anything, just good diet for the mother, and rest of the things are taken care of. So 7th goal is also met. And when we look at the 8th goal, promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. So breastfeeding women who are supported by their employers are more productive and loyal, because of the gratitude, or because of the good emotions or feelings that are associated towards the work environment and towards the employer and the fellow employees. They feel more appreciated. So they tend to commit themselves more and work more, because they are getting, their needs are also met, and their needs are also fulfilled. At the same time, they are working, and also their baby needs are also taken care of. And there are various legal and legal provisions and also labor acts that also provide maternity protection and other workplace policies, which are enabling women to combine breastfeeding and their work or employment. So decent jobs should cater to the needs of breastfeeding women, especially those in precarious situations. So with this, we can also promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth by making nursing women or the breastfeeding women part of the economic development, and decent working conditions will allow the decent work for all. So 8th goal is also met through breastfeeding. And when coming to 9th goal, build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Here, with industrialization and urbanization, the time and space challenges became more prominent. Breastfeeding mothers who work outside home need to manage these challenges and be supported by the employers, so their own families and communities. So what we can do, we can have these crèches near workplace, or in a workplace if there are more or a considerable number of mothers or nursing mothers, or lactation rooms and breastfeeding breaks. So that can make a big difference. A baby has to be fed very frequently depending on the age of the baby. So frequent breaks, especially for the nursing mother, that is breastfeeding mother, will ensure that a resilient infrastructure, like having a dedicated breastfeeding rooms or lactation rooms or crèches, will help an inclusive and sustainable workplace, which will also foster innovations and creativity by taking up more such initiatives. So this goal is also met. And when we look at how it is contributing to goal number 10, reduce inequality within and among the countries. There is a lot of disparity among the countries, developing countries, developed countries, underdeveloped countries, and things are different in each country. So with breastfeeding practice, though differ across the globe, breastfeeding needs to be protected, promoted, and supported among all, especially in particular among the poor and vulnerable groups. This will help us reduce inequalities. Inequality in terms of not just economy, not just incomes, but also with respect to availability of food, quality food, hygienic water, sanitation. All these are taken care of by the breast milk for the infants. So this will ensure there is no inequality in terms of food and security, health and well-being to the infant as well as a nursing mother. So this contributes to the goal 10. And coming to goal number 11, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable. So when we look at when we look at goal number 1, in the bustle of big cities, breastfeeding mothers and their babies need to feel safe and welcome in all public spaces. So when disaster and humanitarian crisis strike, women and children are affected disproportionately, and pregnant lactating women need particular support during each times. So we have to have human settlements which are inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable, which nursing mothers needs more care. And when coming to goal number 12, ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. Here, breastfeeding provides a healthy, viable, non-polluting, non-resource intensive, sustainable and natural source of nutrition and sustenance. So this is very quite natural and very eco-friendly. I mean, there is no pollution, there is no additional resources required apart from a good diet. Even without a good diet, also by God's grace and by the inbuilt mechanism of the woman's body. So breast milk is produced enough so that to take care of the requirements of the baby. So it ensures sustainable consumption and production pattern. The production is also, I mean, stable and consistent so that baby gets enough milk as required. Though there are exceptions, but that is rare. And coming to goal number 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. A lot of industrialization, commercial agriculturalization, all are contributing to, under various commercial activities, industrial activities are contributing to the climate change. So breastfeeding safeguards infants' health and nutrition in times of adversity and also weather-related disasters due to global warming. So first thing is breastfeeding will not contribute to anything, any of these aspects, or even for that matter, climate change or pollution, global warming. But in fact, it also helps the baby, it also protects the baby from all these adversities, by providing breast milk for the baby. It gives immunity, health, nutrition, and also well-being of the child. This also reduces the emission of greenhouse gases and other pollutants in the environment, so that the climate change do not get accelerated and its impacts are reduced. So coming to goal number 4, conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas and marine resources for sustainable development. This formula milk contains lot of ingredients. These have to be procured from different sources. So it contains both veg and non-veg and all different kinds of ingredients. I mean, different flavors are available. So these might consume like various ocean foods and all these which are obtained through fishing and various other aspects. So even the resources also gets used, consumed inappropriately, improportionately, and that may cause that extinction or decrease of even species under the oceans, in ocean, seas, and marine, especially the marine life. So breastfeeding entails less waste. There is no wastage, in fact, in breastfeeding. And also the pollution, the wastage is again, entire wastage produced in the on the land is again thrown in the oceans. So oceans are filled up, half of the oceans are filled up with the waste generated by the human activities. So here, if you can see, there is no pollutions, or at least there is no wastage from the breastfeeding. You know, directly from the breast, the milk is transferred to the child, and there is absolutely zero wastage. So compared to the formula feeding industries, you know, lot of wastage, lot of pollution, and also while distribution also leads to wastage and pollution also, lot of pollution that is created, and entirely all the pollution and all the waste end up in the ocean. So with this breastfeeding, we can completely avoid the entire wastage and pollution, and also transportation, and also the effects that transportation creates. So with this, we can also conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, marine resources for sustainable development. And coming to goal number 15, protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainable manage forests, combat desertification, and halt and reverse land degradation, and halt biodiversity loss. You know, this is life on land. We have seen 14th goal, life below water, and this is life above land or on land. So breastfeeding is ecological, eco-friendly compared to the formula feeding. No, formula production implies dairy farming that often puts pressure on the natural resources and contributes to the carbon emissions and climate change. You know, we need to have these farm animals, cattle, you know, to produce this milk powder. So we need, again, you need to raise a lot of cattle for that, and you need to feed them, and you need to house them, and lot of waste is also generated. Lots of these gases are methane gases, carbon dioxide gases are generated as part of the process. So you know how much pollution we are creating. With a one small change, you know how you are doing a great service, a contribution to the planet. Is just continue to adopt. I mean, initially we were very much into breastfeeding, but now see, by not opting for breastfeeding, you are creating a lot of pollution, lot of harm to the environment. Not only to the baby anyway, we are compromising the health, nutrition, immunity of the baby in the very first place. No mother would like to compromise on her baby's development or growth in every domain. So that is where we all need to be consciously choosing breastfeeding till 2 years, or as long as breast milk is available for that matter. So this also contributes to the protecting, restoring, and promoting sustainable development of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably managing forests, and combating desertification, and halting and reversing land degradation and biodiversity loss by adopting breastfeeding, because we don't need any land, we don't need to cut any trees for fuel or for building industries, and so there is no cutting of deforestation, so desertification doesn't happen, and reverse land degradation. As trees, forests are there, so land, soil, and all other resources are protected, and there is no biodiversity loss. See, by adopting breastfeeding, how much we are contributing to the planet, environment, and our well-being. And goal number 16, sorry. Promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. See, breastfeeding is enshrined in many human rights frameworks and conventions. So, national legislation and policies to protect and support breastfeeding mothers and babies are needed to ensure that their rights are upheld. So, breastfeeding is mother right and baby's right, because it's right to life. You know, they have to live. Baby has to live. It has to be fed on milk, or it has to be given food. So, breast milk is a source for the survival of the infant. So, both have rights. Mother has right to breastfeed the baby, and the baby has a right to breastfeed by the mother. So in both the cases, so rights are protected from the mother side as well as baby side. So this will ensure that there is peace among the societies, and these legal regulations also for breastfeeding will provide a framework where both the rights are protected. So no woman should feel anything other than their right to breastfeed. And finally, coming to the last goal is strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the goal partnership for sustainable development. You know, collaboration, cooperation, compassion, all these are required. Coordination. So breastfeeding is, breastfeeding strengthens the cooperation, collaboration, and compassion, and coordination, a lot of things, you know, among the groups. First is among the mother and child, and among the family members, and among the society, and among the nations, like many organizations, many systems, social systems in the community come together. And this global strategy for infant and young child feeding fosters multi-sectorial collaboration as an organization, and can build upon various partnerships for support of development through breastfeeding programs and initiatives. So you can see with the positive choice of breastfeeding, how we are contributing to the sustainable development goals. With just one choice, opting for the breastfeed, you are contributing a lot to the environment. And the first thing is, if you forget about everything also, for a mother, her child is everything, you know, and breastfeeding is the best option available, which no mother can forgive. If she forgives, then definitely she is forgiving the benefits of the child. So no mother would like to forgo the benefits of the child and the chance of child reaching his or her highest potential. So with this, we shall conclude the sessions. If you have any queries or any observations, comments, you can leave in chat box so that we can take up. There is one query. Datri Milk Bank at Nilofer Hospital. Yeah, there are a lot of, we have already discussed this in the morning sessions about BPN network, you know, breastfeeding network. a global network which is actively working. They are actively promoting, creating advocacy and different activities, including training programs. And with their initiatives, they are working. In fact, they are working with government, and government is also working with them. We have seen various planning commission is also considering the various initiatives provided by, I mean, the guidelines and the training. They are also a regional chapter, Asian chapter, and they are also monitoring research agency. So yeah, with their initiatives, these milk banks by the government as well as the private players have also started in almost all the states. And as you rightly pointed out, this Datri Milk Bank at Nilofer Hospital, which is funded by World Health Organization as well as a state government, is also providing. If they want extra milk, they can come, or if they want to donate also, they can go there and donate. And they can also reach the nearest Anganwadi centers. Yes, ICDS centers, where they can inform and they can get the services. That is also true. So these are various options, we have been doing continuously since August 1st. We were daily talking about various aspects of breastfeeding and promoting issues and challenges in breastfeeding and how it is contributing and how is it deteriorating the planet environment. All these are very crucial and essential. And this week celebration gives us an opportunity to work together to create awareness. Hope with this positive takeaway, let's all promote, and let's ensure that our mothers in our households, neighborhoods, or in our communities actively practice and promote breastfeeding so that a child gets its rights to have its full potential through nutrition. So with this, we shall conclude, and overall feedback form is being shared. You can fill up it. This is the final feedback form. So this is the overall feedback form for the conference. So quickly fill up the feedback form. And we thank all the speakers, panelists, and invited guests for the conference, and also especially all the participants who have been there since morning with us, listening to us. Hope everyone got wonderful insights, on various topics, aspects of breastfeeding, parenting, women, education, empowerment, awareness, and sustainable development. So hope everyone has gained insights, and we all have good takeaway. So with this, if there are no further queries, I think I have shared the feedback form. So quickly fill up the feedback form. I take this opportunity to thank all the speakers for the day. Dr. G. Ravindranath, Dr. Payal Biswasu, Ms. Pallavi Patwari, Dr. Madhusudan K.S., Mr. Nagaraj H., Sri Ravichandran Ji, Sri Virendra Kumar Thakar Ji, Professor Aparna Vajpayee, Mac Perliston, and all other speakers, and especially the participants for joining us and having wonderful takeaways, insights into various topics. So with this, we shall conclude and have a happy weekend. feedback form has been shared, and certificates will be generated within 15 working days. That is a standard thing. That is a maximum time. Sometimes, you know, it might get delayed or little bit. Otherwise, we started processing also. So sometimes within 2-3 days also you'll be getting. So you can download your certificates from the website. So I will also show you how to download your certificates, from where to download your certificate. It will take another 1 minute. While you are filling the feedback form, let me quickly show you that. So this is the website address where you can find all the details about all the events and where you can download your certificates. So, you know, as you know that daily we are organizing events, so it can be found here just below these two logos. You can find International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development. Here you can see daily webinars and conferences. You can click on that so that it will take you to dedicated website. Here on the right side, you have all the details. On the left side, you can see here, if you are attending weekdays, you can select weekday and select the respective date for the flyer details and your certificates. So if you have attended on Sundays, so you can select Sunday, respective Sunday. So today 7th August. Here you can see the flyer. Just below the flyer, here you can see link to download e-certificates. So from here, you can download your certificate within 15 working days or after 15 working days. So eligibility criteria is mentioned here. You need to register, you need to attend all the sessions, and you need to fill the feedback form for each session or all the sessions. So we have two options. One is within the Zoom platform, we have raised polls. Whoever has not able to access the polls or able to give feedback, we have also given the option to share their feedback in the chat box. So we will check everything and we'll be issuing the certificates. This is the eligibility, and you can download your certificates after 15 working days. So after 15 working days also, if you don't receive or if you can't find your certificate when you are eligible, you can contact us. That rarely happens. Only when there is some mistake or anything missing in the process, there will be such issues. Otherwise, you know, certificates will be available on the website. So one more request is
beetroot juice kudichirken beetroot juice kudichirken venuma.
Hello. Yeah. And one more request is, like every day we are organizing events now, so you can just visit this calendar and click on this calendar and add this calendar to your calendars in Android, iOS, Gmail or Yahoo Mail, Outlook, whichever you are using, so that daily it will remind you. And all the joining link is same for all the events. You can click on the all this text is available in this book. It will be automatically added to your calendar. Daily it will remind you and you can automatically join. The link remains same. The website address is also provided. Register along with registration form, and all details are available. So you need not search for these details again and again. And it will automatically remind you. Sundays it will remind you just before one day before and just before the conference you can join, and every day it will remind you. So this will help you to keep you updated, and join Facebook group and Telegram channel and WhatsApp group. So thank you once again for patiently watching and listening to us. So thank you once again, everyone. See you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Before leaving, kindly fill up the feedback form in the form of polls. If you are not able to access it, you can leave your name, email, contact number, designation, along with your feedback, overall feedback about all the sessions. So good night, take care.